What happened?
We got
How did that happen? What the fuck?
I physically flinched.
You got ran by a bus. Oh my god.
Jumped into it for content because I need the people here to see something entertaining.
Did somebody fucking clip
I'm
him flinching?
Right.
China.
You're gonna lose it all!
There we go. Stare at the camera. Here we go. I know there's a fucking dude over here, ready to gun me down. That's the cave towards Yosefka. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. There it is! Ah!
I don't see much point in staying here. Hee-ho! Hee-ho? Hee-ho!
Hee-haw! For you, dude. You're the fucking boy, dude. You son of a bitch. Oh!
It shows them to you. It doesn't show you all of them, like, but you have to get close to them, kind of. But it does make an icon for them.
Whose monkey is this?
And that I could deal with.
Whose could it be?
Yo, whose monkey is
Whose
this, bro?
do you think? You fucking idiot.
Oh, hey, Lil.
Whoa, this
Yeah,
turns into a rock.
It's got shorter.
What?
Humiliation. I don't. No. I don't want. No, it's not humiliation. I want to be humiliated. Tyler, why is Tyler losing it? What happened? What happened? Tyler, what? It's just a cake. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with like humiliation. Oh my god.
Tyler, I don't care. Go stream Pokemon.
What type is Darmanitan?
LJ sent me, bro, and you're still on Terranor. I can't believe it. Blah blah. Go fucking kill your Pokemon, dude. All right. Is lose. Me and Jason are gonna fucking destroy you when we race you.
Mike is
Darmanitan
so...
is
Go back
fire,
to your
right?
stream with that message.
Mike is so tilted, dude.
Good.
New backdrop. Start dancing.
That was funny. Jesus Christ, fucking Mugen.
You can't get away.
That was the first time Mugen's had to struggle. Mugen was like, I have to use 100% of my power. It's like, what?
Jesus Christ. All right, back to Pokemon.
He's still haven't. He's still like, is he close to beating it?
He's on death. He's on try 104.
I mean, he's smug. Smug. Ah! Ah! Ah!
Our transferee, Mr. Narukami. Call me, Yoo-ha! Please stand up. Okay, I'll answer your question. The Western calendar is based on Anno Domini, the traditionally believed year of Jesus Christ's birth, AD. What is the...
100% gummy missions in KH3?
I did. Doesn't mean making them is fun.
Yeah, the best ones in the game are the ones you can't make.
Exactly! I can make
Those
my
are
cars
the
in Banjo-Kazooie
Constellation!
nuts and bolts.
You didn't beat the secret boss, fucker, did you?
I did. Look at
The
my
one on the
look at my
tornado?
progress, dude. Get fucked,
Oh
idiot.
my god, yeah.
Fucking dumb
So you did the
bitch.
fucking-
Hey, here I am. Thanks for the raid, Barry. I just realized that I'm still playing Mario Party, it says. Let's change that. Tales of Arise. There we go. Did the shout out work? I know my bot's off, but just still play the clip.
Assassin's Crossing.
There we go.
I'm blaming that joke for killing me. I died right after that joke. I am blaming you, Yam. I don't know how to tell you this.
Let's finish this video game.
Animal Creed. Come on.
How's it going?
Yo.
Did you beat Rouge pretty easily?
Assassin's Crossing.
It's like she's not a hard fight.
Fuck. Every single time.
You're
Maybe
right,
ignoring
Nesquik.
the fact
More
that
like Dumber fucking got him, dude. Can't dispute the facts. Coffee's still pretty hot. It's a mistake to try to drink it. About to enter the last level of the game. Pretty exciting. This mysterious ship pulled us in, and now we're gonna see why we're here.
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I
Got the
figured it
game
was
dressed
just
in all
another
white.
round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens.
That's not true.
But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here?
Someone formidable enough to bring our starship along with us.
They must be here
Hold on. Quit talking for a second. Okay. And resume.
somewhere. Let's find them.
That beam of light joining Dana and Rena. It was the Renan side that it first came from, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what it looked like. And then the Danon side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld? To reawaken the Wedge and Lenegis?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena
Who is
after
behind
all.
this?
But what are
What's
they
up,
after?
Colby? How's
Is it
going?
really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dana's energy?
Try to stay calm. With so many factors we don't understand, dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
Rest in peace, Zephyr.
You made it this far, didn't you? You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
Any more? Alright. I don't think there's anything interesting in this room. Let's just head up on the elevator. Okay. Hand freaked milk. Look at this place. Who's running this ship?
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Gotta keep Law in his school uniform.
Huh? What's that?
It just fits him too well. It's like the Red Woman, but purple.
It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
Doesn't seem like it.
It doesn't look like it can move.
So what
Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct.
Oh, shit.
It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Answer some questions.
Hevrecht 35.
Hevrecht 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
You were like beamed over here.
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
Obviously. What the fuck?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh, goody. More riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here.
True.
Let's at least hear it out.
Do I get to ask questions, or...?
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helgenquil. The Red Women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helgenquil?
You are on Date Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's great spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this great spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it, without question, throughout the ages.
Okay, how long though?
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this great spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrecht 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
True.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's great spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegus are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy. and the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result,
Now we're getting
it has
more
turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed. And it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
Good thing it didn't, I guess.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegis was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy.
True.
That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrecht 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
Oh, easy peasy.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegis has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena.
That's why there's a big flower.
If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
Maybe a bit of A and B.
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Good.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Okay.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Phasal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us.
Yeah, he's gonna
Let's take a look around.
Alright, find the others.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest,
I don't know, Law.
the conversation went on for so long, I'm not
I
sure
feel like
I
we should do
understood
it.
all of it.
It's probably
How
in the
about
best
you,
interest of
Dohalim?
everyone.
Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
That makes sense.
Why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me.
What's that?
How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Good question.
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevrek 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on.
I bet the
Maybe
Renans
the
are
others
just, like,
will shed more
special
light on the
data.
matter. Let's find out.
Danans who were abducted and raised somewhere else. Nothing on this floor. Shit. Let's go to the upper level. Maiden. Hello? No one's up here. Let's go to the lower level. Like, who else is here? Oh, here we go. Let's see. Who are we gonna find?
Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
I guess, maybe.
The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
Subjects.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrek 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Alright. We'll start with you.
Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
What do you know? What do you know?
You mean the Overseer's species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Makes sense.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Oh, he didn't tell us shit.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
See? That makes sense. I knew it.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
Not at all. I mean, you've
There
seen the side
aren't,
of it.
but there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language, people of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Yep.
Wait, That explains why almost nobody can use Astro Arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and...
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
Nanomachines.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Okay.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Yeah.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while.
We still have 2 more people to talk to. How's it going, lady? Oh, my livestock's ready. Good shit.
Have you guys lived up here in Dig Faisal with Hevrek 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrek 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
This sounds like some like
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected.
Nice.
It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
Really?
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrek 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Probably.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon.
Right
you could
now?
ride with us.
This is a bad time.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead.
That's a good option.
Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions.
Alright, one guy left. You.
Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
Of course he does.
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
Lenegis in the wedge.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner. However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied.
Yeah, that happened.
The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans in Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contest began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
Finally found one, in Volaron.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevrecht 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
Okay, dude, fuck you.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
Yeah, they're a little fucked up.
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Yeah, seems like
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
True.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over, before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us.
True.
Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
Man, they're gonna kiss very hard soon.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot.
Oh, there's a We'll rest here. So attack up. Once I can get back to like an actual campfire, it'd be pretty pog. But until then, I guess we'll have to just kind of wait.
Everything we thought we knew. It was all just a fabrication that the Red Women, no, that the Helganquil made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Hevrek 35 has told us, that is.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
But if Hevrek 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
Okay, humor me for just a second. Yeah, she still looks pretty cool. Let's go Madge mode. These wings would be pretty good. Ooh. We put the right one on. We put the left one on Alphen. That'd be pretty sick. That's like some post-game shit though. What am I using right now? The fucking... It's kind of like this one. Yeah, this one. I kind of just want big gun. Where you get the rose. Shit, I pressed the wrong button. Smite, the carrot, the pipe. Crude sword. Sin cleaver. All right, let's go check up on everyone. Who's over here? Let's start over here. We'll start with Kisara. Best girl Kisara.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
Out the Renans are fake.
What do you think about everything we've learned?
Really
about the Renans and the Great Spirit and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it.
True.
As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Danans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Danan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Danans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
That's gonna be a real shit
Even
show.
just among the Danans, I'm sure there'll be
It's not
some
gonna
who
erase
emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
Stop that. Gotta stop that. Let's go. Let's go. Kind of weird. She's just kind of standing here. All right, Winroll, what you got? Rinwell.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Danan mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Danans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dana anymore, right?
True.
I know it's not as simple as all that, but Danans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down. And there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
True.
Yeah. I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Danan and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dana's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Hevrek 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dana's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
Let's do it. Alright, who's first? Lord Orlin. say Doe wins the last. He's got the heaviest shit to talk about. Let's jump. Always do it.
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Tylerims? Once my memory started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live. And I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
There's a lot.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about. All I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders.
What a good guy.
I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
Alright, Dohalim. Lay it on us, buddy. What do you gotta say?
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one.
True. They'd be kind of crazy to lie about it.
I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
Well, to say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
What's up?
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably. As the one and only Blazing Sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
Yeah.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
No.
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Imagine.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shion? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how.
Are gonna re-enter
I thought
Danan
I'd die
society,
alone.
Copium.
That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Danan, as a real person.
That's true. Unlike Sean,
And she
who doesn't
very
see me
much
as a
cherished
real
her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Well there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
All right.
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dana's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it.
Yeah,
it's trying to rob us of our entire world. And it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy.
It's trying
But
to
it's
take
not
our
only
home,
that.
and that's not progress.
One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Xion.
We're gonna have to pwn this noob. Once and for all.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Xion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Xion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Xion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain.
Yeah, it's just a good
At
guess.
the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Xion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's great spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's get it.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say,
Walk up to it,
that
follow
flower
the bitch.
growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
Nah, 6 is enough.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Hevrek 35 has been observing the Great Astral Spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is. Our minds are...
Everyone's back.
made up. Let's go give Hevrek 35 our answer.
So if the Sovereign and Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegis, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renaissance stolen, Lenegis is functioning fine. If it needed us before, it doesn't appear to now.
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing? Who the hell do they think they are?
More importantly, who do they think we are? We might not even factor into their list of concerns.
I just hope everyone on Lenegis is safe.
Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships that people can escape in. As long as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode or something, they should be fine.
Yeah, hopefully.
Wait, explode?
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed, not Lenegis. The people there will be fine, I'm sure of it.
Right.
Let's go. Been like an hour. Oh wait, shit. This is where we came from. Let me go to the central core. That's why it's called the Fruit of Helgen. Shit, dude. That makes sense.
you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that?
Have you ever watched Guardians of the
You
Galaxy
must have something
2?
up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us
Just
up to
do
it.
that.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated.
Makes sense.
Therefore, if you destroy the core, the great spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
You hit it with your sword.
By using the Renus Alma.
That too.
You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renus Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
Okay.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
No, so we're all dead if we're there.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your
Shut the fuck
world.
up and tell me the other
Abandonment
way.
is irrational. It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
Okay.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile and will only serve to strengthen it.
We'll figure something out.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renus Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns could be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
True.
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renus Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony. Considering that the Renus Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed, I cannot allow it.
You're not gonna stop
Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, Then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Yeah, fucking tell him, dude.
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
Here's a new one.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
Probably, yeah.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
Good.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Hevrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar is all.
Let's go.
Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man, is it too much to ask for Hevrek 35 to talk like a normal person? I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated stuff.
Don't worry. I think we're mostly done with him. Now all we have to do is rest up and wait. Once the Fall Knights is good to go again, we'll be taking off for Rena right away.
Skit.
Is the Renis Alma really our only hope against the Great Spirit? There has to be another way, right?
Shion's Fire Master Core was able to suppress astral energy to prevent it from gaining sentience, right? Couldn't we make use of that somehow?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe. But with the amount of energy we're talking about here.
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy. If it has the capacity to manage that, it can do this, right?
Probably.
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not a paltry vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core, your body wouldn't be able to take the strain of channeling that much energy.
Hevrek 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details. So assuming it's even possible, the chances are slim to none.
You're probably right.
Let's hit another save. What's that book looking like? Like it's an okay looking book. But we could find a better book. This one matches. Taming water. Radiant light. Silver sword. The owl. The dark wings. Book of Owl Wisdom. I really like the Darkwing book. Hell yeah. Ooh, the black and white wings. So it's fine just because it was cool enough. The Shogun staff. Hello. Sure. Don't see the point in not resting.
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Danans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead.
True.
Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Danans.
True.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Danans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Not at first.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more? That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do.
Strap on the back of your arm.
I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
Okay, what are you getting at?
You know, I
Trying to
hadn't
get
actually
in
thought
there?
of it that way before.
Trying
But I do like the sound of it.
Dick?
Yeah, I think I do too.
Oh, we're getting all the
Hey,
pairing
why'd you call me
scenes
here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
before they start. Camera's flipped. Let's just... Shit. That was wrong. Oop. Transform. Flip. There we go. And now we come back. Do not skip.
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before, about whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
She's more attuned to
Yeah,
it, for sure.
I think that might be part of it. But I think I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own.
You should have said that earlier.
But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
Whoa.
What?
Well, like you said,
Dana was inside
unless
of us the
Dana's
whole time.
energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Hevrick 35 might know the answer.
Let's not speak to him again.
But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become.
I'm loving the shoes.
So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me.
Ah.
To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will, well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No. What were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were thinking?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
You sure you don't want to get some rest?
All right, here we go. Time for the kiss.
I
Kiss it up.
can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Shion?
Same as you, still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
God, please kiss.
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Okay.
Yeah?
Okay.
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Hevrect 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the blazing sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the blazing sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we've...
the Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Danans alike.
True.
We don't know what's going to happen when we face
come
it,
to it,
but
if
we
it
need to
does,
be prepared for anything.
you'll be able to do
We
what
can't
needs to be
second
done.
guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Shion. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Shion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
Kiss, 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 kiss.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before.
Kiss, 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 kiss.
But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
Just tank the damage.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Shion,
No, let him say it.
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone.
God damn it!
Okay?
Yeah.
I feel cucked.
Okay.
I feel cucked. We gotta beat this game. We gotta hurry. We gotta move.
Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dana and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrek 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What is it?
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
Look how far it's gotten us.
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand. All right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.
Yeah, let's go. I'm actually gonna save in a different spot, so I want to take the screenshots later of those scenes. Those are nice scenes. All right, let's go. Help this man. Happy bottles. Let's go. Take off for Rena.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
In the final area. Damn, look at this place.
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Damn.
Then this must be the Hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
Oh god.
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dana.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dana is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dana, looking for another host.
Yes.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dana's going to look like?
Yeah, absolutely.
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive.
It'll turn its sights on Dana.
It looks like we can climb down from there.
I don't know if you're aware of that, but
Let's take a look.
that's what will happen. Did you know? Dana might be in trouble. Destroy remnants.
So this is Rena. This is where everything began. Yet it's a dead world?
I won't let Dana suffer the same fate. Ever.
Alright, boys, we can go everywhere now. So before we end this, there's one side quest I want to do.
A hollowed ocean as far as the eye can see. What do you think would happen if we fell in?
What do you mean, what would happen? You'd drown, wouldn't you?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying. Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
Nah, I'll pass.
This is essentially a world-sized Renan graveyard. Are you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just to satisfy your curiosity, Law?
No, because I said I passed.
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are. This place deserves our respect.
True.
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the end of this one for a while.
You'd think I was already snorkeling in it or something.
Challenge of a lifetime.
So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit inside the Rena's Alma using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength. It's that it's sentient, too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
True.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert enough energy away from the spirit's core, even temporarily,
We might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Rena's Alma, which we can then use to seal it away forever. It won't be easy, but it's our only shot. Time to buckle up.
First off, let's move my browser window over here. Or just open a new one, actually. Bring that back over here so I can search things. Like, where the owls are. Where the owls are.
Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
What'll the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
what do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renan rule. But if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
That's true. Just as bad if the Danans started pressing their own.
Renans, Danans, astral art users, mages. The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different as someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands. Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example. But with time, people will follow. And then, perhaps one day,
there will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become second nature.
Exactly.
That's where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are used to help people. where that's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves.
Any more? Okay, cool. Let's save. Let's get to warping. Okay. So let's go to Caladria. Shit. Yes, that's exactly what I want. The Zoogle. There's a giant Zoogle that's been there. It's level fucking 40.
We've reached our destination.
I'm about to whoop its fucking ass. Oh shit, there's another one.
Hey! Hey, I just realized something!
What is it?
Is this about dinner last night? I didn't realize those ingredients were off.
What? No! I mean, wait, you fed us rotten food?
Rinwell, the point.
Oh, yeah, right. So I was thinking about those armored soldiers we've seen. There are regular Renans inside them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're designed to make whoever's wearing them stronger. At least, I think that's the idea.
Right. So it kind of begs the question then, why are they made so huge?
True.
I don't know, makes them more intimidating, I guess? Or maybe all that tech wizardry inside takes up a lot of space.
You don't think it's weird how the armored soldiers are the exact same height as the Helganquil?
Can't say I'd ever noticed it till now. And?
Connect the dots, Law!
Okay, let me get this straight. You think the armored suits might have originally been designed to allow Renans to work alongside the Helganquil?
Huh.
That makes sense.
But if that's true, what would that mean?
It would mean... just that, I guess. But still, don't you think it's kind of interesting?
Not hugely. Hey, Kisara, while I've got you, what's on tonight's menu? Because I was thinking, maybe meat?
Get him, Hootle.
Who's gonna fucking kill this man?
What did I do?
Oh, now you want to listen. Keep pecking, Hootle.
Ow! Seriously, what the hell?
Rest in peace. Thinning the herd. Jesus.
You know, guys, when you think about it, we've taken out a lot of Zoogles. Like, a whole lot.
You can say that again. If one thing's for certain in this world, it's that wherever we go, we'll always end up bumping into them.
Isn't it weird that they're still so plentiful? You don't think the Renans have, like, a ranch where they breed them, do you?
Certainly in all of my years, I've never heard of them constructing such a massive facility on Dana, let alone up in Lenegis.
The only thing I can think of, then, is that the feral ones must be reproducing on their own.
There's also no organized effort on our part to hunt them down, so it's difficult to fully exterminate them.
Exterminate them? Whoa, don't you think that's maybe a little harsh?
What do you mean?
Zoogles originally used to be living creatures native to Dana and Rena, right? Being genetically modified isn't their fault.
True.
You're right. Zoogles were only created because of us Renans. We altered the original creatures to suit our own ends.
That sounds really familiar.
First, people made Zoogles, and then we let them go. And now we're trying to kill them because they're a threat. They really have only seen the very worst, huh?
I hope we find a way to be able to live side by side with them one day.
It's a nice thought, but they attack towns and cities. What else are we supposed to do?
Aside from the strays that have gone wild, it's worth remembering that Renans are able to keep them somewhat under control.
If we had distinct territories that didn't overlap, that might reduce the danger they pose.
Well, I guess when you look at it that way, maybe people and Zoogles aren't so different after all.
Why we gotta call them Zoogles? Okay.
No backing down!
Winds of heaven, burst forth!
Yeah, don't waste your magic.
Well, look ye here!
We gotta fight this motherfucker.
You think we can take that Zoog?
Yeah, he's level 43. We're at least 4 levels over.
Right, here goes! Burn in hell!
I think I'll pass on the handshake. Outstanding form! Big waterfall! Great! Here comes the flame of fury! Inferno!
down.
Try harder!
Armor won't save you! Now you're
Escape!
Whirlwind! What's this?
Freeze
In a
Lancer!
bind? Swallow dance!
Strike!
Eagle
Here.
assault! Let me help!
Okay,
Let's
here I
tear 'em
go!
up!
Sleep now!
More for the stockpile!
Back to
What's
play!
this? Instant! I'm all stocked up!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Here's a healing heart! Steel!
Okay, here I go! Not today!
Purge malevolence!
Here I come!
Magic and
No
dance!
escape!
Got it!
Dragon form!
Now's our chance! This'll come in handy!
Hurricane! I owe you one!
Eagle fly! Whirlwind
Here
nail!
I come!
If it's in the sky,
No,
it's mine! Purge
I'll
malevolence!
smash you!
Prepare to be sealed!
Take this!
Strike! More
Take
this!
this!
It looks like you got
Dragon
this one
form!
covered! That'll bring you down!
Try harder! Now! You're my...
Annihilation!
Strike!
Nothing gets by me!
It's too much!
In here!
Here I come!
Dance!
What's this? This
energy!
Throwing light spear!
Magic is there! Freeze Lancer! Dance in the wind!
Anything
Air
more
thrust!
is all mine!
I'm on a roll now! Searing flame! Reload! Will this help? Lightning orb! Hold on to your arts. Here I come!
Thanks!
One more! Raging cascade!
So much for sitting this fight out.
Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Hear me!
Take
Flame
this!
fury!
No, you.
Strike!
Burning!
Swallow dance!
Spear! Here's evil!
Vacuum blade!
Eat dirt!
Burn in hell!
Freeze Lancer! Now! The enemy is going all out!
More sequels?
Keep calm and take them down! You got company! Dance in the wind! I never fit!
I'm not done!
Air thrust! A whirling
Try harder! My turn!
I'll finish you here and now!
Now
you see what I can do!
Now I can let...
Seal! None of
You're mine!
Judgment hand!
Dragon swarm!
Howard Hurricane!
Vacuum blade!
Render!
Inferno punch!
I'll finish you here and now!
Eagle assault! Devastation! I'm not done!
All good
things come to...
Hey!
Blow them away!
Here's a healing
Now!
art!
You're mine! It's finished!
Let's do it!
Devastation!
In a bind?
You're finished!
Luna! This one's mine!
Take this!
Dance in the wind!
Be still!
Air
Rising Phoenix! Try harder! My turn!
Dance in the dark!
It's on!
Seal! Here!
Coming through!
Mystic Art.
Ah! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I'm going to need to use
Take
all of
this!
this! The
Lightning
flame will
thrust!
burning!
It was almost there! Or close enough. Take it away, Law.
I thought you'd never ask.
None shall escape my judgment! The enemy is going all out! Ray!
Here comes something big!
Try to dodge!
Eat dirt!
Lunar
Alright.
Corrosion! Gemini Aqua! Nail Struck!
Take this!
Dino Ray!
Dragon Swarm!
Smash you!
Death Ball!
Watch this!
Prepare to be sealed! I'm not done! Stop!
Thunderbolt! up!
Take this! Be still! Soaring light spear!
Eat dirt!
Vacuum blade!
That'll bring you down!
Amazing.
Don't give up! Purge malevolence!
I could do that.
Waterfall! Freeze Lancer! Dance in the wind! Steel! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy light! Here, let me help!
Can't get out of this!
More with that
Try
first
harder!
aid!
Not a chance!
Dance in the wind!
Take it!
Sleep now!
Totally! In an instant!
Hell yeah.
Impact clock!
Easy peasy. Zoogle defeated.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
I've been wanting to take that fucker out since the beginning of the game. Back to Olzavek. We're going to hunt for the last 6 owls, baby.
Aw, are you tired, Poodle?
You sure he's not just trying to hide from us?
You see anybody around here who could use our help?
We can't chase after every little thing.
Yeah! What?
Yep.
Right. Afraid not.
Right.
Yeah!
Here we go. Hope you're happy, dude. What do you need? No, not you. Not you either. You. No. You.
Yeah!
Hey.
Positive.
Uh-huh. Yeah!
Just great.
I guess...
Okay.
Thanks.
Mixed feelings. Talk to Nath. They're here. How's it going, Nath?
Huh?
Well...
There's a Zoogle there.
All right.
All right.
I guess.
Okay.
Got it.
Let's stop by the end. We're not really gonna do anything else. Except for the owls. And then we'll
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
Whoa, the Realm Unifier. Hollow Edge. Heavenly Gaze. The Oblivion Ring. Holy shit. I need one dark tree blood. How the fuck do I get that? Bright Angelica. Sacred Karma. Monochrome Spiral. Holy, look at that fucking gun. Divine Wrath. And the Oblivion Gauntlets. Yes, if I can make it, I absolutely will. Holy shit. The Blue Shield. Which, yeah, why not? Adamus Regina. And the Matriarch Martel. Holy hell. The Deuce Aurora. And the Liber Pater. Okay. I'm assuming I'm gonna get some of this stuff from the fucking... From the dungeon that we're gonna do soon, so I'll be on the lookout for that. Yeah, get rid of that. I don't think anyone else got a super cool weapon, so. We also should go to a campfire just before we go back. We could probably hang out with someone else. Ulzebek. So the first owl we need Calaglia. I'm gonna go to Ganymede castle. And it's gonna be in the Lord's chamber. Just gonna have to walk there. Luckily, the enemies here ain't shit anymore, so we should be fine. There's also an elevator somewhere. Doesn't matter. Anything we're coming across will get absolutely destroyed. Hey, there are people in here.
Hey, Alfred. What do you think of that chick over there?
Doesn't look like she really works out.
I'm not talking about her muscles, you dummy!
I don't know. She doesn't seem pretty swole. Throne room. True Hoodle should.
I think Hoodle senses something.
Look at it.
Oh!
Battle Maiden Shield.
Oh!
What the fuck is that?
My word. This must be the work of Providence.
Prava what now?
It means destiny. I think it's a bit of an exaggeration, though.
Yeah, what the fuck is that? What do I do with this? Where's the Battle Maiden Shield? Is it just needed for its ultimate weapon? We'll figure it out. Next is on the Iglia Waste. Be around here. Okay. Shit. Let's run on through.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
There's an owl here. Come at me, dude. Level 9? What are you doing?
Right, here goes!
Watch this.
Take this!
All disasters, come forth, the helix of purity!
The heavens must be smiling.
You really shouldn't have showed up. Let's look around here. Throw some vines. Yeah, whatever, I'll bite you.
This will be a delicious piece of cake!
Barely a blip on our radar.
Useless slaughter.
Is this the barrier that's keeping the Zugolin that Nath mentioned?
Looks like it. Our Zugel pal should be on the other side.
This barrier is weird. It looks old and half-finished.
It's just a rock.
Plus, he said it was okay to break.
I mean, we won't need it anymore once the Zugel's gone, right? So what does it matter?
I knew you could just. I knew there were quick items for that. Okay. It says about where the owl was last time. Oh.
This will be a delicious piece of cake.
Flame inside me.
Air.
A comfortable win.
What was your plan? Here. Ooh, and a red chest. What we get? What we get? The vest of
My
secrets. Oh shit. Who wears vests?
Bert, this must be the work of Providence.
Prava what now?
It means destiny. I think it's a bit of an exaggeration, though.
Antique collector. Rohalim. Anyone that's like not completely finished that I could. Gotta get rid of it. There's that one. There we go. Spell canceller, and then for you, Alphen. I wouldn't have enough to be 1800. To finish off these two.
Look, Hoodle! One of your buddies!
I want to see what the fucking thing does. Vivid Spear. No, you didn't miss it. You didn't miss it. Vivid Spear. Rolling code spear, purpose of which is unknown. Rolling it creates a vacuum. No nearby object can escape. Best leave it be. What do they do? Alphen tried to confess his love, I think, and then she was like, no, don't say shit until we get rid of this. The broken machine gun. Cyslodia, Reveal Prison Tower, Hidden Chamber. Yeah, we thought they were gonna kiss, but they didn't. It's cooked, but it's okay. I'll survive our prison. Hidden Chamber. Okay, well, we'll figure out how to get there.
Hey, Rinwell, tell me about your parents. What were they like?
They were kind. That's the part I like to remember. They could also be strict, though, especially when it came to magic. I never understood why I had to work so hard to learn magic. Why we couldn't just be done with it and live openly like everyone else. Needless to say, that didn't go over well. Of course, if I'd had known that one day I'd be doing this, I would have taken my studies more seriously. What about your parents?
Same deal. Run through the mill. Told constantly that training was the only way to survive in a world like this. It got bad enough that I ended up running away and siding with the Renans of all people. And now, I've got that training to thank for being alive.
I know how that feels.
The first time we met, you risked using your magic to stop me from kicking my dad's ass. You could have done anything else. You could have ignored it. So, why?
Yeah, I guess something about Zephyr reminded me of my own father.
You don't say.
Like
So,
Law's weapons are popping
did
off.
your pops and mine look a lot like each other?
Not really. Not at all, in fact. I don't know how to explain it. I just felt a resemblance, I guess.
Wow. Well, I won't pretend I understand, but I'm glad. Your dad must have been a great guy.
He was.
Stormy weather.
Maybe it's the snow soaking up all the sound, but something about Cislodia always feels mysterious to me. Solemn, almost.
When it comes to solemnity, I'd say our own Altalina Palace is no slouch.
Oh yeah, they wouldn't have been here.
I won't argue with you there. Still, that azure tint of the shadows on the silvery white snow, it has a certain indescribable quality.
Indeed. It was boorish of me to even suggest such a comparison.
All I know is it's freaking cold. Still, more pleasant now that the locals aren't quite as frosty towards us.
Well, excuse me if I'm too frosty for your warm self.
Oh, come on! You know I didn't mean you. Besides, really, I'm the one who...
How about we stop getting hung up on the past for a change? Take what you've learned and put it to use in the future instead.
Yeah.
An unexamined past can be just as dangerous in its own right.
Better that than obsessing over it like a certain someone I know.
Kisara doesn't mince her words, does she?
I could say the same thing about one or two of the other women around here.
Tell me about it.
Women,
I
am
think
right?
I'll refrain from commenting on this one.
Smart move. Smart move. Okay, look, I gotta get this owl. We can talk about that one in a minute. Where's the hidden chamber? Head to the office. Collection room.
Hey, she's pretty cute.
Who are you looking at? Quit gawking and let's go.
Ow!
Ooh, black and white.
Hoodle, I've got some dried fish for you. You want some?
Forget that. Doesn't some tasty red meat sound better, boy?
Hey! Stop trying to coax him away with treats. Get your own adorable sidekick if you're so desperate for one.
He appears to enjoy being the center of attention.
Funny how things change. He and Rinwell used to be joined at the hip, or shoulder to talon.
It's not just Hoodle who's become more trusting. Isn't that so, Rinwell?
They do say pets and their owners act alike. I suppose since we've been together, I've done my share of coming out of my own shell too.
Well then, I guess with you and Hoodle, that makes us all one big happy family.
Sometimes when I'm deep in thought, Hoodle will come over and sit next to me. I only wish I could actually pet him.
Oh, you will someday. You won't believe how soft he is.
Wish I had that problem. I'm lucky if I can so much as look at old Featherbrain without him trying to claw me to ribbons.
Really? He seems tame enough around everyone else. Maybe it's just Hoodle's way of establishing dominance?
Damn.
That's dogs, not owls.
What's going on when Hoodle pecks at you?
I don't know. Like when I'm talking to Rinwell, it's like he's trying to muscle me out or something. Unless... Wait, you don't suppose I make him jealous?
Come again?
Oh, there he goes.
Get off of me, you insecure fluff ball!
I rather think they make a good comedic pairing.
Hello, owl.
Ooh, ooh.
Broken machine.
That
What do these things do for you?
treasure. What a sweet sounding ring it has.
These repel hordes of demon-like creatures. This firearm has taken great damage. Taking aim with it makes you want to yell. It's gonna rain lead. artifact? Okay, let's see. Used to repel hordes of demon-like creatures. Carry over equipment. Carry over records. Oh, that's from Katamari.
You really think so?
This stuff will help me with New Game Plus. I got my mic a little closer. What's next? Menancia Guard Room. Let's see how we're doing. Guard room's on the second floor. Yeah, right up top. We'll listen to more once we actually get to the owl. Speaking of which, field guide, activity. I don't think I have the rarest book yet.
Do you sense one of your friends, Hoodle?
Here he is.
Sure is good to be back in the pleasant climes of Menancia. Especially after the extremes.
Hold on. I can do this. Bring that up. Bring this down. And there we go. Continue talking, Shion.
Of some of the other regions we visited.
Definitely. Your country is beautiful.
You do me an honor. However, this place was never mine to own.
I didn't mean it that way. Though, I guess technically you weren't born here either. Native or not, that doesn't change the feelings you had for the place. If I were you, I'd try to take a little pride in people's compliments.
Allow myself to feel pride, huh? That sounds like no easy task.
Nothing sounds easy when you overthink things the way you do. It must be exhausting.
He's always worrying about something. It's probably what gives him his eye for detail. That's just the way he is.
Yeah, so we'd noticed.
Let's change the subject, shall we? It's a wonder so many things coincided to bring us here. Alphen's awakening, Shion's decision to revolt, the Danon uprising in Calaglia, the Crown Contest's final, sputtering throws.
Zephyr's being in the right place at the right time. The fact that you happened to be a lord just as this was all going on.
Yeah, a lot.
It's almost
a lot
as
of
if we were brought together by design. By someone who wanted to bring down the system.
No, enough Hand of Destiny talk. We did this on our own steam. It's our responsibility to see it through.
True.
Did Law just utter a pearl of wisdom?
I do think about things, you know. Just what do you take me for exactly?
Honestly, I always sort of pegged you as a likable dolt.
What the hell makes me a dolt, you dolt?
I mean, she did say he was a likable dolt, didn't she?
Let's refrain from poking this particular Zoogle any further. Some lessons just can't be taught.
Not to dolts, anyway.
Damn. Damn.
Hoo.
Ancient excavator.
Hoo.
I see you've got your relics all lined up again. What are you doing? Huh? They're so bright now.
Oh, it's you two. I was merely tending to my collection.
Okay.
Don't you think you've polished them enough by now?
You take better care of your relics than you do yourself.
I try to take good care of them. However, no matter how much work I put in, it refused to respond.
I thought you could hear their voices somehow.
I can, but that's all I can do with them. I can't actually engage in conversation with them.
Not yet.
Not yet.
What are they saying? Did they really want you to polish them that much?
You're right. I was so enraptured with them, I may have selfishly failed to consider their own wishes. I must open my mind and sincerely engage with them in earnest.
He never gets tired of his relics, does he?
Nope. It is interesting to look at them when they're all lined up together like this, though. Like how these two have similar designs. It makes me wonder if they were made in the same period.
An excellent observation. Yes, I too suspect they're somehow intimately
We'll talk about the
related as
artifacts
well.
in a second.
I don't see what you two are talking about at all.
What's this? Why, that smear wasn't there previously. Could it be responding to my voice at long last? It's rather viscous and has a distinct aroma to it.
Hoodle! These relics are no place for you to do your business.
Oh, God.
I'm serious! These are priceless pieces of history!
Who will show them the artifact?
Come on, Dohalim. Let's go wash your hands before you catch anything weird.
What a wonderful treasure this is.
Okay. Artifacts. We just got the ancient excavator. Carryover levels to New Game Plus. Okay, cool. So some of them are like this is obviously like the Soul Edge from Soul Calibur. I don't know what that is. That's Taiko, the fucking drum game. Glutton's Maze, Pac-Man. Don't know what the candles are. Don't know what this are, that's Katamari. These are just like crystals. But those are all cool.
Hey, Kisar!
Wait, before we do that, we need the Metal Miner's Cap, which will be in Other. Uninhabited Island. Okay, so we're gonna do those subquests before we do that.
What's your secret for putting up with Dohalim? I don't know how you managed to deal with him.
Secret? Oh, I don't think it's as difficult as all that, really.
Could have had me fooled. Anyone who waxes lyrical on the aesthetic qualities of cactus thorns is a step too far for me.
And those poetic flourishes he sneaks into regular conversation? How am I supposed to react?
He likes the sound of his own voice, that's for sure. I say let him have his fun. No need to try and understand anything he says.
Has he always been like that?
He didn't seem as on edge all the time back in Menancia. Though he was my superior back then. So who's to say what I didn't see?
True.
The Lord of Cislodia hid in plain sight while a crony posing as him carried out all his business. What if the Lord we met in Vicent was really...
An imposter? Dohalim? Hardly. Like it or not, that's him all right. In all his flamboyant, circumloquacious glory.
Circumloquacious, that's a word.
I'd like to see someone try to impersonate that on a daily basis.
Come to think of it, what with being a lord and all, he's probably never had anyone to speak to on an equal basis.
It wouldn't surprise me. Having you guys around, having a family in a way, must be what's helped him change.
A little heads up on some of his eccentricities would have been nice.
It's those eccentricities that make him who he is.
Okay. So next we have to go to an uninhabited island. In order to do that, we'll have to go to Gantaros and the seashore. Got attracted to this of them. cows here. Growing up, we can do that later. Let's move on. There's a lot of fucking. Whoop.
Oh?
I'm not drinking from it. There's something inside it though. A letter.
Right.
Letter in a bottle. Beyond the grave.
Okay, off we go.
No, dude, I'm looking for owls. Let's see. What did I want? Oh, yeah. Play records. How many of these have I gotten? 249. We're only like 50 away.
Hey, look at that
Well,
enemy.
from the ones that I have, not from the ones that I've watched.
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
Armor won't save you!
Into the shadows! Dance
Dragon
in the wind!
form! Talon
Breathe
Horn!
now. Let's see if it hides.
You're
Just
finished.
back it out again. Mega ray.
You're
Now,
mine.
insert.
Law, I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life.
Hey, Poodle's quivering. I think we're about to be real lucky.
So we want to go to the ship. Where do we find the ship at? Hold on. Take more of our ship to the uninhabited island. Where are those docks at? Is there a quest here? It's a palace. Where did we get on the boat from? Let's see. Let's talk to Mahavar.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Mountains and molehills. Go to the fishing spot? Is the fishing spot can reach to him? That's interesting.
I wonder what we'll find out there this time.
Most likely Zoogles, I would reckon.
I mean, other than them.
Isn't that Almadria's?
So this is where her ship drifted.
Then the one who wrote the letter is...
Alive, but badly wounded. I doubt many of the others have survived.
Probably
Let's
not.
survey the area.
How strong are these boars?
This will be a delicious piece of cake.
Dragon form!
Not that bad.
Vacuum blade!
Reload!
Burn
As impressive as always.
Stay resting. You gotta
Here I hope that was improved.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Xion actually look flustered.
do it. Dohalim.
All yours, Kisara.
Oh yeah.
Kick it. Lightning condemn. Thunderblade. Illuminate. Come
Easy.
forth. Holy glimmer.
Wow, look what I just found.
A campfire would be nice.
Out of my way. You're mine. Laser spear. Lightning thrust. I'm not done. Going in. Soaring light spear.
Insects should stay on the ground.
I'm not done.
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
You're mine.
We're getting there.
Pierce Evo.
No escape.
Freeze
Lightning thrust.
All disasters may
It's
war.
time.
Come forth. Healing of purity.
Strike. Not a chance. Soaring light spear.
We don't have firearms here on Dana.
I can show you mine if you like.
That would be really awesome, Xion.
Not
Nice.
today.
Do it. Astral energy.
Say no more.
Okay.
Onward and upward.
We should be able to cook here.
Good. Don't have anything worth selling. No one has anything that can craft above them. Let's rest.
This is such a beautiful island.
Yet it's just as full of Zoobles as everywhere else on Dana.
The fact there appears suggests people must have come here in the past, though.
The reason they're gone is simple.
So no,
The Renans put all of the Danans to work on the crown contest after they conquered the
it's new
planet.
because of the.
So there would have been nobody left to enjoy the view here after the Great Conquest.
I haven't missed that many
Once this
skits.
whole thing is over, we'll have to all come back here together so we can appreciate it. Did I say something? Kisara, let's talk for a bit.
Let's talk to Kisara.
I've been thinking about what we discussed earlier. His reasons might not have been pure, but in the end, Dohalim still made Elda Menancia a place where Danans and Renans can coexist. I thought everyone would welcome that change, with open arms. I took pride in what we had without putting in the work to truly solidify it. After so much failure,
Okay.
do you think I even have the right to pursue my ideals?
Absolutely.
It doesn't matter what I think. You've already found your answer, haven't you?
I know what I want to say, but I can't help but wonder if I'm being selfish.
Everybody makes mistakes in life, Kisara. Everybody. It's what you do afterwards that matters. But you already knew that, right?
Yeah. I won't look away from the world any longer. I'll do my best to confront reality, so that we don't lose anyone else, ever again. More to the point, Dohalim needs someone who can push him forward. I think we both get lost in our sorrow too easily when we focus on the past.
If we see that happening, we'll set him straight. Don't worry. We'll look out for both of you. I have to say, though, if you turned out this well modeling yourself after Miguel, he really must have been a great man.
Yeah.
What, you
Little
didn't believe me
foolish,
before?
but it's okay.
I'm pretty sure I've been going on about him since I joined up. If you need more convincing, I've got plenty more stories about him.
Maybe another time.
I'll take watch tonight. It's okay.
Good shit.
Before we go, do you guys have everything?
Cabbages.
An opponent like this should be easy.
A whirling circle. Far enough. Winds of heaven. Glacial spear.
Lord.
Here's the evil. Time to stop. I'll take out the legs with my shield.
You don't have to think too much about it.
Get in there with the others.
Soaring light spear.
Crescent moon. I'll stop its charge. Thanks, Kitara. Do it. Law. I'll stop your movement.
And now stop your life.
We won that by a mile.
Yeah.
I won't forgive you. You're mine. Raging cascades.
Be still.
Time to
Armor won't save you. Take this. The flame inside me. Chill.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
Easy.
Easy peasy. Ha hoodle.
Okay, so what's over here? Just more guys.
An opponent like this should be easy. Ignite!
This one's mine.
It's ready to go. Here I come.
Here I
Think
come.
we're not done.
Are those arms even natural?
Nope.
Do it. Sweet dreams.
Nope.
It's over.
You fight better at a distance.
The further away.
You and I both.
Didn't even break a sweat.
Red Jasmine. So you have to come up here and around. Just the one, huh?
Out of my way.
You're mine. There.
Hurricane strike.
You're finished.
By the power of
Take this.
These things really get on my nerves.
Dragon.
Going in.
Here I
What can they just sit right still?
Shia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said.
It's already done.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and
There's a
shiny
fishing spot
mood.
here, though. Come here, boys.
I'll do my best.
Here I come and face me. Ignite.
Switch to offense. Here.
Vacuum blades.
Mega ray. If it's in the sky, it's mine.
You fight better at a distance.
The further away, the better.
Hell yeah.
We won that by a mile.
You. Alright, let's make our way around. What the fuck is this?
It's you.
Oh, fuck it. Fuck this guy, dude.
Lord Tylerims.
I figured I'd find you here, Kelzelik.
You knew he'd be here?
The handwriting on the note was all too familiar to me.
Did you come all the way out here to mock me, or have you changed your mind about putting me to death?
I mean, I'll do it, for sure.
What if I had?
You have no right. You who abandoned your lordly duties and chose to fraternize with embeddeds of all people! And for what? How could someone as powerful as yourself turn your back upon the crown contest?
No, you don't know.
Not this again.
I ran from this once, but I must face it now. The crown contest was never for me. I apologize for dragging you along, but I do not regret my choice in the slightest.
Damn.
Listen to me, Kelzelik. People change. They can change given time, and regardless of their race. I know you're a capable man, You could do so much for others if you were so inclined.
Me?
Change your mind, you fucking
Impossible.
Robert Accutron looking
It's too late
motherfucker,
for
dude.
me. Death. Death closes in on me wherever I go.
What?
Oh shit! It's this thing.
That's Almetrius.
Is she alive too?
It's death.
Has this
Ooh, we might be fucked. But goddamn it, we'll try.
thing become even more ruthless?
There's nothing more fearsome than a wounded beast.
Especially without its master.
Well, I'm not leaving it to its own devices.
Actually, maybe better off with right here.
Thank you for all your help.
Please, don't mention it.
I'm glad to know someone's got my back.
I never miss.
Yours to be let free. It's over.
Take this. Reload. Lightning orb. Photon
You're finished.
purge malevolence. Arctic
Take this.
waterfall.
It's over. You're mine.
Thanks for the healing.
Watch yourself, okay?
Yeah, you too.
Dazzle.
Chinese supernova.
Here I come. No escape. Burn in hell. Now, while it's reeling.
Take it down.
Hell yeah, brother.
No escape. There.
In here.
It's over.
Flaming meteor.
Be still. Take this. Soaring light spear.
Armor won't save you.
All right, it's showtime.
Going in.
Razor cyclone.
She undying?
Vacuum blade. You're mine.
There you go. Don't let up.
I let my guard down.
You'll pay for that.
I'll bring you back from
Soaring light spear.
Celestial hammer.
Here I come.
I hope this medicine
Train
works.
harder.
You're mine.
Shield and
Vacuum blade. This
That'll
one's
bring
all
you down.
mine.
Hurricane strike. Raging cascade.
You're
All heal.
Take this. You're finished.
Come on.
Burn in hell.
Reload. In here. On guard.
Take this. No escape. It's over.
Lunar blast.
Swapping. Sword Rain Alpha.
What the fuck?
This should do it.
Come back.
Violent darting
Here I come. I'm not done.
Going in. Crossblade.
I only got one of those. So
All day. Flaming meteor.
everyone else will have to get the fucking single use treatment.
Vanquish
Guess I had to use it sometime.
Switch to offense.
This isn't gonna work. We're not gonna make it out of this.
No chance.
My turn. Take this.
Here I go. I won't give up.
An outstanding.
Oh, violent darting
I'm
wind.
not done.
Carve now.
It's over.
Oh,
Here I come.
crossblade. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. A whirling struggle.
Okay. Let's
Winds of heaven. First force.
Dragon Swarm. I owe you one. Dazzle.
You're
mine. You're finished.
Crossing. This
The
one's
flame
mine.
inside me. Yours will be
Tiger
let
blade.
free.
please.
Spear.
When they will break this fucking core. You know? When they all happen.
You're finished.
Will this help the flames
I'll
roar?
bring you down.
Hurricane strike. Here, let me help.
Down. You're on.
This is looking good. I'm not done. Vacuum blade.
Downfall. I'll heal you all.
Strike. You're finished.
I'll
smash you.
Healing circle.
That can't get out of this.
Raging Sheffield. Fierce evil. On guard.
Vacuum
Free
blade.
Lancer. Arctic waterfall.
Try harder. My turn.
Nice.
Freeze
No
Lancer.
escape.
Dance in the wind.
Great deep Not like this.
Stay away from my friends.
Raging storm. All right.
You're mine.
Heal prevention.
Not today.
Celestial hammer. Resuscitation.
Okay, just gotta stay alive until.
Train harder.
Strike.
Raging storm. Hang strike. Healing circle.
Thank you.
Tunnel.
Blaze on higher.
Flaming
Fuck.
Save you. Leave the charges to me. I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Yeah, we're not even halfway through.
Try harder. My turn. You're mine.
This can't be happening.
Cool.
Stay away from my.
A new lease on life.
You're mine. Vacuum blade. I'm not done. It's over.
This medicine
I'm not done. I'm not done. You're finished.
The doctor ordered.
Take this.
By the power of water.
Here I
An outstanding. I'll bring you back from death's abyss. Leave the charges to me.
Thanks.
I can feel the medicine working. Flaming meteor. Healing circle. Smart. Hear me. Glacial raging savior. Here's evil. A whirling storm. Winds of heaven.
I'm not done.
This
One day we'll break the cord.
You're finished.
I'm ready to go. Hold on to your art. The freer storm.
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying? Sleep now. This'll come in handy. I won't give up. Come on.
He's dead.
Shattering pieces. Attack time.
Kisara taking heavy damage. Break this. Hopefully. Nope. We did down it. We just staggered it.
Standing form. I'll take you all on.
Nice, 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 nice.
Ha! Flare Demolisher. Back into the fray.
Cool. Cool. Love that. Shion.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Target me, please.
I'm not done.
Okay. We're gonna need one of these bad boys.
Smart. Glacial spear. Here's evil.
Take this.
Freeze Lancer.
It's over.
Here, let me help. If it's in the sky, it's mine. This one's mine. Light up the dark.
Fuck.
Don't leave me. What the? That's better. Piercing.
Oh god.
Roar.
Life bottle. No.
I'm gonna need more of that medicine.
Flaming meteor.
Don't die, Kisara.
Take this.
Okay.
I owe you one. Strike.
Actually, don't worry about it, Kisara.
Take this.
Raging storm.
Oh, we might need that.
Shattering of pieces.
Dolphin is instantly dead.
Take this. I'm not done.
Medicine works as promised.
Lightning
You're
orb.
finished.
Light master energy.
Nothing
gets by me. Illuminate the dark. Shine forth. Holy glitter. Holy lamp.
A wall to shield from calamity.
Radiant
You're mine.
masters made
No
one.
escape.
Come forth and helix of fury. Lunar corruption. Lunar blast. Back into the fray. If it's in the sky, it's mine.
This is my fault. The fluidity of your movements is simply incredible.
I'll bring you back from
You may be strong, but I'll never back down. I'm not done.
Where are you going?
Nope, sorry, I never used spell. Shouldn't have done that. Yeah, let's let's use it for a second.
I've still got some fight left in me. Ready and rare. By the power of flame. Vanish without a field.
Resonate with
heal
the
you
aura.
all.
Dragon swarm. Onboarding. Coming through.
Okay.
Now.
Scarlet Outburst.
Scarlet Inferno.
Vanquish dark what my heart can do.
It's on.
We finally broke it.
This ends now.
Think?
I'm not done. You're finished. I'll smash you. You're my mercy. Try harder. My turn.
I'm in your deck, Tylerims. Then tonight's meal is on you. You got it. Know what to make.
I'm sure that does something.
This one's mine.
Everlasting shock. This should do it.
I couldn't make it in time.
Here, let me help.
Resuscitation.
Yeah. Tylerims can heal.
That's gonna smart.
Until then, I'm gonna hit another gel.
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with life. Resuscitation. Our arts are being interrupted. It's in your hands now.
What the fuck? Okay.
Out of the woods. It seems. From beyond.
Use an item. Use an item. Use an item. Stop. Life bottle.
I can feel the medicine working.
Bestow thy mystic mercy.
I'll be saving you. I won't give up. What would I do without you?
Cool. Cool. Xion, please come back. I'm waiting to use a treat. Xion! Please stop getting hit.
I'm not try harder. My turn. I'm not done.
Let us take from beyond.
It's over. This one's all mine. You're mine.
Let's just give you one of these bad boys.
I'm
nearly done for.
Really done for.
No. Can't end here.
Don't give up.
Sorry. Resuscitation.
I'm not done yet.
Bestow thy mystic mercy.
Take this. It's wide open.
Core break.
Is that a healing art? It is.
I owe you one.
I can't ignore your pain. I'll try to be more careful.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
I'll bring you back from
It
death
does nothing.
Strike. Back
No
your
dawn shall break this night. Shine, radiant light, force of regeneration.
Watch yourself. I sense incredible power.
Gemini off.
It's
What's he
on.
gonna do?
Where are you going? Here, let me help.
You're mine.
Let me show you what my
Not
arts can
today.
do. Shine.
Soaring blast. I can carve through armor.
Here's a healing art. First aid.
Fuck.
Elusive deity. Forgive me.
I'm gonna let it in here.
None shall eliminate my judgment.
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with life. Resuscitation.
Here, let me help.
I owe you in your debt.
Lightning orb.
Denied.
Lightning condensed.
It's over.
Thunder blade.
In a bind, I won't give up.
Illuminate the dark.
Bestow thy mystic
Holy
mercy.
land.
Try harder. My turn. My turn.
From beyond,
Better.
imbue. From
Try
beyond,
harder.
imbue this
You're
vanquished
mine.
soul
Ready
with
and
life.
raring.
Don't mind if I do.
I can
Not who I
carve
wanted.
through armor. Resuscitation.
Take this.
Bestow thy mystic
I
mercy.
can't lose. Thunder field.
Try harder. Beyond care.
Allow me to help.
Sorry.
Strike.
You must be tired of healing me. I'm merely doing what I can to help. Glad you're on us, Tylerims.
From beyond, imbue this
Healing
vanquished
circle.
soul
Soaring
with
light
life.
spear.
Resuscitation.
Lunar blast. Back into the fray. I've still got some fight left in me.
No escape.
Down on the crowd.
Here, let
You need pineapple gel?
me help.
There.
Fuck.
Primed and
Oh, yeah, I deserve that one.
Bloody
Xion, come back.
resonate with the earth. Stalagmite. Rending you up. Ready and ready.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss. I won't give up.
Okay. Let's see how it is.
Imbue this vanquished
let me
soul
help.
with life.
First aid.
Resuscitation.
Radiant.
Not done yet.
Alright.
I'll bring you back from depth abyss. Elusive deity. This one's mine.
You're finished.
Okay, now we can use a heavy treat.
Smart. Healing circle.
Thanks, Shion.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
This one's mine.
I am not beyond fury.
Here I come. No dragon swarm.
I'm going to use all the power of my healing arts to
Hey, Swirls.
down on the ground. Everlasting resurrection. Now you see what I can do. Behold,
There we go.
the earth pulse.
I'm not gonna do much, but they'll do something.
Tectonic vision. Benediction light.
We're almost done. I mean, we're doing our fuck. We want that again. Don't stand there. Please don't just stand there. Oh. Heavy treat. Yep. Trying to preserve the healing, but that's okay.
Not today.
Item. Pineapple gel. In shaping it pretty good. We got a pretty big lure dump. I entered the final area. I just need to finish the side quest, get the rest of the owls, and then I'll go back there and we'll finish it up. Right now I'm taking a bit more than I could chew in this side quest, but we'll make it work. We'll fucking make it work.
In a bind.
Sorry.
You do the same for me. You're finished. Holy land. None shall escape my judgment.
Awaken and wreak havoc. It's over.
I'll bring you back from depth abyss.
This one's all mine. Burn! Rending you apart. Take this. Bloody howling. Try harder.
Let's go, let's go.
A freezing storm.
It's over.
Spirits within the soil.
Here I come. Awaken and wreak.
Ready and rare. Firmament render. Armor won't save you. Take it.
Not much opportunity to use, you know, like my party members here as effective. Like, okay, I got hit. Let's go ahead and try to use this before I die.
Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Shine. A world of struggle.
Try harder.
Winds of heaven. Regenerate.
Struck.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Remove that again.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Focus your attack.
Core break. You stupid son of a bitch.
It's over.
By the power of flames. Take this. Celestial hammer. Ice prison.
Eagle Ray.
Explosive ring. Burning touch. Here goes.
It's too much. Okay, try harder. My turn. The flame inside me yearns to be let free. Eat dirt. Eating pile driver.
Resuscitation.
Enough done. Vacuum blade.
Let's do heavy treat. No, let's do pineapple gel. Get my CP back up. Since we're about to heal. Last health bar. Is that fire on our side? No idea. Nice. Everyone's dead. No, come after me. After me. Okay, yeah, now we should use heavy treat.
Vacuum blade.
Thank you.
Where are you going? Soaring blood.
Strike.
Searing flame.
We're not that far from the end.
Try harder. Now.
Here goes. Mega ray.
Now you see what I can do. Try harder.
No.
From beyond. Imbue this vanquished sword with vacuum blade! Burn! Here I come!
Smart.
Vacuum blade!
I'm almost impressed.
High praise coming from you.
I said almost. Don't get carried away.
Let's go, Dolim.
Radiant light! Out of the wood. I won't lose. Not now.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Thanks. Dolim, you gotta use your mystic art. Dolim, you gotta. He's not. I don't think he's even powered up anymore.
Now you see what I can do.
Sleep now. This'll come in handy.
That's sad. I tried to save you.
Where are you going?
Forgive me. Try harder. My turn. Blue escape.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
You're mine. Vacuum blade.
You get the jet.
Dragon form.
Damn.
Radiant light. Force of regeneration. Regenerate.
I'll bring you back from death's
Let us
I'll
take
bring
to
you
the
back
fray.
from death's abyss.
Yeah, back from death abyss.
Now or never.
Okay, Renol's gonna die.
You're mine. There.
Such unadulterated fury.
I won't give up.
You see what I can do. Show thy mystic mercy. From beyond. Take this.
Okay. Was he bringing back? Okay.
Imbue this vanquished sword with light. Resuscitation. No. It can't end here.
Yeah, it cannot end here. I'm back.
Try harder.
Yeah.
Here I come.
Yep.
No rest for the wicked.
Okay. We need Sean back at least.
I can't lose.
Rending you apart.
I can handle it.
Negative gate. You're mine. There.
Lightning orb. That move.
Here comes a big one. Try harder.
I'm just gonna dodge. It seems like the smart thing to do.
Soaring blast. Not today.
Got it.
Now you see what I
Now
can
that's
do.
it. If it's in the sky, it's mine. Field. Mega ray. Dance in the wind. Sleep now.
You require a hand.
My astral energy.
You're mine. Raging Luna Storm.
Freeze Lancer.
You're mine. Moon escape.
I was gonna say no one would die, but there goes Renwall. I'll just increase our CP.
It's over with life. Resuscitate. This should do it. Bestow thy mystic mercy.
Burning.
You're mine. There.
Thank you, Dohalim.
I only did what any other would.
I think you're nicer than you let on. Sleep now.
It's
I
over.
never miss. Ready.
Yeah, hit him with the magic Kazam.
See what I can. My turn.
Spirits within the soil.
Awaken and wreak hell.
All disasters made one.
Blue escape.
Feelings of purity.
Forgive me.
Try harder. My turn. Blue escape.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
It's over.
I'll bring you back from death's
Dragon
abyss.
form.
Explosive
ring.
My pride was my downfall.
Lunar corruption.
Allow me to help
Lunar
you.
blast. Raging cascade. Here.
No further.
Shit.
Field. I'm searing flame.
Okay. Life off.
You're bruised all over. Did you even notice?
So I got carried away.
Okay, bring him
I'm
back.
not always going to be around to heal you, you know.
Okay. Heavy treat.
That's gonna smart. I'm ready.
I'm gonna need more of that medicine.
All right.
Bring him back.
Lightning. Lightning condemned.
It's not over yet. God damn it. I'll use all my fucking items if I have to.
Rotating pile driver. Clear and dry. Armor won't save you.
You require a hand.
And this one's mine. Focus your attack.
You're mine. Vacuum blade. Burn. I'm ready.
Kisara! All yours, Kisara!
There we go. Woo! That was like a 45-minute fight.
There.
Would you
Jesus
come
Christ.
with us? We can take you someplace safe.
To where? Where could I possibly be safe from that?
We just killed it.
What are you talking about? We already took care of the monster.
No! Death is immortal by its very nature.
Okay,
Even
you
now
lost
it
it.
haunts me. It hounds me. The Silver Death curses me incessantly with its many faces, many voices. Don't follow me. Leave me be. Leave me alone. Ah!
What's happened to him?
Whatever it is, it seems we have read the situation wrong.
He spoke of a silver death. Do you think he could be referring to the people back in Vicente that he hollowed?
Could be.
He did
could
so
be.
at Almadria's urging. I'm sure that somewhere deep down, he felt guilt and remorse for what he did. It was easy to blame it all on Almadria while she was alive. But now that she's gone, he has no one left but himself to blame for his own misdeeds. He's alone with his guilt on this island.
But it sounds like he lacked the mental fortitude to endure it.
Makes sense. Sounds like just desserts to me.
Yeah, fuck
Almadria's
him.
monsters had nothing to do with it then.
So he was a Renan, yet he regretted his part in the Danan's persecution. And now he's beyond help.
Okay.
Should we really just wash our hands of him, though?
To be honest, it seems like he's punished himself far more than any punishment we could hope to mete out. Dohalim.
If I hadn't met all of you, No, even after that. If I hadn't accompanied you on this journey, it's entirely possible that might have been me.
True.
But you did. You're here with us now. And you didn't stumble upon redemption, Dohalim. This is the path you chose for yourself.
Yes, I suppose it is.
Quest complete.
I think Hoodle senses something. I feel stronger. I mean, a bit.
Good. We're counting on you, Rinwell.
On me? Well, I'll do my best.
Metal miner's cap.
I sense a strange power from this.
What did this give us? Carry over art proficiencies. Makes sense. Okay. Who's next? The trident. The Lord's Chamber.
Do you sense one of your friends, Hoodle?
This boy's big.
Who?
What a wonderful treasure this is.
Carry over skills. Save. All right, let's go talk to the Owl King.
I think Hoodle senses something.
Yeah, it's every other single owl here. Look at him. The fucking eye patch owl. Where's the other one? Oh, there he is. We did it. It's not how owls fly. Not in the slightest. Tuna Karain. Machine Beast statue. Owl King doll.
It's like we've assembled every single owl in Dana.
You know, looking at them all, I think we very well may have. Talk about a spectacular sight.
Yeah. His Majesty and Her Majesty both seem pleased as well.
When she's all alone, her thoughts drift to sad places. I did all this so that she could have lots of friends and live happily ever after.
Okay.
Hey, I get a little grumpy sometimes.
I'm interpreting for the owls, not talking about you.
Well, at least Hoodle isn't alone anymore, right?
True.
Right. Hey, Hoodle? Huh? Hoodle, I think you should stay.
He ain't staying.
If you keep traveling with us, it's going to be constant fighting, and you'll be put in a lot more danger. But this is a safe place, filled with lots of friends for you. Plus, you can learn lots of new stuff with friends. Just like all the new things I've gotten to learn since I met Alphen and everyone else. All I could teach you was to jump from twig to twig. But now look at you. You're soaring to new heights. You can go wherever you want on your own now. So, stay here and be with your friends, okay?
Yeah, he's really popping off with his weapon.
Are you sure about this?
Hey, I didn't mean for you to.
It's okay. I made up my mind. We stuck with each other for as long as we did because we had no one else to depend on. Now, it's for the best we stay among our own kind.
Well, that's kind of racist.
Take care of yourself, Hoodle.
He's not going anywhere. There he comes.
Hoodle, no! Your friends are that way! Why can't you understand?
I think he's trying to say, I don't abandon my friends.
Huh?
Hoodle has his own wings. If he wanted to leave, he could have left whenever he wanted to.
True.
He can come back to this place whenever he wants to. But right now, what he wants is to be with you.
It's true that his own kind is here, and he knows that. But he won't know if you'll always be around, Rinwell.
But, I mean...
I think he's asking you whether you really want him to go.
She doesn't.
No! Of course I don't really want him to go. Hoodle's the only family I have left.
Then it's settled.
Hoodle has a place to go home to whenever he wants, and that'll never change things between you.
Are you sure about this, Hoodle?
Okay.
Take care of our friend.
I pray your
How the
journey
owl
is a
grow a
safe one.
mustache?
Okay, enough already.
Thank you. Try to be nice to one another, your majesties.
Well, what's the answer?
Oh, well, yeah, of course.
Why wouldn't we?
Yeah. We'll both take care of each other.
I meant the owl's answer.
You guys just need to kiss.
Let's go, Hoodle.
Just get it over with. Owl homecoming. $1,500. Go ahead and clear this one out. $1,700. Maybe too much. Okay. We'll get that. We'll get that. $1,900. Go and do that. $13. Okay. Then Dohalim. Yeah, this should be good. Oh, we have some other stuff. Is it equipment? Tuna carines. Oh. So for the Danans or for the Associated? Not bad. Then we get the King Owl. Alright. Let's stop by a campfire somewhere. And then we shall be in our way.
You guys want to rest here?
Anything new? You need to buy. $17 of those. I think we're good on pineapple gels. Yeah.
You can never be too prepared. But did we have to spend so much?
We did. We did have to spend so much.
Why are you staring at me?
I could ask the same thing.
So this is how the Sovereign and Maiden are supposed to look. You two go great together.
Law, come stand between us.
Oh, sure. You want me to put something white on as well?
Of course she doesn't.
Take a closer look, Shion. It's a miracle.
What are you talking about?
This outfit, it's already got blue accents on it.
So I see.
Oh, Alpha. Oh, yeah.
This is perfect. I'll have everybody's mouths watering when they see.
Shion, could we talk a moment?
Let's talk to Shion. Can't. Probably
I'm looking forward to breakfast.
All right, let's go back to Rena.
Come on.
Throw a good save.
Come on, guys. We've got lots to do.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
I wonder what Helganquil civilization was like at its zenith.
I can imagine that'd be something you'd take an interest in.
There's no question it must have been advanced, like none either world has ever seen. We could surely stand to learn a thing or two from such a people.
I get that you're itching to delve into its history, but we've got bigger fish to fry right now.
We do.
Put a pin in it, and you can do all the research you want when you retire.
I can think of worse things than a retirement dedicated to research. As for whether Rena is amenable to an aging specimen...
It's a little early to be giving it serious thought just yet.
A man can dream, though. A man can dream.
Oh, we didn't say there's anything wrong with dreaming.
That's true.
In your case, Dohalim, dreams have a habit of spiraling into something else.
You'll need to stay with us for now, though. You're too helpful to let retire.
Why do I feel this is less of a compliment and more of an ultimatum?
It's because it is.
Just a friendly suggestion.
Okay. Portals that don't work. So only choice is this way. Blazing sword.
Looks like we've warped into that pit of astral energy.
Nothing to glean from this. Let's start getting materials, dude. Cool.
Helganquil. Guess they don't need their Red Woman disguises anymore.
Wait, can you understand us?
They're under control. They're not gonna speak to us.
It's no use. We're not going to get through to them.
So they really are being controlled. In that case, we've got no choice.
knew there was something off here.
They're not pulling punches. We have no choice but to beat them at their own game.
Your mom, try harder! Take it!
In a bind?
You got company!
Strike!
Leave the enemy's arts to me!
Okay, cool.
No complaints here!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here, let me help! Crescent move! First aid!
There!
Steel Mega Ray!
Here I come!
Mega Ray! In here!
Shattering the pieces!
Attack! There with the others! Annihilation! Permanent Ranger!
I'll smash you!
I'm ready! Hurricane Arrow Squall! This one's mine! That'll bring you down! Who wants to die next?
You're mine! Back to flame and sight! Not today! Back to flame! Is this it?
Don't give up! Dance in the wind!
Fuck.
Photon Blast! Do it! Hurricane Strike! Go for it! Prepare
Hell
to
yeah.
crumble! I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss! Lightning Orb! Dance in the wind!
No further!
Lightning!
Not done yet!
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish this. Hurricane Strike!
Take it!
Resurrection!
You're You're mine!
Arrow
No
Squall!
escape!
Falling
Now you see what I can do!
Astral
Nice.
Energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
Here I come!
Reload! This one's mine!
Back to
In
the
here!
blade!
I'll be soul an instant! Not this mug now! Do it! I can't imagine. This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Who the fuck said that? You're real sad,
Alphen.
huh?
I can't forgive them for what they've done, but I hate killing them. They don't even know why they're fighting. How does that even make them any different from the Danon slaves?
Perhaps. However, if we don't make a choice, the guilt of not doing anything will be that much worse.
True.
Yeah, I know. I hate for it to be like this. But if it happens again, you won't find me hesitating to act.
I wonder if we're going to get attacked again.
If we lose heart now, this whole mission is over. Yeah. Have to stay the course.
I thought there'd be more dirt and rocks and stuff underneath the hollowed ocean, but it's all artificial.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I would imagine they're remnants left behind by the Helganquil, seeing as there's little actual land remaining.
It's incredible. Do you think it stretches all the way down to the center of the planet?
Probably.
Hey, these guys built Lenegus, remember? He probably did this in a weekend.
If they had the power to create things like this, did they really only use those immense capabilities to serve the Great Spirit? Or rather, was that the only use the Great Spirit let them use their capabilities for?
Good question. Oh, Helgen.
We haven't seen anyone here except Helganquil. Looks like this place really is their home planet.
The true citizens of Rena. What a shame that they have become nothing more than puppets to the Great Spirit. To think of the promise their accomplishments once held. They had the potential to be great indeed.
Do you think we could have got along with them? You know, if we had met under different circumstances.
Probably.
Like
all of us, you mean? I suppose it's difficult to say for sure. We don't even know if they would see us as being on an equal level with them or not.
I think we may have had the chance once, before the Renan Great Spirit came along and changed everything.
Changed everything.
You and Alphen both share an optimism. A strong willingness to believe in hope.
Do you think that's foolish?
On the contrary, I should like to take a leaf from your book myself. In tragedy's aftermath, hope is all we have.
Fuck, dude.
Just look at the size of that thing. The Helganquil's technology certainly is
They really
impressive.
pile these things on.
And they don't seem to do things by halves either. In the past 300 years. No, even before that. Just how many people, Renan or Danon, do you think have ever seen this?
Probably not a
Regarding
lot.
the past 3 centuries, at least, I'd say there's a good chance that we're the first. Also, while I get that it's impressive and all, I'm just amazed you're still standing around gawping at it at a time like this. Sometimes I wonder about your priorities.
I can understand where he's coming from. More to the point, does anyone know where it leads?
What do you mean where it leads? To the center of the planet, of course.
And that doesn't strike you as sounding just a little bit, oh, I don't know, far? There has to be a quicker way to get there, right?
Yeah. With all this technology at their fingertips, it seems pretty unlikely that they'd make that kind of journey
It took
on
a
foot.
teleporter to get here in the first place, so...
There must be some kind of device somewhere. Let's see if we can figure out how to use it.
Borrow one of their contraptions? You're either brave or out of your mind.
Do you want
If
to
it
walk or
works
not,
for them,
Law?
there's no reason it wouldn't for us. Why make things harder for ourselves?
You know what he's like, Law. Once he gets an idea in his head, there's no talking him out of it.
Brace yourselves. This one's
None shall escape my judgment.
Here he comes.
I shall ensure you survive this.
Your reflexes will not serve you well here.
On your knees.
Prepare
to be seized.
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Eat this.
Yeah! And negatively to me! No further!
Strike!
Annihilation from Mega Ranger.
Take it!
The abyssal
Shattering
clear for us a
pieces!
path.
Attack time.
Take it! There!
By the power of lightning now.
Remove!
Astral
Let's kill him.
energy.
Say no more!
Got it!
Well done.
Take it!
Mega Ray. This one's
I
mine.
can carve through armor!
Gemini Optic. Where are you going? With astral energy.
It's
Dance
over.
in the wind.
Seismic rupture!
Air thrust. A whirling
You're mine!
Winds of heaven. Mega Ray. Force.
Try harder!
By the power of now.
No escape!
Mega Ray.
In a bind?
No.
You're
All
finished!
disasters made one. Come forth.
Sword Rain
and
Alpha!
fury.
Penumbra!
Mega Ray.
Resonate
now.
with the earth in an instant! Impact blow!
I must keep striving.
You can ease off yourself.
Pot calls the kettle black.
Good advice for all of us, to be honest.
Grape Joe. Free will.
I wonder how the Renans avoided being mind-controlled like the Helganquil. Do you think it might have something to do with the fact that they were originally Danans?
I'd say it's likely. Which is pretty ironic when you think about it.
Ironic?
The Renans have committed grave injustices against the Danans. But it was all of their own volition, not because they were being controlled. Now, it turns out they themselves were once Danans too.
Which must mean that the root of their evil isn't the Great Spirit, but something inherent in all of us. Our free will.
Now hang on, though. It was that same free will that allowed Shion and Dohalim to choose to fight alongside us.
True.
Without it, we wouldn't have been able to beat hatred and forge all those connections we've made. Free will is what saved us, right?
Law's entirely right. In any case, it certainly can't hurt to look on the bright side every now and then.
Yeah. Where there's hope, there's a way.
Good shit, Hoodle.
He said, without a doubt.
Alright, what's in here? Okay.
Is this a dead end?
It appears this whole room functions as an elevator. That apparatus there is likely what's used to control it.
This is dark energy flowing around. Searcher with sucks up damn natural energy. Oh.
What the? Where did they come from? Less worry, more action. Concentrate.
Shine. Radiant light. Shattering regeneration.
I've been generating
steel. Allow me to help you. Now you see what I can do.
Pesky airborne scoundrels. Sounds like a job for yours truly. Do it!
Victory is within reach.
Dig deep, and we can do this.
Trust is further, little one.
Fuck you, Hornet.
Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Nothing that'll bring you down.
You're mine!
I'm ready. Astral energy.
Say no more. Got it.
Well done.
No?
Burn in hell!
All disasters made one.
You're mine!
Vacuum blade. Now.
Great. Look sharp!
Hell yeah.
Lightning Tiger Blade!
Oh, violent
More
guardians.
Sukkos?
Keep calm and take them down.
Fuck you.
You're mine! I'm not done!
Take this!
Devastation! Here I come!
Do it! Astral energy!
Say no more!
Radiant line coming here!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Lightning thrust!
A freezing storm! Holy lance!
Burn!
Ice tornado!
You're mine!
Regeneration!
A freezing storm! If it's in the sky, it's
Allow me to
mine!
help.
Take this!
This one's mine! In here!
Allow me on your knees.
I'll be saving this one!
Sword Rain Alpha!
How often being interrupted you?
No escape! Vacuum Blade!
They smite with blackened
Cool.
Take this! Vacuum Blade! Stand!
I'm all stuffed up!
In the soil. Awaken and reach.
Sleep now!
This one's all
I'm going to
mine!
need to use my power of my
Not
healing
today!
to accomplish this.
Technique. How are your weapons holding up? Best not to give me any ideas.
As impressive as always.
Ah, here I hope that was improved.
No, I mean you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Xion actually look flustered.
No further! Yearns to be let free!
Mega Ray!
Spirit within the soil.
More?
Awaken and wreak havoc.
Wind astral energy! Lightning condense! Thunder blade!
Start mustering well.
Maybe my arcs do have a place in this world.
Sure, there's tons you can do.
I can't imagine what we do without you, Linwell.
Who, me?
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
There it is.
Dance in the wind!
Take this!
Where are you going? A whirling struggle. Lightning!
You're mine!
Winds of heaven!
Execution.
Firmament render! Flame of fury! Crystal spear! Pierce evil!
Armor won't save you.
Freeze laser! Now, Rigwell! Frozen!
Nice.
This one's all mine!
Raging cascade!
Not today!
Watson
Vacuum Blade!
Whirling struggle!
Sword Rain
Winds of
Alpha!
heaven! Demons descend!
Flashing fang.
Nice, nice, nice.
Glacial spear! Pierce evil! Render! Freeze lancer! Eat dirt! I never miss!
Never misses.
Within the soil. Awaken and wreak
Now!
havoc.
This ends
Okay,
now!
okay,
Consider
okay.
yourself finished!
There you go, Elton!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you!
Soaring Light Spear!
Snake of the abyssal
Raging
Blade!
cascade! Now!
Drum off! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! This one's all mine! Not today! Vacuum Blade! I'm ready!
There we go. Finally.
I still got a ways to go!
Even in such a harsh environment as this, there are still creatures here?
You think they're native to Rena? Or could they be Zoogles somehow?
Whatever they are, they're dangerous. Watch yourselves around them. You think that pit stretches all the way to Rena's core?
If that's true, then if we go down, we should find the Great Spirit at the bottom.
We could get there even...
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
I'll take you all off! Flaming Thrust!
Radiant fire! This one's mine! That'll bring you down!
That crossing is driving me mad.
I never miss.
Flying free. Why can't they just sit still? Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than
Now you
done.
see what I can do. Take this. Lunar Rondo. Rising Phoenix. Either way.
Here, let me help. First aid.
You picked the wrong fight. Dragon Swarm.
By the power of flame.
I'm ready.
Denied.
I owe you
Sorry. I didn't want to put you out.
What are friends for? We can't depend on one another.
You're right. I'll bear that in mind.
Far beyond the darkest skies.
It's on. Take this. Eat
Back into the fray. Feel. I never miss.
Here I come. Sword Rain.
Anything in armor is over. Well. Demons descend.
Nice.
Flashing Fang. My turn. Take this. Blood.
Here I go.
I can carve through armor. Bloody
You.
Can't be annihilation.
I'm ready.
Astral energy. Full throttle. Go. A flawless victory. Naturally.
There we go. Easy peasy.
So I still had room to grow.
There's a room in here and a ladder right there. There's gonna be a time.
Let's see what you've got.
Here I come.
Firmament
On the
render.
ground.
I shall ensure you survive this.
I'm not done.
Blood.
These ones can run rings around us.
Try harder.
Leave the chargers to me.
Mirage.
Prepare to be sealed, O fleet of foot. Actually, perhaps bound is more appropriate.
Let's talk in more duels.
Coming through.
Yeah, fuck them up.
Now.
Scarlet Inferno. And it's called Scarlet Outburst.
Can't get out of this. Take this.
Resurrection.
Thanks, Sia.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Shooting Star.
Take this.
We're still learning.
Save you.
I'm ready.
Law, get toasty.
Burn strike. We've got a chance. Soaring Spear. You're mine. Execute.
In the wind. By the
Nice.
do it. I'll be astral energy. Full throttle.
Take him down. Awesome, awesome.
Well, looky here.
There's a ladder there. Platinum chunk. What's in here though? Ooh, big zoogles. What a red chest, so kinda gotta do it. I have law, right? No law. Fucking
Little help.
Take this.
Everlasting
dark.
I'm not
Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
To be let free.
Two heads.
Burn in hell.
Not even fair. Supernova. This one's mine. Raging cascade.
Penumbra.
Can you require help? Prepare to be sealed, O fleet of foot. Actually, perhaps bound is more appropriate.
Let's talk in more doing.
It's
All
over.
right. It's showtime.
Raging Luna Storm.
I'm on
Take this.
Mega Ray.
I'm not done. Dazzle. Devastation. Rising Phoenix. You're mine.
Oh, violent darting wind.
I'm not done.
Pile driver. Sleep now. Relax.
okay, she on.
It's over. Dragon Swarm.
By the power of
I'll leave her alone.
Raging storm. Up and at 'em. Distance.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
Waterfall.
No dawn shall break this
Pieces. Attack time. I'm ready. Feel.
I can carve through armor. Captivity. You're mine. Penumbra.
Shadows.
Prepare to be
Lightning
sealed.
orb.
Thrust.
In a bind. Time.
Here I come.
Lunar corruption. Sleep now. Lunar blast.
It's over.
Mega ray. Annihilate. Freeze lancer.
Being interrupted.
You're mine.
Raging storm. Now.
Dueling in an instant.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Impact clock. We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Try harder! Not a chance! Let me free you!
Sleep now.
This one's all mine!
Bring you down. Let's get you all tucked away.
You picked the wrong fight! Mercy!
Raging Glacial Spear. Pierce evil. Ready to swim. What would I do?
Your death, Dohalim. Then tonight's meal is on you. Good God.
Dance on the wind! Vacuum blade! Rending you apart!
Okay.
Be still! Soaring light spear! Coming through!
Easy, easy, easy.
Now! Scarlet Inferno!
None shall escape my judgment.
The earth throbs in pain.
Meteor storm?
I've been hit with something! No further!
So even a masochist has his limit. No feeling so great. Another incantation ruined.
Not today! I'm ready! Chill!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alvin.
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you.
Dragon Swarm!
Dance in the wind.
Azure Storm!
In here.
I'm ready!
Vacuum blade! This one's got your name
Hell
on
yeah.
it.
Ashes to ashes!
Easy. Not even a sweat.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Canine
found-
vest.
Some equipment.
Let me take a look at it.
Let's go. Okay, nothing this way. That big motherfucker right here.
Gotta break through! Take this!
For China!
I never miss.
Time to cross blade!
In here.
Down on the ground! I have no limits! Be still! Soaring light spear! Coming through!
Easy, easy.
Now!
Thanks, Ribs.
Scarlet Inferno!
Will this
Take
help?
this!
Lion's Howl.
Here's the
Healing
struggle!
Healing
Try
circle.
harder!
We're interrupted. None shall escape my
Not
judgment.
today!
Keep healing.
Take this!
And just like that, I'm back in it. Start by holding the front line. No sooner said than done.
There you go. Don't let that go. Glacial Spear. Here's the
Lightning thrust! Soaring light spear! This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Good! I'll leave it to you!
You know, we've done some side quests in that, but now we're finally doing the in-game proper.
Anything in armor.
I'm gonna need some more CP.
It's all mine!
A whirling struggle. Power of flame.
Woohoo.
Wind to the first form.
Be still! Soaring light spear! Soaring light spear! Try harder! My turn! You picked the wrong fight!
It looks like you got this one covered.
Be still! Just face it! Mirage! No escape! Ah!
We're going again.
Be still! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Take this!
Glacial Spear. Here's evil. The flames will roar. Here, let me help.
Armor won't save you!
Thank you for all your help.
Please, don't mention it.
I'm glad to know someone
Not
else
good.
like that.
You saw it. Finish it off.
Dohalim, this one's got your name on it.
Ashes to ashes!
I feel the power flowing through me.
You'll be able to help even more people now.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I will.
These structures don't look like anything built by the Renans, or even what we saw in the Forbidden Zone.
Perhaps this is the true architectural style of the Helganquil. Or perhaps the opposite, given their situation.
You mean like
Nope.
how some places favor building stuff with stone, while others rely on wood?
That's an interesting way of looking at it. I'll have to inquire with Hevrect 35 about it sometime.
Dogs and bugs. And we could just like, could just not. There's a chest over there, so I might as well grab it. Why
Retreat
not?
if you know what's good for you.
This one's mine.
You're finished. Burn in hell.
You
In a
got
bind.
company. Healing fire. A whirling trouble.
Got fire.
I've got winds of hell.
Here I come. All yours. Last
Seal.
Leave the charges to me. I'll grind you into dust.
Sleep now.
Scoop back. Stand back. I'll trip it up. Stand in the wind. Reflect the light.
Do it.
Nice.
Commander of Heaven. Phoenix Cyclone. Marker.
I never miss.
No
A whirling
escape.
trouble.
Take this. I'm ready.
Doubling.
Light burst.
Dunk on him. Let's go.
You don't mess around. Go.
Certainly not. Here I come. Penumbra. Plasma shock. I'll smash you.
Tempest.
Elusive deity.
Lunar corruption.
Soaring
Now.
Look sharp. Lightning
Oh,
fire.
yeah?
You're mine. I'm not done. It's on.
Demon flame.
You picked the wrong fight.
Great needle. Do
You're
it.
mine.
What are you gonna do?
Go for it.
Prepare to crumble.
Hey, Poodle's quivering. I think we're about to be real lucky.
Yo, money. Let's keep the move on. Hello. Didn't want to fight you, but
Out of
okay.
our way.
You're mine.
Where are you going? Through all.
Negative there.
In here.
In a bind.
Get on in there.
Stay calm. I shall provide assistance. You're mine.
Arrow squall.
Be still.
Now for some
Regenerate. Here I come.
Another incantation ruin.
I'm gonna say stop.
Freeze head. Dance in the wind. Here's a healing art.
Pieces. You're mine. I can carve through walls. There. I'll grind you into dust. This one's all mine. Vacuum blades. Ignite.
I'll be saving
Sword
this
ring
one.
up. Dragon swarm. Coming through.
Let's go. Mystic art.
Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Here, let me help.
There.
Thanks. All right, it's
Your
showtime.
style is beautiful to observe.
You just walked in or what?
No,
Now.
I'm still in this.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
Okay, that's good. It's a quicker fight at least.
My exploits are bearing fruit.
We're leveling up. Oh. Not one of those guys. Red chest though.
Those thorns.
I'm not letting them get in our way.
Holy cloak. That is for Rinwell.
This looks nice and tough.
Okay, well, don't have much of a choice here. Let's use pineapple gel. 666, the demon number. Let's go in. Let's go in.
Out of our way.
You're mine. It's time.
I hate this fucking thing.
Bestow thy mystic mercy. Take this.
Will this help? Careful. It has some
There
kind
we
of
go.
camouflage. Healing circle. Air thrust.
Ready and
Lunar radiance. That'll bring you down.
Thanks, Shiro.
Be careful not to overdo it.
soaring blast.
I'll be saved in an instant.
Poison?
Stars of light.
Try harder. Burn in hell. Let me free you. Take this. Strike.
Gale force.
We're moving
Laser
back.
gaze.
Dragon swarm. Coming
Pull
through.
myself together.
Ha!
We got this team. We got this.
Scarlet Inferno. You're mine. Try harder. My turn.
Nice.
The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
My healing arts to accomplish this. Thunder field.
Raging Lunar.
I see you.
None shall escape
Take
my
this.
judgment.
Elusive deities. Can't get out of this.
Big waterfall.
Vacuum blade.
Field.
Azure Demon Rat. I'll smash you. Soaring. Try harder.
Radiant. May a thousand gales carry you to triumph.
You can start charging in a second now.
Heal.
spear.
Report over here. Oh,
Let me free you of your power. Yours to be let free.
fuck, too early.
Thanks, Kisara.
Another incantation.
Just watch out.
Not a chance. You're mine.
I never miss.
I'm pressing both at the same time.
Negative death.
I'm going to need spirits within the soil. Come forth, holy.
Luna Rondo.
The enemy wields on
We'll soon see
Shit.
about that.
Try harder.
throbs in pain.
Strike.
Take this!
It's over. Lightning thrust. Lightning Phoenix. Try harder. Not a chance.
A whirling struggle. Down on the ground. Winds are headed.
You'll find no mercy.
This one's all mine.
Seal. Let's get you up there.
Nothing gets by me.
Searing flame. Reload.
Divine
Mega ray. Let them mark.
Searing gale.
Annihilate. Now.
Kill him.
Frozen.
Hammer.
Easy.
We're still standing. Barely.
Back outside. Whew. Oh wait. Isn't there a crystal in that room? I probably should have grabbed that. Hope he's not back. That would really suck. Now we're good. Okay, let's keep moving. We got a long way to go.
Little help. Let me help. This one's mine.
There. Negative
Take
gate.
it. Arrow. Radiant pierce.
No escape. Devastation.
Let the marksman handle this.
It got fired.
I've got this. Here goes. Let a marksman handle
Here I
it.
come. All yours. Azure Storm.
Back into
Take
the
this.
astral energy.
Totally. In an
Yeah,
instant.
kill him.
Impact cross. We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Luna Rondo.
Air thrust.
No further.
Gravitas field. Illuminate the
one's all
stars. Come forth. Holy glitter.
Ignite.
Reload.
Let me see what I can do.
Holy light.
I'm ready.
Chimera astral energy.
Easy.
Go.
My turn. It's now or never. Soaring light
No
spear.
further.
They're not going anywhere. They're broken.
Captivity. Catapult. Searing gale.
Raging cascade.
Here I come. Now I can let loose. Dragon
Now.
Swarm.
All yours, Kisara.
And done. It's a lot to process.
I think I'm getting stronger.
We are leveling up pretty fast.
Hi, Hoodle.
Take this.
Hi, Hoodle.
Take this.
Oh, hide, Hoodle. I don't know how to teach you hide.
You're mine.
A spot of beast hunting, anyone?
No escape. Refill.
It's in the sky. Mine.
This is bad, right?
Yes, Alvin. Very bad.
I don't feel so good.
Air thrust. Mega ray.
Here I come. Lightning thrust.
A whirling struggle.
Phoenix.
Vanish. Winds are
It's
headed.
over.
First force.
Resonate with the earth.
Blended blast.
Seal. Let's get you all tucked away.
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah. In here.
To me. Take this.
Vacuum blade. Azure Storm.
Whirling struggle.
See what I can do.
Winds of heaven. First force. It looks like you got this one covered. Burning strike. Glacial spear.
Raging Luna Storm.
Sparking
Try harder. Not a chance. Lightning thrust. Luna Rondo. Soaring
I
light.
never
Everlasting
miss.
darkness.
They're just going off.
Negative
Everything's talking.
Glacial spear.
Burn it up. Grind you into dust.
A whirling struggle.
Lightning thrust.
Seismic rupture. No further.
Outstanding form. Thousand gales.
I'll face you.
I'm out of ammo.
Nice.
Benediction.
Dragon Swarm.
Heal. Now I can let loose.
Mega ray.
Our art is being interrupted.
Seal.
Demon Land.
This is
Sword Ray. Coming
through.
There we go. There we go.
Now, Scarlet Inferno.
Raging
Dragon
Storm!
armor won't save you.
Up and in! Let's go!
Captivity.
Celestial Hammer! I'm all stuck. There you go! Don't let up! That'll bring you down!
Yours to be let free.
Take this down.
The wrong fight.
There we go.
Clear for the power of water. Sword Rain Alpha. Vacuum blade. It's time. Strike.
Lunar Corruption!
Here I come.
Lunar
Green
Blast!
armor is all mine.
Let's get you all
Strike.
out the way.
I'm ready.
This one's got your name on it!
Kill
Action
him.
to action.
There we go.
Everyone's still in one piece?
You hope so. Blue chest. Heavy treat. We need those. Okay, we're gonna need one of these. Also, we need one of these. Put crystal in here too. And grab that hex breaker. Teleporter.
Discourteous, aren't you? Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
Here I come.
Burning Strike! Glacial Spear!
I can carve through armor. You're mine. Vacuum blade.
Serpent Knuckle!
You're mine. Soaring Light Spear. You're mine. Devastation. This one's all mine.
Eat this!
Ignite.
Inferno Punch!
Here I come.
Where are you going? Very well! Astral Energy! Full
Nice
throttle!
too.
A flawless victory! Naturally!
Easy.
I think I'm getting stronger.
Oh yeah? Think you could beat me at arm wrestling?
When have I not beaten you?
Right.
Damn.
I'll just go on ahead then.
So when have I not beaten you? Sovereign truth. It's a big ass floor. Anything in here? Nope. Oop. Computer screen. What we got? Full map of Rena with your current location. Looks like you're far below the surface. Good. Oh, that's one of these guys. Seems like he's blocking our path here. This is an optional route, so take care of this red chest first. Nice, nice, nice. It's a big room. Lucky
This'll make us-
Bengal. I didn't even bother with these. If anything, though, we need more health.
Even
Can we save in here? Yeah.
more formidable.
Hello.
Right, here goes.
Reflect on my by the power of war, 1,000 gales carry annihilation. As if the normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting enough.
Soaring light spear!
Reflect on
flame inside me!
by the power of war, death without a trace.
Here I come!
Raging cascade.
Catapult!
Dazzle!
Rising phoenix!
Eagle fist! I'll heal you all.
A thrilling performance. In a bind?
Healing circle!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
I have no limit!
Isn't the time?
I really don't.
Vacuum blade!
Showtime!
Azure storm!
Lunar Freeze Lander! It looks like you got this one covered.
Now, coming through! Ha!
You're not going anywhere, buddy.
Scarlet Inferno!
Oh,
Soaring light spear! Blue escape! You picked the wrong fight!
Here's a healing blaster!
Soaring light spear!
I can
carve through armor! Vacuum blade!
Nothing gets by me!
Raging Luna Storm!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Get out of
That's why she stopped it.
This will come in handy. There you go! Don't let up!
Another incantation.
Not a chance!
Where are you going?
Thank you! Burn it out!
Take
The fluidity of your movements is simply incredible.
Illuminate the dark! Do it! Come forth! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes.
Ashes to ashes.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Have to hurry before the bonus runs out. And we made it. Cool.
Hi, Hoodle!
And 3 of them.
Hear me! Dragon Fury! Nothing gets by me!
I hate these fucking rings.
He who prepares is free to regret.
Dragon Form!
Dance in the wind!
Azure Storm!
Air thrust!
Base blood.
Photon! Illuminate the dark! Magic is there! Holy Land! Do it!
No arts are being interrupted.
There! Still!
This ends
Cool.
now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Elfin!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you! A whirling circle!
Down on the ground!
A glance of heaven! Now! Astral energy!
Say no more!
Okay. Oh, he didn't have to use his over limit. That's cool.
I think I'm getting stronger.
We're going to have to go that way. Should be like a chest or something over here.
Damn it! An opponent
Lots
like
of
this
enemies.
should be
Take
easy.
Glacial Spear!
You're mine! Burn!
Freeze Lancer!
No dawn shall
Let
break
the
this
dawn!
night.
My arts can do! Dance in the wind!
Searing Gale! Penumbra!
A whirling
Got
circle!
fire!
This one, I've got this! Flames of heaven! Burst forth!
Vacuum! All yours!
Lightning!
Prepare to be
through
seized.
armor!
Actually, perhaps bound is more appropriate.
Dragon
Less
Form!
talking, more doing!
Vacuum blade!
Can you take it?
Azure Storm! Coming through!
Okay.
Now!
Just gonna go into the motion of the battle here.
Scarlet Inferno!
A scream bathed
Really.
in blood.
Sword Blade Alpha!
Bloody
Azure Pit on!
Negative hit. Can't get out of this.
Not today!
Down on the ground!
Sword Blade Alpha! Vacuum blade! Azure Storm! Climbing
Bathed in blood. Rending you a bloody
Take this!
spirits within the soil. Awakening
Sword Blade Alpha! Lunar Longo! Soaring Light Spear! You're my... We've turned the tables on it. In an instant!
Yeah, fuck that bug off.
We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Soaring Light Spear!
Take this.
Go ahead and break it.
Can you take it?
Soaring Light Spear!
Down on the ground! Air thrust!
You're mine!
A whirling bring you down! Winds of heaven!
Get out of the air.
Easter! Zero!
Nice combo.
Not a chance. Dragon Swarm! I can carve through armor!
Lunar corruption!
Awaken and wreak Dragon
Astral energy!
Full energy.
Well done! Pierce evil!
Dreams here.
Freeze Lancer!
Soaring Light Spear!
Do it!
Look sharp!
And done. Finally.
Looks like it could be worth something.
Very killing else here. Max HP. So you get a Shion. Raises penetration. Resistance. Just give it to me. Oh, cool, another one. Okay, this we're fighting one another.
Here, let me
You're
help!
mine! It can hide itself? Amazing! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Burn in hell! You're mine!
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Dragon Swarm!
Primed and ready!
Sleep now.
By the power of flame! Where are you going?
You're mine!
Tempest
Escape!
There's a lot going on.
Dragon Swarm!
Holy Land!
There! Captivity!
Lightning condemned!
Anything in armor is all mine!
The dark! Come forth! Holy Land!
Who's in charge?
Here's a healing arc! Arcade waterfall! Freeze!
Reporting?
Lunar corruption! By the power of water! Searing flame! Relay! Lightning condemned!
Thank you for the healing, Dohalim.
Our comrades need our abilities to survive.
Right. No one is dying on our watch. Stop its charge! Thanks, Kisara!
Seismic rupture!
That'll bring you down!
Fuck him up.
Rain down! First aid! Thanks so much!
Free you of your power.
Here I go!
Paralyzed. Cool.
Thank you.
Can't get out of this! Here I come! I can carve through armor!
Pick him up.
Take this!
Winds of heaven!
An astral art?
No.
My cue!
You don't get
Shut
that
him
one.
down!
Explosion!
You're mine!
Fury!
Flaming thrust!
Glacial spear!
I'm nearly done for. Here I come! Dragon Swarm!
Now!
Doubly!
There we go.
Impact Cross!
Impact Cross.
We're a pretty lethal combination, aren't we?
What can I say? I had a good partner.
Okay, this is also progression. Let's go ahead and fight this motherfucker, dude. Let's go ahead and kill this man. Let's start with this. Seems like you need it.
Maybe show Kisara a little kindness, huh?
She is strong. She can handle it.
You can be really dense, Dohalim.
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah! And pummeling to me!
Speaking of pummeling, go ahead and hit him. Oh,
Take this! Azure Storm!
Mega Ray! Let's get you up!
Try harder! My turn! Azure Storm! Vacuum Blade! Coming through!
there we go.
Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Nice, nice.
Here I come! No further!
Radiant Pierce!
Take this! Vacuum Blade! Begin! Not today! Dance on the wind! Here I come!
The fluidity of your movements is simply incredible.
I'm not done!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth, holy flame! That'll bring you down!
Do you require a hand?
Can you try harder? Not a chance! No, it's tempting! Catapult! Blast the dark! Down on the ground.
In here.
Searing gale.
Rotating firefly. By the power
Try
of
harder.
flame.
Now.
Benediction
Take this.
light.
No further. Try harder. Now.
Nope.
You're mine. Ignite.
Explosion.
Now you see what I can do. Tornado
See, I'll
glide.
heal you all.
Can you take it? It's hurt.
Nope.
Back to the free you of your power.
I'm going to need to use all the...
Coming through.
Instacart.
Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Oh,
Woo.
violet darting wind. Carve
You're
now.
mine.
Sleep now.
Another
incantation ruined. I'm all stuck. Magic is
Soaring light spear.
Let the marksman handle this. That'll bring you down.
Vacuum blade.
Anything in order is all mine.
Just gotta hit him.
Kisara, all yours, Kisara.
Okay.
We won.
Dragon blood. Never expect to find that here. Fuck you. Who's this gonna be for? Rare plate. Sounds like this for Alpha. No.
Like some solid equipment.
Okay, whose dog is this? Just fought one of these fuckers, dude.
Little help.
What in the world? Dohalim. I'm all right. I'm still standing. Ignite.
Get on in there with the others. A freezing
You're mine.
storm.
In a bind. I'm not
Too
done.
much to handle.
It's over. Vacuum blade.
There we go, Shion.
Die. Consuming wildfire.
Hell yeah.
Armor won't save you.
Illuminate the carpet.
It's over.
Annihilation.
Down on the ground.
Finish without a trace.
Plasma shock.
Illuminate the dark. Come forth.
Searing gale.
Our arms are being
interrupted.
A whirling trouble.
He who prepares.
Winds of heaven in the sky. It's mine.
Let us take to the fray.
Here I come. Catapult. Where are you going? Here.
No, there he goes.
Radiant light. Flaming breath of regeneration. Regeneration. You're mine. No escape. Behold.
Nice, nice.
The earth holds.
So we're getting tired of fighting these damn dogs.
A scream bathed in blood. Rending you apart. In a bind. Vacuum blade.
Raging cascade.
Burn in hell.
Take a break.
Seal.
Pineapple gel.
Get on in there with the others. One more.
I'm not done. I'll smash you. I'll grind you into blade.
There you go. Don't let up. In here. Annihilation.
Rotating pile driver. No escape. There.
Holy land. And ignite. Radiant light. Searing flame. Reload. Stars of light. Rain down and pure. That one's mine. That'll bring you down.
Scream bathed in blood. Rending you apart.
Another incantation ruined.
Another incantation ruined.
A whirling trouble.
You hate to see it.
Winds of heaven. First storm.
Ignite.
Firmament
Take a
render.
break.
I'll freezing storm. I'll face you. Blade.
Arrow squall.
Dazzle. Soaring light spear.
Amazing.
Elusive deity.
Okay, okay.
You're mine. Take from not done.
Glacial spear. Pierce the evil.
Dragon form.
Raging storm.
Down on the ground.
A whirling struggle.
Where are you going with that?
Corruption. Winds of heaven.
Come on, dunk, dunk, dunk.
This one's
Nope.
got your name on it.
Ashes to
I
ashes.
always do this one.
So I still had room to grow.
No, map. Okay. Anything cool over here? What we got? Hex breakers. Fuck, dude. Another one? Can I walk past it? I'm not really trying to... Really not trying to fight another one of these damn things. I'll tell you that. Cool. Together, huh?
I need something to eat.
We do. Go this way, though. Oh, would you look at that?
What's with that shining foe over there?
What's in here? The red chest back there? There is. Ooh.
Oh, this one will be difficult to predict.
I don't care.
Our arts are being interrupted.
To be let free.
By the power of flame!
Take this!
Flying freak! I'm like if they just sit still!
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
Very
Do it! Astral energy!
Say
I
no
get some
more.
damage off.
Well done!
Thank you. The flame inside me yearns to be let free. Take this! There! Devastation!
Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
I have no limits. Vacuum blade!
Illuminate the dark!
Coming through! Ha!
Okay.
Scarlet Inferno!
Gamer focused.
Vacuum blade!
Arrow ball!
Ready for attack! Soaring light spear! Vacuum blade! Here I come! I'm not done!
Resonate with the earth! Stalagmite! If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Here I
This
come!
guy's mine.
Masterful the flame inside me yearns to be let free! This one keeps charging us! In an instant! Impact Claw!
We work well together. Like a finely timed roll.
Coming through! Ha! Now!
How many more mantises will I have to
Scarlet
fight?
Inferno!
Let me show you what my art can
Take
do!
this!
Rising
Eat your
sun!
heel!
Resurrection in the wind!
No further!
Feel
Plasma
laser field!
shock!
Pierce evil!
Seismic rupture!
Drop lumber! A freezing
Plasma
storm!
shock!
Alright!
Try harder! Take this!
Raging storm! Here goes instant! Go down! Puddle!
Plasma shock!
Illuminate the dark! Magic is there!
Regenerate! Searing gale!
Allow me to help. Another incantation ruined.
I'll smash you!
Back into the fray!
I just need
Take this! Very
That'll bring you down!
When you're dead, Silverine. Then tonight's meal is on you.
You got it.
Blue escape!
Take this!
There you go! Don't let up!
You'll find no mercy.
Alright, Doholim.
Healing art!
Take care of him.
Shall not be forgotten.
Illuminate the dark! Denied! Holy blizzard! Annihilate!
Here I come!
Holy radiant flood! Here! Can't be stopped!
There we go, baby. Let's get it.
Tectonic vision!
Captivity! Vacuum blade!
No further!
This one's all mine!
Raging storm!
This isn't looking good! You're mine!
Begin! Now!
Dohalim! In an instant!
Yeah, let's take him out.
Impact Claw!
Easy peasy.
I need to be stronger.
Elemental cape. Alright. Let's heavy treat her up. I just wanted to fight a big monster and the fucking Hell
I
Again.
won't forgive you.
Ignite! I'll take you all off! Here I can carve through armor! Soaring ground!
By the power of water!
Vacuum blade!
Let them mark down! Handle this.
Transform! Tornado drive! Coming through!
Coming through.
Now! Scarlet Inferno!
By the power of
Take this with you!
I never miss!
Shine! Radiant light!
Magic
Full
Inferno!
regeneration!
Sleep now!
I'm not done!
Inferno crossing!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing word.
Now or never! I could do without this pain! No further!
Ready and rare! Now where was I?
Flaming meteor!
Radiant ball here!
There!
Oh, violent
I can carve through armor! You're mine! Azure Stone!
None shall escape my
Sword
judgment!
Alpha!
A whirling storm!
Here I come!
Wings of heaven! First forth! Radiant pierce! I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing.
Coming through!
Fuck you.
Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here, let me help!
Here I come!
In
Sword
here!
Alpha! It's on! My turn!
Get on in there with me!
Eat dirt!
I'm right!
You're mine! There!
Tempest whirl!
Where are you going?
Where are you going? All right.
I'm not done!
It's
You're
showtime!
finished!
Lightning to death!
Prepare to be seen! You're mine!
Denied!
Really?
I will heal you all!
That's fucking stupid.
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing
I can carve through armor! Here I come! Try harder! My turn!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Ah, right.
How do you like being pounded into shape? Lunar corruption!
You picked the wrong fight!
Lunar blast! Watch and weep!
Hit him with the moves, Kisara. Hit him with the moves.
Dragon form! Try harder! None!
I'll take you
There
all
we
on.
go. Let's get it.
Ha! Flare the Malika!
Amazing.
Here he comes.
Try harder! No escape!
Where are you going? Shattering the
Okay.
Attack time! Here, let
So
me help.
tired.
All that running around is catching up with you.
Do it again.
No, I
Vacuum blade!
don't think that's it.
Lunar corruption! Ready to go! Lunar blast! I'm all stopped up! Annihilation! I'll take
Here,
you all
do it again. Hell yeah.
Ha! Flare the Malika! Here's a healing arc! Now! Frozen!
Hammer. Jesus, fuck, dude.
We're still standing.
That's true. Apple.
Barely.
Oh. Okay. This is a boss fight, huh? This we've gone through a lot. It's not over yet. I know what we're fighting. Ugh.
What do you think this place was for?
Oh, those Rens?
What the hell? Are they asleep?
They making them?
No. They appear to be well preserved. However, they are all dead.
Damn.
Dead? So this is a mass grave?
Looks that way. However, none of them appear to be Helganquil.
Bear in mind that Renans were originally Danans, who were remade and sent to live on Lenegis. Knowing
be the
that,
original bodies?
they would have needed a place to perform the procedure
Or
somewhere.
just other creations.
And that place is here, I assume.
So what you're saying is that all of these are Danon, or rather, Renin bodies?
Most likely, yes. It must have been abandoned for one reason or another.
There are so many of them. They were all taken away, but never given the chance to wake.
Oof. Checking Discord. Okay. What are we fighting in here? Oh, okay. Whatever the fuck that is. Lots of orange glowy parts though.
What is that thing?
Something we have to fight if we want to get across, it seems.
I don't like the look of
Be
this
careful! It's huge!
thing. I don't like that it's jiggling. Is it cold?
What is with all the huge
Okay, so there's only really...
furry beasts lately?
It's no ordinary zoo. That much is damn sure.
Watch yourself. All bets are off when it comes to this.
Okay, I guess we just fight it.
Escape! Take this! Devastation! This one's all mine! Down on the ground! Elusive deity! Ignite! Eagle ray!
Glacial storm!
Blast you!
Everyone's just hitting
Head
everything.
is weak point. We'll need to bring it down somehow to hit it.
In that case, let's start with the one in the middle.
Let the
Take
marksman
this!
handle Holy Lance! By the power of
Vacuum
flame!
blade!
Vanish without a trace!
Raging Luna Storm!
I never miss! Hit!
You're mine! Dazzle!
Down on the ground! Take this! Lightning!
Begin!
Downfall! Illuminate the dark!
My
Come
turn!
forth, holy
Nice.
glimmer!
No escape! It's over!
Holy Lance! Here's the
Devastation!
healing art!
Down on the ground! Flame inside me
First aid!
yearns to be let free! Here I
Ready and
come!
back into the fray!
Soaring light
Down
spear!
forth!
You a pop! Bloody howling! Take this!
Mega ray! Oh, by the
Negative gate! Dazzle!
Outstanding form!
Phoenix!
In here!
Bloody
Oh,
howling!
maybe this one! Radiant
Now you see what I can do.
Nice lift.
There!
That's on me.
Luna Rondo! Devastation!
One more time!
Take this.
Illuminate the dark! If it's in the sky, it's love!
Raging
Holy
Luna
Lord!
Storm!
Fire complete focus!
Take
Almost
this!
died.
I never miss!
Luna Rondo! Blade!
Here, let me help! First aid!
Execution!
Gemini Aqua!
What are we doing there? Not a fan.
Inside me yearns to be let free!
I'll be saving this
Shows I'm missing
Shattering
mercy!
eruption!
Pieces. Attack!
Sorry. I didn't want to bug you out.
What our friends for, we can't depend on one another.
You're right. I'll bear that in mind.
The fluidity of your movements is simply incredible.
Winds of heaven! Take
Take this!
No
Now you see what I can do.
No further!
Mega ray! Annihilate astral energies!
Not a chance!
Nice.
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Escape!
Luna
Begin!
Blast!
Soaring light spear!
Deity.
Luna Rondo!
Render!
Soaring light spear!
Glacial spear! Pierce the evil!
Elusive deity.
Slowing you down!
You picked the wrong fight!
Vanquish darkness!
Here I come!
Lunar corruption!
Resonate with the earth.
Gemini Aqua!
Nice.
You're mine!
Amazing! Glacial spear! Pierce the evil!
Light spear!
Dual! Astral energy!
Yeah, hell yeah.
You're mine!
Power and flame!
Here I come!
Now you see what I can do.
This'll come in handy!
Snake of the abyssal.
Raging explosion! Alright! It's showtime!
Soaring light spear!
Glacial spear! Pierce the evil!
No further.
Raging cascade! Freeze lancer field!
Seismic
This'll
rupture.
come in handy!
Dance on the wind.
Into the shadows!
You're mine!
Thought I dodged, but I didn't.
You picked the wrong incredible power.
Where are you going? Sleep now.
Doing something with his head. I'm not a fan of. What are we doing? Fucking cut it out.
Not further. Now I can let loose. Take it. Here comes the big one. Bloody howling. Searing gale.
Here, let me help. Dance in the wind.
I owe you one. Here I come.
This one's mine.
Easy.
You're finished. Resonate with the earth.
Your natural defenses are fading. I'm a sitting duck.
Retreat from this battle.
Retreat? I would never. I'll cover you.
Of regeneration. Not today. Thanks. Take this.
Glacial spear. Fierce evil.
This has a most
Now you see what I can do. I'll fix you up.
Thank you for the healing, Dohuli.
Our comrades need our ability to survive.
Right. No one's dying on our watch.
Be still. We can't get out of this.
Evil.
Strike. Soaring light spear.
Okay.
It's over.
Here, let me help.
First aid. Clear for us a path.
I'm almost in path.
High praise coming from you.
I said almost. Don't get carried away. That'll bring you down.
That'll bring you down.
Ignite.
There we go. That'll knock it down forever. Come on down, buddy.
May a thousand gales carry you to play. Show you what my heart can do. Gusty gale. Done.
Searing gale.
There you go. Don't let up.
Resonate with the earth. Stalagmite.
Soaring light spear. In here. Now.
Dunk, dunk.
This one's
Nope.
got your name on it.
God damn it.
To action.
Easy. Fight's over.
The hell was that thing?
Probably something that was made here and somehow managed to survive, even after all this time. Not that there's any way of knowing now.
What's wrong?
Oh, I just suddenly found myself contemplating what might have happened to the sovereigns that were meant to emerge from the crown contests.
That's a good question.
What do you mean? You see, the winners of the past crown contests were all strong astral arts practitioners. Furthermore, that enemy we just fought appeared to be composed of several human bodies.
Oh no.
It was certainly nothing one would find in nature.
Don't say that.
You're saying those were the remains of the winners? That they forgot who they once were?
That's fucked up.
I'm merely saying it's a possibility.
That's absolutely gruesome. How long had the Helganquil been at this?
It was Rena's great spirit that made them do all of this. Anything to get its astral energy.
Astral energy.
We're not gonna jump down, right?
I certainly hope not.
After hearing Dohalim's suggestion, I'm honestly not sure what to say.
I assure you all, I was merely stating the possibility.
Before we move on.
So, looks like the Helganquil have been engineering Zeugles too. Why doesn't that surprise me at this point?
They kind of been behind a lot of
The
stuff.
creatures we've been encountering here have been a little different to what we're used to fighting. But I'm pretty sure they're Zeugles too.
Do you think they were engineered using creatures native to the area?
Indeed. However, based on the current circumstances, I would guess these Zeugles are all that's left of the planet's fauna now.
Probably.
You mean there might have been native owl species here once upon a time too?
Oh, there's a door. When we get to the next teleport point. No, probably here. Where are we going? Inversion room. Tarfall, Garai.
We're back in that other room? Did the teleporter fail or something?
Something feels off about it.
Look! Everything's upside down!
The furnishings are, at least. No, you're right. The whole room's flipped on its head.
So what was once down is now up, and vice versa. I suppose the teleporter reversed our orientation then.
Let's go to an end. And then come back.
We've reached our destination.
Okay. Buy 5 of those. Eight of those. And those should be fine. Oh, no. Wait, what weapon am I using? You need dark tree blood. Okay, okay.
I always love the sound of hammers banging.
Hell yeah! There's no...
Okay. Back to Rena. Save.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Let's keep it moving. Hell yeah. What's over here? Nothing. Inside. Okay. Let's keep it moving. Whew.
I guess this is the flip side of that pathway we were walking on just a little while ago.
What does that mean?
This is crazy. Who knew such amazing technology existed?
Everything's topsy-turvy and that's all you can think about?
Bear in mind, the core of Rena now sits above us. I pray that we won't encounter many stairs along the way.
That looks like he's gonna have dark tree blood. Hello, brother. Astral doubt.
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
I need something.
You need to be healed.
How the mighty have fallen.
This is gonna need all of us together.
You must be tired of killing me. I'm merely doing what I can to help. A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
In the sky,
No.
outstanding form. Celestial Freeze Lancer.
Bestow thy mystic
Maybe show Kisara a little finest, huh?
She is strong. She can handle herself.
You
Thank
can
you for the
be
core break.
really dense, though, Helene.
Here I come! Not today! Captivity! Take it! Soaring red spear! Armor won't save you! Dance on the wind! You're
A thrilling performance.
By the power of water! Everlasting darkness! Negative gate! It's time! No further!
Take it! Raging gusting!
You're mine! Awaken and wreak
By
havoc!
the power of flame! Winds of heaven!
Here I come!
Force!
Flaming thrust!
In here!
Here I come! Vacuum blade! Azure
Fluidity of your movements are simply incredible.
Ready to go! Burn in hell!
Nice.
Evil rage! Here I come! Flaming thrust! Elusive deity! Soaring light spear!
He has Dark Tree, but I'm going back to make weapons. Whoa!
On your coming through!
Nice core break in the Mystic Art.
Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Benediction light.
I'm not. I'll smash you! Heal! My Chisara! Commander of Heavens! Phoenix Cyclone!
Easy.
I know fine weapon
Curse
material when I
claw.
see it.
Really? Okay. Actually, I might just go ahead and go back. Let me see if that meant anything. Nope. Starships. Back to Nia's.
Looks like we made it.
Sacred Karma. Gloaming crystal, mucus sac, dragon scale, dark tree blood, iron pipe, ominous eyeball, cursed claw, blistering fang, statue heart, gloaming crystal. Okay.
I'm impressed how well balanced this thing is.
Okay, back to it. Lower level 1.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
I know, Isengard starship fuel for a singular weapon. I'm sure he'll be back. It's not. Poggers. Poggers. Red boy's gonna show up? Oh, thorns.
What are those? They look like Shion's thorns, and with flowers too.
Not real ones, though. They're just like that flower growing out of Rena.
We must be getting close to the Great Spirit now.
Hey, Rinwell, what was that thing you said about how a little bit of Dana's Great Spirit is inside all of us?
Right. That's why Dana's Great Spirit is so much more diluted. Weak, even. Whether it was a choice so it didn't overpower others, or just the way it is anyone's guess.
If that's true, then wouldn't it mean Dana's will could never form under natural conditions?
Probably not.
Yeah, sounds like that's probably the case.
So if Dana exists within all of us, then what if something occurred that brought everyone's hearts and minds together as one? That unity could potentially act as Dana's will.
You mean if everybody was, like, thinking the exact same thing at the exact same time? Come on, there's no way we could pull that off.
We're gonna channel a spirit
I
bomb?
know it's a long shot, but it might work.
Let's assume that's even possible for a second. Would it even be enough to fight back against Rena's great spirit?
If nothing else, it might be an option if we can't use the Renasalma.
Things are different here than on the surface.
That shows how deeply we've ventured into Rena.
And how close we've come to the real enemy.
No, fuck those guys.
So here's a question. We came all this way to Rena on the assumption the Renasalma's here, right?
Yeah?
Don't say it, Law.
Yeah, but I'm just saying...
I said don't.
Ooh. Don't want to get on Hulu's bad side.
I can understand why you might be concerned, Law. But you need to remember that there are people it affects more directly than you.
Oh, sorry.
We've managed to make it this far believing. Losing faith now won't do us any good. We're better off focusing our anxiety elsewhere.
Such as?
The Great Spirit. If Hevrect 35's to be believed, our enemy won't just be handing over the Renas Alma to us. At least, not without a fight.
Not only that, but that same enemy just gulped down more than an entire world's worth of astral energy.
Point taken. It may be strange to say, but when I'm fighting, or at least know what needs to be done, it helps me a lot.
Okay.
I don't doubt myself as much. So thanks. Both of you.
With age comes wisdom.
The floor's on the ceiling and the ceiling's on the floor. This whole thing's making my head spin. Why would they even do something like this?
The Helganquil can bend life forms to suit their will. Nothing they could do at this point would surprise me.
Really?
The ceiling is on the floor. That doesn't weird you out?
What good is a team made up of members who all share the same opinions on everything? And besides, when you get to be at my ripe old age, one begins to consider it quite uncouth to show one's true emotions.
What is your ripe old age? How old are
Oh,
you?
come on, Grandpa. You can't be that old.
The sands of time wait for none of us, lad.
Yeah, we'll see. Though at this rate, I guess I'll have to live long enough to get as old as you first, huh?
You will. And when the time comes, I look forward to hearing you change your tune on the matter.
How old are you? Like 20?
An opponent like this should be easy. No further. Strike!
Holy Glimmer! Confiscated! Art expert coming through!
There! Be careful, everyone. This one isn't normal.
Glacial Spear!
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for you truly!
Easter!
Eliminate the If it's in the sky, the enemy's arms to me!
No complaints here.
Now!
Nice.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Elfin!
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you!
I'll thank
Not
you.
on my watch!
You're mine! Not today!
Rinwell! Light
Nice. Dunk on him.
Radiant Genesis!
Not a chance!
Benediction.
Strike!
This one's now!
Totally! In an instant! Impact Claw!
Nice. Easy.
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
Pineapple gel. Transcendent Pebble. Ah, the eyeballs. Wait, what? Oh, okay, we came from in there. Makes a lot more sense. Oh, cool. Cool. As long as I don't fight them at the same time, I am okay.
Another incantation ruined.
Don't go behind us.
Who prepares is free from the
Armor won't save you! I'm not done! In a bind! Raging Luma Storm! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Here I come! Elusive deity! Eagle Ray! Vacuum Blade! Azure Storm on the ground! Take it! I'll thank you! Seismic Rushka!
Fine.
Here I come! Vacuum Blade! Down on the ground! Tornado Drive!
Illuminate the pierce evil! I'll heal you all!
Ooh, frozen.
This one's mine!
Here I come! Vacuum Blade! You're mine! Try harder! Prepare to be sealed! Elusive deity!
Rain down and purify all! Mega Ray! By the power of water! Meteor storm! Annihilation! Lightning! Downfall!
charge like that could easily be fatal.
There we go.
I'm here to stop it!
I was waiting for it.
They might. We can't get out of this! Hold nothing back! Vacuum Blade! Demon Lash! Try harder! Not a chance! Coming
Easy, easy.
now!
Alright, BB, let's go. He's on his last legs.
Armor won't save you!
We just gotta kick his ass.
Elusive deity! Try harder! Not a
Nice.
chance!
Nice. Nice.
Raging Cascade! Soaring Blast! That'll bring you down!
Eagle Ray! Dragon Swarm!
1,000 gales! Here's
Be
your healing heart!
still! This one's all mine! Try harder!
Nice.
I'm all stopped up! Lightning!
Paralyzed. Hate to see it. Once I hit it, he's done.
A whirling healing circle! Winds of heaven! Back into the spring! Far enough!
Yeah, stop moving.
Now, Law, get toasty!
Bird strike!
Easy. Game over.
Felt better, that's for sure.
Nah, we might as well go this way.
Go no further!
You're mine! Rotating pile driver!
Annihilation!
Strike!
Hear me! Flame of fury!
Okay, don't want to go up there.
Deity! Luna Rongo! Eagle Ray! Can't get out of this!
Waterfall! Looks like you got this one covered!
I can carve through armor!
Dance in the
Elusive
wind!
deity!
I'll stop its charge! Thanks, Kisara!
Take this! Everlasting duck! Soaring light spear!
If it's in the sky,
Down
it's
on the
mine!
ground! This everlasting duck! Vacuum blade! I'll thank you! Coming through!
Let's do it, Mystic Art. Scarlet Inferno.
Scarlet Inferno!
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish this.
No
Do not show you what my art can do!
Take this!
Rise and shine!
Dragon Swarm! Burn!
Core break? No, not yet. There we go.
While it's reeling!
Take it down!
Take this! Be still!
Searing flame! Reload!
Here I come!
By the power of water!
Strike! Try harder!
Reload!
Kisara's getting ready to Mystic Art.
Deity! Eagle
And
Ray!
they're down on the ground.
Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too.
Hit him, Kisara.
I'll take it from here.
Oh.
Let's see
Moonwalk?
how you handle this. Deus Roar!
As long as I'm not seeing you do it.
In a bind! Here I come!
Kisara's not even on the field. Why did I think it was her?
Mystic mercy!
Glacial
Flame inside me!
She's gonna need to be on the field soon.
Maybe show Kisara a little kindness, huh?
She's strong!
Woohoo!
You can be really dense still, Halim. Up and at him! Let's go! In here! And ready!
Negative
Let's
gate!
get you off on
No
the
escape! Eat dirt!
Vanquish darkness! Lightning!
Lightning thrust! Soaring light spear!
They got this.
I'm ready! Chill!
This ends now!
This ends now.
I think I'm getting stronger.
stronger.
Ah, fuck. Alright, let's go, Rinwell.
Coming through. Be still. Strike.
I shall ensure you survive
Take
this.
those.
It's a duel beyond. This one's mine.
They smite with dragon blade.
I can flying freaks. Why can't they just sit still?
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
An astral arch?
That's my cue.
Shut him down. Burn! Here I come!
Masterful dash.
Azure Storm! Vacuum blade!
Illuminate the dark.
No escape!
Holy glimmer.
Victory is within reach.
Dig deep, and we can do this.
Impressive fervor, little one.
I'm not done!
Confiscated.
Take that.
Corruption.
Take this!
I'm ready.
There we go.
Now.
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Elfin.
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you. Now, Rinwell, astral energy.
Nice, nice, nice.
Not a chance!
I'll face you.
Corruption! Totally! In an instant!
And we're finished.
This should come in handy when crafting weapons.
Nice, nice, nice. So where are we going now? This way. So it was probably like Eden or something. Ooh, come on, Fralf.
Whoa,
Fairy ring.
this is amazing.
Oh, what is that? It is a art CP cost. Well, to be fair, he wasn't streaming
You
it,
always
so
get excited when you find something
he was
good.
playing it
We
straight
should
through.
hurry and get this stuff processed.
And whatever free time you have, it's pretty. You could probably go by pretty fast. Okay, now we go this way. We're gonna cut up there, and we'll head out. Flying enemies. Great, love to see it. Could probably actually wait on that. Come this way. Just go ahead and fight this
Retreat
fucker,
if you
dude.
know what's good for you.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Ignite!
Resonate with the earth.
Here I go!
Now you see what I can do.
On your way. Malevolent.
You're finished!
He is a big Tails fan.
I'm not done!
A freezing storm.
Whereas I haven't beaten one yet. This is probably the first. Hopefully.
They smite with
May a thousand gales carry you to death.
How art to being interrupted.
Vacuum blade! Coming
Okay,
through!
go ahead and get that off before I die.
Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I'll heal you all. With the doctor orders. Far
Heal.
beyond the dark healing circle. I call upon thee.
Sorry.
No, we're pretty close to the end.
Far enough.
Stop it.
Air pressure. Resonate with the earth.
Raging
In the soil.
Not today!
Awaken and wreak havoc.
Here I
Where
come!
are you going?
Where are you going? Outstanding form.
It's over!
Take this.
I love you all. Magic.
Try harder!
Nice, nice.
Escape!
Now you see what I can do. You're mine.
You're mine!
The enemy wields art
Nope.
too.
We'll soon see about that.
You don't get that one.
Thanks, Shion.
It's mine
Careful
now.
not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Down on the ground!
I can handle it. Now. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Easy peasy, baby. Let's get it.
Like we're gonna lose to small fry.
Breaker. Wrong room. I want to go up. Fuck. Okay. Let's hit ourselves with some CP. Shield with a grape gel. We want to him off. He saw her on.
Hi, Hoodle.
Hide, Hoodle. God, she can't. She's not gonna be fast enough.
They look cute and stuff, but they're
We've got flyers.
I've got this.
Coming through.
It's wasted. Just go right now.
Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Ready.
Front.
Will this help? You got
Fuck.
Here I go.
Fuck. Oh, thank you.
I owe you, Sion. Healing is what my art do best. All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
Try harder.
Not in your dreams.
Now. You're mine.
Can't get out of this.
I think we can get through this.
Don't let up until it's over.
Who said anything about letting up?
Dragon Form.
Inferno perfect.
Ignite.
Holy Lance. Here's a healing cascade.
Soaring light spear. Take this.
A whirling trouble.
You're finished.
That'll bring you down. Winds of heaven. First
Take
force.
this. We're not done.
Cyclone. I'm all stopped up.
Okay.
Coming through.
Jesus Christ.
Now.
I hate these enemies.
Scarlet Inferno.
My earphone.
Will this flaming meteor. Vanquish darkness.
Now you see what I can do.
Not
In
as
circle?
I don't know what I'm doing without you. Perhaps now isn't the time.
No.
Be still.
Raging storm.
You picked the wrong fight.
Pull myself together.
No escape.
Magic is the power of one.
This one keeps charging us.
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it. I'll leave it to you.
It looks like we made 'em mad.
First aid.
Going in.
You're mine.
Far enough.
It's over.
If it's in the sky, it's mine.
Hurricane
Will this help?
Take this.
Lightning.
I'll take you all.
Nice, nice. I didn't even know you went into overlimit.
Flare Demolisher.
Here's a healing arc.
You're
Here's
mine.
the pain.
Lightning thrust.
Vanquish darkness.
Can't get out of this.
Cyan
Here I
impact into the fray.
come. Eat dirt.
Annihilate divine fury. Flame of fury. This one's mine.
All right, let me at 'em.
I'll heal you all. Tempest whirl.
Lightning
Flawless
thrust.
flight. Healing circle.
You're mine.
Razor cyclone.
Thanks.
I
can carve through armor.
Who?
Will this help?
Take this.
Masterpiece.
Dragon Form.
Flaming meteor.
Healing
Be still.
cascade.
Soaring light spear.
Radiant.
Not done.
Thank you for all your help.
Please. This
Nice.
one's got your name on it.
Ashes to ashes.
All
Not
disasters
here.
made one.
Dragon
Of
Form.
course, a healing subcure. Don't mind if I do.
Why'd I do that?
Lunar
There.
arc.
Shining. Explosive.
Their arcs were interrupted.
Lunar action. Freeze.
Hurricane power. Lightning strike. Radiant rail.
Nice.
Magic I never fit.
Ooh.
You picked the wrong fight.
Thunder blade.
On guard.
Here, let me
Lunar
help.
Rondo.
First aid.
Blast the shock.
All disasters made one. Cyan instant. Healing security. Gemini aqua. Annihilation.
Searing gale.
Magna
Switch to offense. Igneous discharge.
Let me help. First aid.
Now I can let
Waterfall.
loose.
Freeze land.
Thank you.
Blast in the wind. Air throw here. A whirling flood. Let me help.
Make it rain.
Tylerims. This one's got
Nice.
your name on it.
Ashes to ashes.
Easy peasy. Holy shit.
Hey, Hoodle's quivering. I think we're about to be real lucky.
I hope so.
Maybe it's time.
Mystic Crest. Casting time, -20.
I try on something new.
Now we go fight the birds. Hello, birds.
Little hell. I'll heal you all.
Don't worry, I've got plenty to go around. And just like that, I'm back in it. Start by holding the front line. No sooner said than done.
I'm so good with airborne targets.
Dragon Swarm! I'll smash you!
Here's a healing arc. Illuminator.
Switch
Blah,
sides.
blah, blah, magic.
There!
Holy Lance. Right by the
Coming through!
Just spin it.
Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Here I come!
Not.
Vacuum Blade!
This one's
I'm not feeling so hot.
Your after are truly incredible. Every little bit helps. Totally. This one's got your name on
Okay,
it.
I want to stop singing this one.
You're mine! Soaring Alpha!
Healing circle.
No escape!
Oh, violent guardian.
Burning Light Spear! This one's all mine!
Where are you going? Perfect move.
Here I come!
A whirling circle. I'll heal you all.
There!
Wind. How about this?
Azure Storm! You picked the wrong fight! Take this!
Let's get you all tucked away.
Dragon
Here,
Form!
now, it's over. Astral energy. Full throttle. A flawless victory.
Soaring
Naturally.
Light Spear!
Shattering of pieces!
Now.
There we go. Woo!
Good to know my training is paying off.
Probably gonna be some red people over here. Some gang clothes. Oh, gang clothes. No, just these fuckers.
An opponent like this should be easy.
Right here.
I got you. Devastation!
Don't mind if I do. None shall escape my
You're
judgment.
finished!
Can't be
I can carve through armor! This one's all mine!
Do it! Hurricane thrust! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble. Think we overdid it? Not by a long shot.
None shall escape my judgment.
Where are you going? This one's mine.
Dragon Swarm!
Lunar
Flash
field.
the shock!
Down in there with the others.
You're mine! Vacuum Blade! I'm not done!
Here
Azure
goes!
Storm!
Annihilation!
Vacuum Blade!
Do it! Lock! Demon
Nice.
Flashing Fang! Not a chance! Devastation!
Crescent move!
Soaring Light Spear!
Not in your dreams!
Stunned?
No escape!
Leap now! Going into the shadow!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Make it
Soaring
ready!
Alpha!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go,
Cool.
Elton!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you! Flawless flight! This resurrection! On guard!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Only one save you!
You're mine!
Mega Ray! Do it!
Kisara! All yours, Kisara!
Nice.
Make it rain! Now! Dominate! In an instant! Impact Cross!
Easy.
I need to be stronger.
Ooh, platinum chunks. That's money. All right. Ah, shit. An elevator fight. I don't want to do this.
Here goes! Lightning condemned! Where are you going? Hurricane strike! Illuminate the dark!
I'm not done! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Don't mind if I do!
It's over! It got fire!
I've got
Not
this!
today!
Let a marksman handle it!
You're mine! All yours! There!
Lightning strike! Raging
Vacuum
storm!
Blade!
There!
Make it ready! Look sharp!
Look sharp.
Lightning Tiger Blade! Now more!
One more!
More Suko?
Keep calm and take them down! Now!
Kisara! All yours, Kisara!
Lunar corruption!
Devastation!
By the power of water!
I'm not done!
By the power of flame! Coming through!
You're mine!
This here's mine! A whirling struggle!
It's over!
Make it rain! Winds attack! Go for it!
Nice.
Think we overdid it?
There!
Not by a long shot.
Prepare to be sealed!
This one's mine.
Do it! Astral energy!
Cool.
Not a problem.
I can carve through armor.
Annihilation. Sleep now. Not much longer to go.
Come on. One commander of heavens.
Phoenix Cyclone.
My turn. Take it.
Air thrust. I never miss.
Devastation.
This one's mine.
Burn.
Do it. Go. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
There you go.
Now,
You're
mine.
Dance in the wind.
Be still.
A whirling struggle.
Soaring light
Now.
spear. Kisara.
Commander of heavens.
Phoenix Cyclone.
Did it.
Yeah. Nice technique.
Soaring light
A
spear.
whirling struggle. I'm ready.
I can't lay a finger on you.
I prefer it that way. Make it
What about you?
Go for it.
Let's go, Kisara.
Not more.
Flaming meteor.
You picked the wrong fight.
None shall escape my judgment.
No further. Dragon.
Take this. Tiger blade.
Vacuum blade.
I'm ready.
Sword Alpha.
Hurricane strike.
Vacuum
Do it.
blade.
Doubling.
Nice. Dunk on him.
Radiant Genesis.
More. Take it.
There's always more.
Magic.
Flaming thrust.
Did you say blah 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 magic?
A whirling I never miss.
Can I help in some way?
The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
Let's go. Let's knock him down.
Just getting started.
Really matters.
Spirit, take no prisoners. Your astral arts are truly incredible.
Every little bit helps, right?
Indeed it does. I'll keep pushing to be better as well.
Sword Alpha.
Fuck. No. Come here.
I'm not done. You're mine. I'm not done.
Jesus. Okay.
I felt better, that's for sure.
Infused statue fragment. Okay. We just have to make it through here. Shouldn't be too hard. Blue chest. Why am I getting? Open, please. Elixir. It's Pog. Okay. I really just want one of them. Nope, got both.
That's far enough.
You're mine.
That's exactly what I didn't want. Both of them.
Try harder.
No matter what, nothing gets past my shield.
Strike. There with the others.
Hurricane strike.
Dazzle. Take this.
Take it. Force.
It's over.
Hurricane strike.
Amazing.
You get the gist.
Here I come.
Lunar corruption. This one's mine.
Here I come.
Armor won't save you.
Gale force.
Here I come.
Raging cascade.
Flaming thrust.
Healing cycle. And
Nice.
winds of heaven.
Thank you for all your help.
Great. Don't mention it.
I'm glad to know someone's got my back.
Alpha.
Piercing power of water.
Lunar Ronga. The flame inside. I'll burn
Here we
it all.
go. Whoa, the second one. I've never seen this.
Flaming pillar. Fire.
I've never once seen that in my fucking life.
You're mine.
I didn't know you had it.
Now. Take this.
I wonder if there's a condition using it.
Dragon Swarm.
Other way often.
Dazzle. You're mine.
This one's mine.
Soaring light spear.
Can't get out of this.
Okay, well, didn't hit.
Attack time.
Raging cascade.
Devastation.
one's mine.
I'll stop his charge. Thanks, Kisara. Mine. This one's mine. Sealed.
You're mine.
This one's all mine.
All right, let me out.
Burn.
All right, so now you're getting serious?
Divine streak. I can do this.
I'll take you all on. Ha!
Nice, nice.
Flare Demolition! I'll heal Falling Storm! Raging Cascade! Tiger Blade!
Thank you. Oh, damn. She got flattened the second she did it.
Start by holding the front line. No sooner said than done.
Try harder! My turn! Dazzle! Devastation!
Hurricane Soaring Where that came from! Pierce evil! Celestial Hammer! You require a hand. Beast Assault! Celestial Hammer!
Spear!
By the Water Snake Quake!
Dragon Swarm! Dash!
Annihilation!
Azure Storm!
Tiger Blade!
Devastation! Lunar Rondo! I'll burn it all!
Okay, we're doing it again. We're doing it again.
Flaming Pillar! Fire!
Hell yeah.
Here's a healing Guardian Field!
Vacuum Blade!
Hurricane Strike! I'll be ready in this one!
Fuck.
You made me angry. That was a bad idea. Here, let me help. Lightning Lord! Eat I'm now! Dohalim! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
Let me show you what my art can do! Rise and whirling bring you down! Hurricane winds of heaven! I'll take you all on!
Nice, nice, nice.
Ha! Flare Demolisher!
Ignite!
Dazzling Spin!
Take this!
Lightning Lord! Outstanding form! Sleep now! Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too. Alright, it's showtime! Lunar Corruption! A whirling circle!
Okay.
Winds of heaven! First fire! Now!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Commander of Heaven. Ooh-wee.
That firepower of yours is really something.
I could say the same.
What's in there? Secret room? Fuck it. Whatever this is, I'll fight it.
No choice! Here I come!
Render!
Vacuum Blade!
Black Salt! Arrows by the power
Here I come!
Anything more! Those flying creatures are a real pain in the butt!
Lightning
There you go!
Not today!
Go for the wing blade! Storm! Celestial Whirl! Razor Cyclone! Burning Thrust! Here's a healing orb!
Hook shot! Try harder! My turn! Now!
Nice core break.
Take it down! Freeze Lancer! Light Razor Blow!
Searing Gale!
Lightning Meteor! Here, let me help! One! Take this! Time to shine! Sighted! Black Assault!
In a bind?
Graviton! Meteor!
You're mine!
Shield! Megared! Annihilation!
Struck!
All disasters made one! Heal it
Hook shot! Vacuum Blade!
Hurricane Strike! All day!
Beast Assault! This one's all mine!
Where are you going?
Where are you going?
Razor Bloom!
Eat dirt!
Will this help?
Here I come! Vacuum Blade!
Star! Healing
Lunar Arc!
Air Thrust!
Thanks,
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Ready and raring!
Vacuum Blade! I'll smash you!
Knock it into next week!
Nice core break.
Dragon Swarm!
Man, we're just beating the fuck out of this thing.
Now!
Dohalim! In an instant! Impact Cross!
In an instant.
Don't push yourself too hard.
Encyclopedia Zuglica. Oh, hold on. Encounter 120 types of non-DLC enemies. Nice. That's a trophy obtained. Okay, I assume this door is in progress. Yeah, no. What I do need is a pineapple gel. Flying creatures. and some Elgin.
Out of my way! Here I come! Freezing storm! Tempest whirl! Here I come! Lightning! Vacuum blade! Celestial! Here I come! Dazzle! Soaring light spear!
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for you truly! Tiger blade! Rain down! Hear me! I'll take you all on!
Nice. Fucking take him out.
Flare Demolisher! Burn it out! Anything in armor is all mine! Now, Dohalim! This one's got your name on it! Ashes to ashes! Not a chance! Make it red! Astral energy!
Nice.
Go! A flawless victory! Naturally!
Soaring light spear! No escape!
A whirling
Please
flare.
turn the tables on him.
There are still more left!
Right. No time to hold back.
Field! Ice tornado!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Now! Kizara! Go for it!
And that should be the battle.
Prepare to crumble.
Nice.
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
You would hope so. Give me this. Pixie crystals. We're almost out of food. What we get? Stamina ring.
We got some good equipment!
I can't say its appearance is to my tastes, personally.
Alright. Let's keep pushing forward. We're almost at our next objective. No, he's back. I'm gonna try to walk around that bad boy. Gonna try to. I'm not fighting it again, even though we utterly destroyed it. Crystals? No chest. Let's fight the magic fuckers separate from the whatever the fuck that is.
I'll do my best!
The fucking malice or whatever, the doubt. Elgin doubt.
Lightning strike! This one's mine! I'm going to need to use all the power of my heroes to resolve.
No escape! Burn!
Going in!
An astral art?
That's my
No,
cue!
not an astral arm.
Shut him down!
You won't get to use it.
Now! Think you can...
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Did it!
Yeah! Nice technique! Now you see what I can do!
I'm not... Sword Rain Alpha!
Tempest Whirl!
Azure Storm!
Alright, make it rain! Frozen! Hammer!
Come on. New law.
Winds of heaven! None shall escape my judgment! Cyclone! Dance in the
You locked
wind!
in?
Dohalim!
Oh, dunk. Let's go.
Looks like we came out on top.
We just need to make sure we stay there.
Right. And go no further.
You're mine!
Here I go!
Illuminate the dark! Now! This one's all mine! Hold nothing back!
I'll take the brunt of this hit!
Azure Storm!
Go for the wind blade! Ready and ready! On guard! Dance in the wind! I'll stop its charge! Thanks, Kisara!
Scarlet Inferno.
Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Hurricane strike!
You picked the wrong fight!
This one's mine! Crazy blizzard blow!
Vacuum blade!
Let's keep up the pressure!
Get that core break.
Hurricane swarm! Lightning strike!
It's over!
Down! May 1,000 gales tear you to shreds!
Be still! You're mine! Soaring light spear!
First aid!
Nice.
While it's reeling!
Take it down! Tornado blade! Roaring power! Ice tornado! Hurricane strike! Far enough! Finish without
No thanks. I don't want it.
Where are you going?
It's over!
Dazzling spin!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Tiger blade! Hurricane! All disasters made one!
I'm not done!
I can
carve through armor! You're finished!
Flaming meteor!
Take this!
Purge malevolence! Magic
You're mine!
falling storm! Feel!
It's over!
Tiger blade! Burning strike! I can handle it! Dazzling
Be
spin!
still!
Lightning!
Try harder! My turn!
I'll heal you all! Inferno crossing! Will this help?
Take this!
On guard!
Soaring light spear!
Lightning orb!
I could do without this thing!
Now you see what I can
Easy.
Try harder!
Now you've gone and ticked me off!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Easy.
Annihilate! Lightning strike!
Burn!
Struggle! Go for it! Prepare to crumble!
And there we go.
I've been doing really great lately.
It came from there. Isn't here just some crystals? Oh, a shit ton of crystals. Series fragment, pixie crystals. Okay. Damn. What a mine. Do I like really wanna? Like I kind of fucking don't.
The Zoogles here are putting up a real
Yeah.
fight.
And I think I'm alright.
That just goes
I think I'm okay.
to show how important this place is.
Or perhaps they simply thrived freely here under such harsh conditions.
I don't give a damn why they're here. We'll burn it all to the ground.
And calm down there, Alphen. What's gonna happen here?
The astral energy here is so dense. It's like trying to walk through water.
I know the Great Spirit's will is in the center of Rena, but with the world in this state, the entire planet has become its body, right? So doesn't that mean we're already inside it?
I would say that is horrifyingly correct. After all, the further we climb, the denser the astral energy becomes.
Mm-hmm.
What's the matter, Rinwell? Are you not feeling all right?
No, it's nothing like that. It just feels like the energy here is a little more intense than it was before.
You mean Rena's energy?
Yeah, it's like when I made contact with Dana's will in the wedge. It's almost as though I can understand what Rena's will is thinking.
But Rena's will is supposed to be a lot stronger. Aren't we risking the Great Spirit controlling us if we interact with it directly?
It does sound like we like a risk.
I don't think we have to worry about that. Rena's will is only supposed to control true Renans, like the Helganquil. If we can discern what the Great Spirit is thinking too, we might learn something, a weakness. But just to be safe, let me contact it alone.
Are you insane? Rinwell, you're gonna...
Rinwell!
Let's see what she sees. She didn't even ask. She was just like, fuck it. Stick the hand in.
There was only meant to be one world. And your goal is to make them one. Is this fear?
Oh, you gotta get out of there.
What just happened?
Are you all right? Rinwell? Rinwell, are you okay?
No, I'm fine. I think.
What were you thinking? You could have gotten yourself killed!
He's right. You had us all terrified, Rinwell.
I'm sorry. I really, really am. But I know now. I know how the Great Spirit thinks. I know what it wants. How it feels.
Okay, okay.
Rena's Great Spirit wants to complete the world.
What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying it's trying to make something?
Yes, exactly. Originally, Dana and Rena were meant to be one world. But that never happened. They've stayed separated, and the Great Spirit wants to finish the process.
What do you mean, one world?
He's doing a pretty terrible
How
job.
is that even possible?
I don't know, but its will is clear. That's what the Great Spirit is trying to accomplish. The only problem is that since Rena's energy isn't evenly spread like Dana's, it seems like it'll vanish before that happens naturally.
Yeah, he's got some cool weapons.
So it's trying to absorb Dana while it still can, so that it can force the two planets to unite. Is that what you're saying?
The Great Spirit is scared. But it's not scared the way a rational person would be. It's more raw and undiluted, like just pure fear.
Like an animal, acting out of instinct. Although, admittedly, an animal would be easier to communicate with. At the very least, I have my doubts that it recognizes us as sentient beings with a reason for coming here. Earth, water, fire, and wind energy exist in both worlds, but only darkness and light can be found within Rena and Dana, respectively. The Renis Alma, as far as we know, the only host capable of harvesting the astral energy, is composed of all six. Knowing all that, Rinwell's findings do sound plausible.
That sounds a lot like Shion's thorns, doesn't it? The whole reason the Great Spirit is trying to unite Dana and Rena into one world is in order to save itself. And if her thorns are part of the Great Spirit, then they must also be trying to save themselves?
Alphen, what is it?
We thought the only way to free your thorns was for you to die. Yet despite that, they seem to be doing everything in their power to stop that from happening to you.
Although they can't stop a bullet.
Something wasn't adding up.
Or a
But
sword.
then I just realized something. If the Great Spirit doesn't want to die, then neither would your thorns. Those same emotions, that fear, that determination, and its energy must have been the same thing that was keeping you alive. You were its vessel.
In that case, is that why her thorns caused so much pain to anyone who touched her? Because they were trying to protect themselves?
Makes sense.
If that's all true, then... well, it's more than a little ironic.
The Great Spirit merely expresses its desires. I imagine it was the Helganquil who were likely tasked with putting together and implementing an actual plan.
Shion.
I'm okay. We need to hurry and clean this mess up before it gets out of hand.
True.
Still, even if the current state of the world is wrong like you said, does that really make everything okay?
No, but...
If the world had been whole from the start, as it should have been, there'd be no Dana and no Rena, no masters or slaves, no lords, no crown contest, maybe just peace.
Ceaseless hunger.
To think, all this started because of the Great Spirit's desire to keep living. The only reason it craves energy is because it's dying from starvation. When you think about it like that, maybe the things it's done aren't so strange after all.
If Rena had been more like Dana, things would have worked out a whole lot better.
True.
It's like Hevrecht 35 told us. The Danan and Renan spirits are meant to be completely different beings.
Rena's energy amassing in one place led to its developing a powerful will. But that also made it crave energy, sapping Rena dry until it perished.
Whereas Dana's energy is dispersed, meaning its will never developed to the same extent. And without that hunger, Dana the planet was spared.
As for which is correct, well, I'm not sure it's our place to even say. Still, I can't help but think it reminds me a lot of the dichotomy of the human condition.
Dichotomy?
Oh,
What do you mean?
tired. Those who know not satisfaction are driven to keep devouring without limit. But those who are content with their lot in life rarely fulfill their potential. I imagine it's likely that the larger Rena's great spirit grew, the more and more powerful its hunger also became.
Everything in moderation. When all's said and done,
just
maybe
myself
that's
in
the
the
hardest
chair.
thing for people to learn.
Alright, there's a big cutscene. Let's save. And keep moving forward. Item chunks. Alright. Oh, hello. Just come running though.
Go no further!
No one's gonna stop you.
Come and face me! Piercing this one's yours! A whirling struggle! Hurricane flight!
Take
Winds of heaven! Healing circle! Cyan instant!
Dragon form! Vacuum blade! Coming through! Ha! Now!
Probably just gonna die from this.
Scarlet Inferno!
Here,
My
let me
turn.
help!
Nice.
How about first aid? Raging lightning!
Armor won't save you.
Now, law!
I'll stop your
Yeah.
movement.
Now stop your life.
Learn what my art can do.
Make it break. I'll stop your movement.
And now stop your life. There we go. Look at that.
I think I'm getting stronger.
Take that. Omega Elixir. Let's go. Another Griffin, huh? I mean, again, we beat the shit out of this last time, so shouldn't be a problem.
Gotta break through! You're mine!
I'm just gonna go
You
ahead
picked the
and
wrong
do
fight!
this.
Take this!
Flip off.
Tiger blade! There you go! No die! Holy land! Go for the weak point!
Take this! I'm not done!
Discharge! Raging storm!
I can carve through armor!
How about this?
Try harder!
Try
You're
harder.
mine!
Wind astral energy!
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down!
Be still!
This one's mine!
Flaming meteor! No escape! Eat dirt!
Glacial sphere!
Think you
Here's
can
evil!
fly? There!
Wait, it looks like you got this one covered! Flaming meteor! Let's get you all tucked away! Lunar blast! Magic is in! Annihilate! Over the top field! Blah, blah, blah! Ready and ready! Holy land!
Armor won't save you.
Lion power! Radiant! A whirling struggle! Winds of heaven! Hurricane force!
Soaring light spear!
Lightning
Lunar
strike!
rondo!
None shall escape! Air light! A whirling
Dragon
struggle!
form!
Look out! Winds of heaven! First full sight! Arch required! I never miss!
Come down.
Ignite!
Raging storm! Here goes! Healing circle!
An astral
That's my shield!
Nope, he's not doing anything.
Shut him down!
Kind of a weak bitch.
Make it rain!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Easy.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's
Give
in a
me that
bright and
fucking
shiny
dragon
mood.
blood. Alright. Where are we going?
Wherever we go on this planet, there are machines littered everywhere.
It's impressive to look at as a bystander, but I sure wouldn't want to live here with all of this around.
I know what you mean. There are no fish here. I couldn't cook any of my delicious dinners for you all if we lived here.
Clearly the worst point against it.
No fish. Sad. Hate to see it. Bro, what the fuck? I'm still going. Come on, buddy.
Little help!
Here I come!
Switch target!
Dragon
Oh,
Form! Azure Storm!
Here, let's
Sword Rain Alpha! Azure Storm! Take this! Sword Rain Alpha!
Beast Assault!
Coming through!
Mystic Arts.
Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a healing art!
Here I come!
I'll smash
you! There!
Far beyond the Great Spear!
Take it! Dragon Form! There!
Reload! I'll heal you
Comes
all!
over here.
I'm not done!
Healing circle!
Try harder!
And just like that, I'm back in it.
Start by holding the front line.
No
Alright, I'll
sooner
put him
said than
down.
done.
Go ahead and take care of him.
You're mine! Vacuum Blade! I'm not
I'll take you
There
all
we
on.
go. Nice job, Kisara.
Ha! Flare Demolisher! This one's mine.
Here I come!
All disasters
That'll
made
bring
one!
you down.
Try harder! Not a chance! Dazzle! Take this!
Over here.
Dragon Swarm!
Falling storm! Cyan instant! I'll heal you all!
I'll stop its charge.
Thanks, Kisara!
Thanks, Kisara.
Burn in hell!
Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too!
Try harder!
I don't feel so hot.
You should sit this one out there.
And miss all the fun. No way.
All right, Dragon Swarm!
Doing it again.
I'm ready to
Vacuum
go.
Blades!
Leave the enemy's arts to me!
No.
No complaints here!
Photon Blast!
Be still!
Where where that came from?
Flash
It's in the
Thunder!
sky, it's mine! Blah blah blah!
Searing Get Is this it?
Holy Land!
Nope, that's my fault.
Have to hold on. Leave the charges to me. Lion Howl. Thunder Touch.
Sometimes the best medicine is just to swallow
Blizzard
you.
Blow.
Resuscitation!
Not done
You.
yet!
I'm ready to go.
Blah blah blah!
Strike!
Here
The
goes!
power of light.
Here I try harder! Not a chance!
Plenty out. Anything in armor is all
This
mine.
one's mine! Sleep
Nice.
Vacuum Blade!
Glacial power.
Let's strike!
Now you see what I can do. Piercing roar.
I just gotta hit him.
Inside me, Fury, to be let free! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
There we go.
Phoenix Cyclone.
Just had to hit him.
The heavens must be smiling.
Need more of the fucking Elgin quills. God damn. I fucking refuse. I say no thank you. Okay. I can't just like run through them.
This will be a delicious
So tired of these fuckers, dude.
You picked the wrong fight!
You look like the worst enemy.
Piercing roar.
Thanks, Shion.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll be back.
Try harder! Not a chance!
here!
I have no limits! Vacuum Blade! Flaming Sword! Be still! Coming through!
Coming through.
Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Okay, okay, okay.
Whirling struggle. Inferno close. First force. Shattering pieces. Attacking my handle. Right.
You're mine! Lunar Rondo! Strut! Devastation! This one keeps charging us!
And that's what my shield's
more than I could chew.
Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
I don't even know the word defeat.
I'm not
Ready to go! Let's go! Air throw! Their arts were interrupted. Here, let me go! Now you see what I can do!
Vacuum blade! Flaming thrust!
It's time to
Nice.
finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! I'll heal you all!
Vacuum blade!
Going in! Blah, blah, blah! Healing circle! Holy land!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Right.
I'm not
I'll heal you
done!
all!
Lunar roar!
I'm in the air. You hit me, dude?
Take this!
You require help!
I'm nearly done for.
Damn! Your art!
I owe you one! Dazzle! Take this!
Lightning strike!
It's on!
Damn it! Piercing roar!
Ignite!
Wind astral energy!
You're mine!
Healing
Lunar escape!
Shattering the piercing! Attack force! Feast of soul!
No further!
Let them feel!
You're mine!
Oh,
I'm not done!
that'll bring you down!
There!
Here, let me have it! looks like we made a mess!
It's over!
All dead!
Here I come!
Illuminate the blah 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 magic! Holy land! Illuminate
The
you
flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Nice, nice.
Holy land! Time to shine!
Take this!
First aid! On guard! Raging gale! Mega ray! Sleep now! More for
Here
the
I come!
Mega ray!
Try harder! My turn!
Hurricane strike! I'll take you all
Nice,
on!
Kisara.
Ha! Flare Demolisher! Will this
Here I
be
come!
more? Here goes! It's Hurricane Circle!
Thanks.
And just like that, I'm back in it. Start by holding the front line. No sooner said than
I
done.
hate these
I'm going to
fuckers, dude.
use all the power of my healing light to accomplish this.
You require a hand.
Here's a healing art.
Soaring light spear!
Take this! On guard!
Now I can let loose!
Hurricane strike!
Soaring light!
How many times are we gonna make her mad?
Within the sky, it's mine! Annihilate! This one's mine!
Try harder! Eat this!
This one's mine! Here, let me help!
Take this! I'm not done!
In here!
Try harder! I'm not
Freezing
done!
storm!
Take this!
Come on, Shion. Oh no, she got it.
Here, let me help! First aid! Roar! Into the shadows! Thunderblade! Necessary! Complete focus! By the power of the... Will this help? Ready and ready!
Take this!
All right, now you see what I can do! Healing circle!
Dragon
Thanks
Spore!
so much!
Thank you for all your help.
Please, don't mention it. I'll take you all
There we
on.
go.
Ha! Flare Demolisher!
And should be good.
Make it rain!
All yours, Kisara!
Slice him in half.
I'm going to need to use all the power of my
escape.
healing light to accomplish this. Wind Inferno Magic is do it!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Yeah, sorry.
Phoenix Cyclone! Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny
Cool.
mood.
Yeah, you come on down. Come on down here. I don't want you with that fucker down there.
Go no further! Freezing piercing roar! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Advancing struggle!
Burn in hell!
These guys aren't too bad.
Fire!
He's not as bad as the first
I
fight.
never miss! In here!
Take this!
Think you can fly?
There!
Lunar corruption!
Anything in armor is all mine! I can carve through armor! Vacuum blade! Let the flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Cancel?
Take this!
Glacial spear! Pierce evil! Tidal wave! Freeze laser!
Here I come!
Please?
Denied!
It's over!
Look sharp!
I can't imagine what we do without you, Renee.
Make it rain!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix
Nice.
Cyclone!
Did it!
Yeah!
Take this!
Nice technique!
Soaring light spear!
Mega ray!
You require
Do it!
Commander of Heaven.
Okay, I hit Alpha that time, but that's still good.
Sword and shield.
A classic combination.
My favorite Pokemon game.
I won't forgive you.
Shattering the pieces.
Hurricane attack. Chinese supernova.
You're mine.
Glacial fire. Tiger blade. I'm ready. Dance to the wind. Glacial spear. Pierce evil.
Down.
I'll be saving this
You're
one.
mine.
Freeze Lancer.
Devastation.
Now
Take
that's
this.
for
Soaring lightning.
one's mine.
Amazing. Just the cough and these noises. And visual effects.
Tornado.
You're mine.
How about this? Piercing roll.
Hold nothing back.
Take this. Lightning strike. Healing
on.
Freeze Lancer.
Coming through.
Coming through.
Now. Scarlet Inferno. Here I come. I'll smash you. Soaring lightning.
Hurricane
Lightning
strike. Wind astral energy.
What the hell is going on?
Fall back, Alvin. We'll take point here.
Thanks. I run pose after like this.
Illuminate the
A charge like that can easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
healing circle. Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too.
Try harder. Not a chance.
Sorry.
It's in the sky if you want.
Here I come.
That'll bring you down.
Oh, there she goes.
Take this! In here!
I can carve through
I'm going to need to use all
mine.
the power of my healing arts to accomplish this. Arrow squall!
Can't get out of this.
Shion.
There.
I'll take you all on.
Nice, nice, nice.
Ha! Flare the Militia! I'm ready.
Be still.
Mega ray! Shield!
Soaring light spear.
Illuminate
Behind
this
us.
Cyan instant!
Shield denied.
Burn.
Look sharp.
Here I come.
And he should be dead.
This ends now!
Consider yourself.
Woo! Alright. How many more rooms will it take?
That's some power you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy lifting.
So those thorns of Shion's, they're really a part of Rena's great spirit?
Most likely, but only a small fragment of it in the big picture. I don't sense a will of its own emanating from them.
If it's that insignificant, is there that much point getting rid of it?
No, she still can't touch people. That's kind of the problem. Okay, this is the big kahuna. Yeah, you touch this and it's all over. Okay, where does this go? Wind astral energy separator. What the fuck is that? No. Light. Earth. Dark. Fire. These don't feel like things I've done before. Yeah, okay. Let's eat a fucking pineapple gel. Where should we go first? Dark? Why not? Cool. When does it fucking end?
An opponent like this should be easy.
Radiant Pierce! Switch off! I'm going to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish this. Far beyond
I'm not gonna use it on that.
It's go time! Right here! I got you! Go for the weak point!
Soaring light spear!
The enemy wields arts too.
I'll
There
burn
we
it
go.
all! Flaming pillar! Fire! Join us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you! It's on! You picked the wrong fight!
Okay. This gets unlocked.
Their arts were interrupted. I'll take you all on.
There's one thing I love, it's fighting boss monsters with normal enemies. 80 times in a row. A little grating. Sorry about that. It's all mine.
None shall escape my judgment. I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Carve through on the ground!
Resuscitation! Up and at 'em!
Not done yet!
Downfall!
Now! Stop!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss. Resuscitation! Lightning orb!
Cool.
Magic is out! And that's my field! This has taken too much damage! Here, let me out. This one's mine! I'm ready to go!
Let's just heal them. We don't have to really worry about it. At least for a second.
Nothing gets by me! Firmament Ranger!
Here I come!
Don't mind if I do!
Not today!
Thank you for all your help. Good. Don't mention it. I'm glad to know someone's got my back.
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing.
My head's spinning just watching you.
Hurricane! Magic is amp! Sleep now! Got it! I'm going to need to use... Now's our chance! Hurricane strike! Lightning
No
strike!
further! Try harder! Not
Hold on.
a chance!
Here I come!
Dazzle! Here I this one's all mine! No escape! Not today!
This one's mine! Tiger Blade! Hurricane Fire!
Okay, I really wish you'd stop.
Do it! Over. Astral energy! Full throttle! A flawless victory! Naturally! I'm going to need to use Hurricane
Dazzle!
Let's just use it.
Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here, let me help!
Be still!
Shield!
Okay. Soaring Red Spear!
Lightning orb! This one's mine! Seal!
Here I come!
I'll heal you all!
We've turned the tables on him.
There are still more left!
Right. No time to hold back.
Healing circle!
Blue Blade! Okay, here I go.
Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too.
Here I come.
Going in.
Fuck 'em up.
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Okay.
Well done. If it's in the sky,
Why is he almost at full health?
time to shine. I never miss. Hurricane Strike!
Look sharp. No further.
Take this. Blizzard blow. Blazing meteor.
Try harder. Not a chance.
Show me what my art can do. Rise and shine. Crescent moon.
Soaring light spear.
Whirling storm. Blizzard blow. Winds of heaven. First force.
Flaming thrust. Now, while it's reeling.
Take it down. Magic inferno.
Not today.
Outstanding form.
Take this. Soaring light spear.
It's
over.
This one's mine. Flaming meteor. That'll bring you down. No more Miss Nice Girl. This one's mine.
Try harder. My turn.
Thunderblade.
Be still.
Disasters made one.
Take this.
I'm telling you, these
I'll
No,
take
she
it
does
from
it.
here. Let's see how you handle this. Deus Roar. Raging Cascades.
Dueling in an instant. Impact cross.
Impact Cross.
Good to know my training is paying off.
Duality.
design of this equipment is really interesting.
You must really like it, Alphen.
This is going a lot longer than I thought it would, but we're moving. We're here till the end. Unless I like die or something. Excuse me? Just to do one of them? Okay. Okay, this is fucking it then. Seems like it. There's a teleporter. Where's it? Where's that? What? A regularity detected in security of multiple astral energy separators. This transfer is disabled until their safety has been confirmed. Oh, okay. So you tell me I do all of them if I want to go back. It's wind. We did dark first, right? Earth. Yeah, we did dark, so let's do fire. Oh, just a few red boys and this guy? It's pretty simple.
This will be a delicious piece of cake.
Now you see what I can do. On guard. It's on.
Raging Thunder.
Not a chance.
Burn in hell.
Thanks, Sheila.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Be still.
How do you like being pounded into shape?
I really like it. I like it a lot.
Lightning thrust. How about this? Here I come.
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare Demolisher!
Nice.
This one's mine.
You escape.
We turned the tables on him.
There are still more left.
Right. No time to hold back.
Azure Storm.
It's weakened.
Nice.
Lightning fist ends now. I'll smash you.
Can't get out of this!
An astral art?
That's my cue.
Yeah, that is your
Shut him
cue.
down.
Holy land.
Not today. Take it. Vacuum blade.
Blah, blah, blah. Crown blade. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Light astral weaken.
No escape. Try harder. Not a chance. Take it. Soaring light spear.
Here it comes! Focus!
On your
Come
toes,
down.
everyone.
Now, while it's reeling.
Take it down.
Order will save you.
One more. Raging outstanding form. Fury.
Take this.
Glacial spear. Fierce evil.
Try harder. You're mine.
Dazzling spin.
You picked the wrong fight.
Show you what my art. Got it.
Be still.
Now's our chance.
No escape. Soaring light spear. Take this.
Run. Howl. Storm.
What are you doing?
Take this. Ice tornado.
Make it rain!
Say no more.
I need to be stronger.
My
Mumbane. What the fuck is that?
word. This must be the work of Providence.
Prova what now?
It means destiny. I think it's a bit of an exaggeration, though.
Hmm? Hold on, I'm trying to help Sean here. He doesn't know about the Roxas cheese. That should have helped. Okay. That was fire. Let's do water. What the fuck is this? Like this. Boom. Alright. Everyone healed up? Yeah, we're all doing good. I don't know what the fuck this is.
Careful. That's no ordinary Zoogle.
Yeah.
Yeah? Well, we're no ordinary party either.
How high level is it? Well, what level are we anyways? 57. 56, okay. Sword Dancer? I'm sure we'll figure it out.
The sword-wielding Zoogle?
And not just one, but four!
It thinks 2 extra hands is enough to beat me. It's sorely mistaken!
Let's just focus on what's important.
Armor won't save you!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
come!
You get the gist. A freezing
Try
storm.
harder! Not a chance!
A whirling struggle.
Here I come!
Winds of first
You picked the wrong fight!
Tiger blade. In here.
Vacuum blade!
I'll smash you.
It's over!
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing art.
This is looking good!
Tiger blade. All right.
Dazzle! Coming through!
Don't try it.
Ah! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I'll heal you all.
Here I come!
Going in.
Try harder! Not a chance! Crush!
I never miss.
I'm not done!
This core, break the core, break the core.
You're mine!
Lightning strike by the power of water. Can't be
Try harder! Not a chance!
I'm
Here I come!
Come on. You have to hold on.
Strike!
I'll bring you back from
You're
death.
finished! Here I can't move!
Shit.
Light up the dark. Here's a healing arc. All right. Let me in.
They're struggling on Roxas,
I'll bring you back from death.
like normal Roxas, because it's a really tough fight. Like I remember doing it for the first time in a long time, and it was just like, what the fuck? This is such a difficulty spike.
I'm ready to go.
Devastation!
Take this.
Try harder!
And just like that, I'm back in it. Start by holding the front line. No sooner said than done.
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing art to deal with this.
We need one of these.
Require complete focus.
Now you've gone and ticked me off.
Oh, you're fucked now, buddy.
Try harder! My turn!
Illumine, you get the gist.
No escape!
This one's mine.
Lunar Cruise!
I'll take you all on.
Hell yeah, let's go.
Flare Demolisher.
Take it.
You're mine!
Tear you to shreds.
No escape! It's over!
Let me show you what my art Raging Storm! Celestial Hammer!
Take
this! Resurrect! Where are you going?
Okay,
Tiger
here I
Blade!
go.
Now!
Look sharp!
Nice.
Lightning Tiger Blade! You're mine!
It's
Well,
now
this
Tear you
one's
to
all mine!
shreds!
You're
Outstanding form!
Take this! Legend Storm!
Igneous discharge.
Not today!
No more!
You're mine!
Water by the power of water!
Try harder! My turn! You're
Dance
mine!
in the wind! Sleep now. Take it.
Take
The
this!
enemy is going all out!
Try harder! My turn!
Nice, nice.
I can carve through armor!
Auto corrected.
There are sprints.
Oh shit, I'm dead. Looking at chat.
Magic is in! Freeze Lancer! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Now we're not... You get the gist! Air thrust! Photon blast!
Take this!
Leon,
Guardian Field!
it's my fault for looking.
Not a chance! Take this!
You can now.
Finally, core break.
Take it down! Get on in there!
Here I come!
Anything in armor is all
I
mine.
can do this all day!
There!
Going in.
Ice tornado! In here!
Hurricane strike.
Got it!
The flame inside me!
Now's our
yearns
chance.
to be let free!
Hurricane
Not today!
Wind astral
Take
energy!
this.
This one's mine! More with that can't stop!
Crush!
Illumine
You're almost in
Here!
I said almost. Don't get carried away.
Try harder! Not a chance! Crush! Stay away from my friend! Here I shatter it to pieces! Attack time! Devastation!
On guard.
Igneous discharge! Flaming thrust!
Piercing roar.
Better come back, Grunwell. Fight's almost over.
Healing arts to accomplish
Flaming
this.
thrust! Burn!
Hurricane strike.
Crush!
Look sharp.
Right here!
Can't get out of this. Flaming meteor. Inferno charge.
Magic is in!
Now!
It looks like we made.
Let's go.
Energy!
Say no more!
What do you think of that, buddy? pal. Oh. Really? A second form?
It got rid of the sword.
That's
Except it doesn't
little
look
much.
like that thing's finished yet. Not by a long shot.
No, he went up. No, he didn't go up.
Oh, too shy to come over? Here, let me help. I never miss.
You're mine.
Inferno crossing. All disasters made one. Far enough.
Try harder. Not a chance.
I quick fired in the fucking.
Not today.
That was a mistake.
This one's mine.
At least we're making our way through.
Please, don't mention it.
I'm glad to know someone's got my back.
Here I come. Lurongo. Surrey Light Spear.
Reload, Brett. Here, let me help. First aid.
I owe you
all
that.
disasters made one. Come forth and
I hate you.
purity. Mail
You fucking did it 3 times in a row.
Here,
Fucking dumb bitch.
Make it red.
Look sharp. Lightning Tiger Blade.
I'm going to need to use all the mine.
It's over.
Glacial fire. Gale force.
Searing
Resurrection.
gale.
Crossing. Air thrust. Light ash magic and that'll bring you down. Light ash
The flame inside me yearns to be let free. Not today. Here I come.
Without a trace.
No escape.
Far enough. Ice prison. Falling slowly.
Didn't seem like that stopped it.
Will this help? Shiny
Going again?
dance in the wind.
Okay.
Here.
Rude.
Flaming radio.
Try harder. Take this.
All day.
No escape.
Radiant here.
Anything in armor is all
None
mine.
shall escape my judgment.
You.
Can't get out of this. Try harder.
I'm just gonna get him back.
Now you're getting serious?
Air thrust. Going on instant.
Slack.
By the power of
Totally. In an instant. Impact block.
Here we go. How about that one, buddy?
I still got a ways to go.
Is there a chest here? The wedding dress. Is that like a Kill la Kill reference? Oh boy. Oh, and then this side done. Let's stuff our face with one of these again. When's the next fight? Fuck. One. How many skits do I have? $261. That's not bad. Yeah, I figured since coming through here, I had a lot of shit. All right. There we go. Okay. Nice. And then little Alpha.
Out of my way! Dazzle! Dance in the wind! Look shot! Try harder! Photon flash! Easter! Here, let me help. Flaming meteor! You're mine! I'll body slam us into next week! Dragon swarm!
Amazing.
Go for the weak point! Going in! Finished! Punching last! Annihilation! Radiant light! Pierce! Inferno! Light astrality! Appreciate the help! Strike! Sleep now! I'll take you all
Nice.
on! Ha! Flare Demolisher! There! Got two shots! Try harder! Here, let me... I'm going to need you. I'll stop it strong! Thanks, Kisara! Let me show you where you are! Lightning thrust! Here I come! Now, while it's reeling! Take it down! It's over! Burn! Lightning flame! Reload! Piercing roar! Smash you! Try harder! Oh, too shy to come. No further! I have no limits! Guardian Magic is there! Coming through!
Let's go.
Now! Scarlet Inferno! I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss! Be still! I'll heal you all!
Fuck you guys.
Thank you for all your help.
Please, don't mention it.
I'm glad to know someone's got my back.
How do you like being pounded into
Whoa.
shape? Light up the door! I'm not done! Soaring Light Spear! I'll heal you all! You're mine! I'll take you all on!
Nice.
Ha! Flare Demolisher!
What's this help
I'm
looking
going
like?
to need to use...
Astral Hatred. Astral Doubt.
Here's the healing art! There's the door! Anything in order is all mine! I'm ready to go! Burn!
I can do this. I just have to get it together. We're right here. We can help you.
Shion's right. You have
There you go.
options.
No, you're right. Thanks.
Soaring Light Spear!
Got it.
Nice core break.
Now's our chance.
Burn up!
So here's the healing art. First aid. Do it.
Look sharp!
Take care of him.
Lightning Tiger Blade!
Use Mystic Arc on someone else.
Be still! Soaring Light Spear! Anything in armor is all done! Healing
Ouch.
Try harder! Now where was
Fuck you.
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
I'll take it from here.
Nice.
Let's see how you handle
Right on
this.
time.
Deus roar! May 1,000
I'm
gales
going to
carry
need
this
to use
with all the power.
Now you see what I can do!
Let me
Show
show
you
you
what
what
my
my
heart
can do.
Going in!
Rising storm! Storm!
You're mine!
Coming
Strike! You're finished! Luna can't get out of this!
Here goes!
Inferno!
Think you can fly? A world of trouble! Winds of heaven!
Try harder! My turn!
If it's in the sky, it's
Castle.
mine! Raging cascade!
Burn!
Falling storm! A whirling
Soaring Light Spear!
Down and aqua!
Coming through.
Nice, nice, nice.
Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Here's the healing darkness.
Take this.
Inferno.
Now you see what I can do.
This one's too much damage.
There.
Blah blah blah. Switch on here. Flaming meteor. It's healing perfect.
Take him out.
How about now you've gone and ticked me off.
Oh, you've done it now.
Try harder. My turn. Vacuum blade.
Time to shine.
Be still.
Flag assault. I'll take
There she
you
goes.
on. Flare
Does everyone else have second fucking mystic cards?
Appreciate the help. Now you're getting serious? Where are you going? Now! This ends now!
Consider
that.
yourself finished.
There you go, Elvin!
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you! Lightning orb! Magic is Thunderblade! You get the gist. I can handle it! Hurricane Foot! Far beyond the darkest sky!
Be still! Not today!
Into the shadows! Going in! By the
I hate this fucking enemy.
Now you see what I can do.
A whirling struggle! How about this? Time to start! In here! Let's get you all tucked away! First aid! Hit!
Vacuum blade!
Banana!
Take this.
Magic is there! Dance in the wind! That'll bring you down! Air thrust! Oh, too shy of this one's
Vacuum blade! Be still!
This ends now!
Consider
you.
yourself finished.
Okay.
With this, I can become even stronger.
Spirit room. Where are we? Wind. My phone's dying. Light astral energy. What kind of fucking enemies are gonna be here? Two of them. What the fuck?
Out of our way!
I have no limit.
Okay.
Okay, here I go. Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Radiant
You're mine.
Now you see what I can do.
Ignite. You're mine. Dazzle. Now I can let loose. Soaring Light Spear. You're mine. No escape. Soaring Light Spear.
You require...
I'll take you all
Nice,
on.
nice, nice.
Ha! Flare Demolisher! Glacial Spear! Piercing
Turbine Alpha.
Down! Your art! Vanquish
Dragon Form.
Flaming Meteor! Divine Healing Circle! One more time!
As impressive as always.
Here I hope that was...
Coming through.
There we go.
Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Easter! Firmament
Take this.
Render! Hurricane Foot!
Try harder. My turn.
Healing Circle!
No escape.
The help. This one's mine! Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too. Time to shine!
Dazzle.
Healing Circle!
Ignite.
I don't even know the word defeat. Falling Storm! It looks like you got this one covered. Carved through lunar arc! Sealed by the power of water! I'll be saving this one!
No escape. Be still.
It's about to strike!
Look sharp, everyone!
I'll stop its charge. Thanks, Kisara. If it's in the sky, it's mine. Where are you going? I can do this all day. Look sharp. Air thrust.
Cool.
Mega ray. Hurricane.
This one's all mine.
I'll take you all on.
Nice. Think they canceled my thing, but that's okay.
Flare Demolisher.
Here I come!
Shattering of pieces. I'm going to use all the power. You're taking too many hits. I can handle it.
Take this!
Now you see what I can do. Oh,
You're finished!
I want to hit the other one.
I'll be saving this one. Finish without a trace.
Okay, well maybe you didn't need to do that. No, I want him.
Tiger blade.
Be still! Soaring light spear! You're mine! Here I come!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alvin.
It's time to end this battle! Coming through!
Nice. Okay, I didn't get rid of the Mysticor.
Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a healing art. Let the marksman handle it.
In a bind?
Shield and piercing roar. Leave the charges to me. Arrow squall. Mega ray. Piercing roar. I'm going to need to use all my healing arts to accomplish. I'll heal you all.
Blades!
Going in. How about this?
Thanks, Shield.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Blah, blah, blah. Azure storm. Inferno crossing. Going
Take
in.
this.
Not
Soaring light spear!
Don't mind if I do.
Yeah, take that.
Far beyond the darkest sky. I call upon thee.
Struck! I owe you one.
Shoot it one more time. By the power of water.
You made me angry. That's a bad idea.
Struck! Vacuum blades!
Lightning orb. Raging Bastion.
She's gonna do it.
Magic is there.
I'm helping her. There she goes.
Flare Demolisher.
You're mine!
Shattering the pieces. Magic is there. One more.
I don't think he's gonna charge at all. Nope, there it goes.
Here it comes. Focus.
On your toes, everyone.
Sorry, goodbye.
Make it rain.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Okay.
Hey, Poodle's quivering. I think we're about to be real lucky.
Prismatic jacket. One more to go. All right, all right, all right. Light. Earth. What's gonna be here? For some reason, water had a crazy weird boss. Fuck me, dude. These guys again? Bloody hell.
Go no further.
I'm so fucking tired of fighting these
Get behind me.
fucking guys.
That'll bring you down.
Be still!
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like
Too
a
late.
job for yours truly.
Try harder!
The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that.
Here I come! Dazzle! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Here I come!
I can't do anything with that. She's not.
If it's in the sky, it's
Flaming
mine.
thrust!
By the power
Lunar
of Luna,
Rotor!
I never miss. In here.
You're mine!
Glacial
Luna is not earning her boost attack as fast as I need her to.
Be still! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Let me show you what my art
You're
can
mine!
do.
Retake this! Now! You're mine!
You get the test. Air thrust. A whirling trouble.
Charles, what's that?
Not today!
Shattering the pieces. With the attack time. Here goes.
It's over!
Hurricane
Lunarongo!
This one's mine. Tempest.
Try harder! Vacuum blade!
None shall escape my judgment.
Here I come!
Whoa. One at a
Now
time.
you see what I can do!
Celestial Runner. There you go. Don't let up.
Strike!
Celestial Runner. The sky is
Soaring light
mine.
spear! Mirage!
And just like that, I'm back in it. Start by holding the front line. No sooner said than done.
Raging campaign. Art Steel.
We turn the tables on him.
There are still more left.
Right. No time to hold back. Mirage! Try harder! Take this!
Take
this! Soaring light spear!
Glacial spear.
Anything in armor is all mine!
No escape!
Their arts were interrupted.
I'm not done! Try harder! It's on! Be still!
Show you what my art can do. Rise and shine. Astral energy. Now. I'm going to use astral energy.
Nice.
Say no more!
Well done.
I have no limits! Lightning thrust!
Going in.
Devastation! Coming through!
Okay, we killed one more to go. Then these fucking magic boys.
Scarlet Inferno!
Here, let me help.
Here I come!
I owe you one for that.
You picked the wrong fight!
Flaming meteor! Inferno crossing! I never miss.
I can carve through
This
armor!
one's mine. Flaming meteor! Inferno crossing!
Throbs in pain.
We don't even have like a weak spot, dude.
Soaring light spear!
This one's mine. Look sharp. How do you like being pounded into shape?
No,
Very much so. Very much so.
Outstanding form. It looks like we made a match. I'll take you all
Nice,
on.
nice, nice.
Ha! Flare Demolisher.
Take this!
This final stress is exhausting. Holy shit. Gotta do it. Gotta do it. We're almost there though.
Take this! Dragon
In here.
now you see what I can do!
More for the
No
top
escape!
by the power of fire. Here goes.
Blast the
Time
shot!
to shine. One at a time.
Hurricane strike. Down.
Here, let me help. Illuminate the sky.
Dazzle!
Here, let me help.
It's time! My turn!
Nope.
Look sharp.
Soaring light spear!
A whirling double.
That'll bring you down.
Winds of heaven.
It's over!
Piercing roar.
Ouch. That one hurt.
Dazzle! Look sharp!
Look sharp.
Lightning Tiger Blade!
I've been doing really great lately.
Where's the chest? Let's get out of here. That was all 6. Fortress armor. That sounds like that's for Kisara. And it's worse than the rare plate. Well. Not worth. Oh, yeah. At least the sword boss was kind of cool. Let's hope that now I can turn on the elevator. It's also save. I don't know why, but I'm afraid of the game crashing. Just immense fear of having to do all that again. Oh, there we go. All right, let's go back to Niaz. I wanna eat. I wanna fucking sell some shit because I'm kind of broke.
That was quite the little adventure.
I went all the way here.
Sure, we went on.
Where's the inn? Okay.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
Still need a blistering fang. First, let's sell. Charming lure. I already have one. Let's see what we can make. Dolim. No glooming crystals in sight. I can't get this though. Got a big eye on it. Ooh, the El Naf. El Vaf. I assume the blistering fang is post game. It's a cool looking sword though. The fucking realm unifier.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately? That came out great. Everyone's gonna be real surprised.
It's a cool looking sword with the dragons and shit. I'm down for it. Okay. Back up to Rena.
Looks
well,
like we made it here in one piece.
Get there. Astral Energy Convergence Zone. I mean, I don't need it. I literally just healed. Now we save.
A dead end, huh?
Why don't we just use this?
Wait!
Jeez! Don't scare me like that! What, is there something wrong with it?
No, it's not that.
What's wrong?
It's just, this is it. Whatever it is, we're about to find out.
This is the end of the line.
It's the moment of truth. There's no turning back now till we've won. Either we get through this, or we vanish along with the rest of the world as we know it. Is everyone ready?
We've come this far. I'm not about to turn tail now. I say we knock this thing out and head back home.
It's time to relegate the past to where it belongs. It's been a long journey getting here, but it ends now.
No, this isn't the end. Once we've overthrown the old order, there's still the task of creating a new world.
A world without divisions, where no one cares whether you're Danon or Renan, or if you have magic or not. You're right. We have to win this.
Let's get going then. After all, our future awaits.
Our future. One free of tyranny and exploitation. For the freedom to live with those we hold dear. And for a new era. Let's go!
Let's do it. Touch the astral stream. They really want to make sure. No, we're in. We're going in. Okay, it's a big arena. Like a really big arena.
Hold on. Are we on that giant flower?
We're finally here then.
But then, where is the core of the Great Spirit? Or the Renaissalma, for that matter.
According to Hevrek 35, this should be where we find the core.
Rinwell, do you sense anything?
This is definitely where the energy of the Great Spirit is strongest, but what's giving off the most energy is the flower we're standing on.
Makes sense.
That said, we're not gonna be able to destroy something this huge. You want me to hit it and see what happens?
Hey, look!
What the fuck is that? Shibuya Gato is now playing crab game for the 15th time the notifications popped up. I wonder what the problem is.
The
Renaissalma.
Is that light Dana's astral energy? But why?
What?
Stay sharp! Something's coming!
Oh, hey, we need that.
What is this?
It wants us gone. It has so much anger. All of its fear has evolved into hatred.
So then, you're saying that this is the Great Spirit's core?
And in order to fight us, it's taken on this form?
My thorns. I feel them whirling inside me. They're getting restless. I'm certain of it. This is the source of my thorns, and of my visions. This is the darkness that will consume all existence.
Let's go.
What do we do now?
We fight it.
Renaissalma's inside that thing, and I don't think we'll win this fight without it.
We have to get it back. We will find a way somehow.
Damn, he is so loud.
And now that it has a physical form, cutting through it's what we'll do.
Hey, Strawberry.
Great Spirit, we understand you want to live. You've made that very clear.
Let's go.
However, if you're planning on destroying everything, then first, you'll have to get through us. Everyone, let's go!
We're not energy for you to consume, and we're not puppets for you to control.
Only humankind has a right to determine their own.
Yeah, it doesn't even look like a cool monster. This is like a regular monster.
I'm sorry, but we won't let you take any more away from us.
He looks like one of the 15 Zooglers we fought on the way here.
I fight to quell the sounds of anguish from our world, that it may be filled with joy and peace once again.
Give it back. Give it all back. Give us back our world and give me back my own life.
Once and for all, we're going to end centuries of terror and death. Right here, right now.
No further. Glacial fire and purify all lightning. Hear me, flame of fury. Inferno flow. Steel, that'll bring you down. Inferno crossing.
Lunar Rondo.
Here. Lunar blast. Can't be swallowed.
It's too much.
Let me show you what my art can do. Rise and shine.
The flame inside is yours to be let free.
Yeah, thank you, thank you, thank you.
It looks like we made a mess.
Ignite.
Going in. Here's a hero.
Oh!
Now. My turn.
First aid.
Get away from that.
I'm sorry.
None
I'll do
shall
better.
escape my judgment.
Oh! I gotta get out of that. Oh.
Be still. Coming through.
How's it going, Strawberry?
Now. Scarlet
Did
Inferno.
you beat Cage 1?
Here's a healing art. Lightning and
Why'd you heal me?
Is that you dying?
Well, why did you heal me?
Armor won't save. Try harder. Not a chance. I'm not done.
Oh, too shy to come to Martian. Where are you going?
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Healing circle?
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Shield. By the power of flame. Finish without a trace.
Take this.
Photon charge mode. Magic attack. Freeze lancer. Shield. Air thrust.
Close to mid-boss, midway.
I like my guard down.
Nice.
Healing circle. Vanquish darkness. I'll bring you
Sorry, dead though.
This one's all mine.
Resuscitation.
Ready and raring.
Kisara come back.
Do it.
Kisara, Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone. The enemy is
Here
going
I come.
all out.
Soaring Night Spear.
Here, let me help.
Burn in hell. Here I come.
I'm ready to
I can carve through armor.
Soaring Night Spear.
Hold the line.
Leave the enemy's art to me.
What the world is this round thing?
That attack. Is this a Lord's handiwork?
Get rid of the ads.
I'm past being surprised.
I say we destroy it, and quick.
Sleep now. This one's mine. This will come off.
Here I come.
By the power of flame. Vanish without a trace. Radiant surge.
Try harder. My turn. Struck. I'm not done. Lunar Rondo.
Okay, getting rid of the ads is going to be a lot harder than it looks.
Here's the eagle.
You're mine. Lunar Rondo.
My watch. Healing circle. Magic is there.
Armor won't save you.
I owe you, Sion.
Healing is what my arts do best.
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
This is looking good. Not today. Try harder. Not a chance.
Ready to go.
Now.
I don't feel like
No.
my usual self.
Okay.
Let me handle this one.
So sorry to disappoint you.
Hold on to your art.
Inferno crossing.
Thank you. Fire's next.
Dragon. Stay away from my friend.
I'll heal you all. Raging cascade. A whirling struggle. I never miss. Winds of heaven.
Take it. Sword
Let
right
me
now.
show you what my art can do.
You're really, really strong, Alvin.
I'm just trying to do the best I can.
Still, it's reassuring to have you around.
As impressive as always.
Here I hoped I was improving.
No, I mean you're even better than ever. I've never seen Xion actually look flustered.
Dragon Form! It's on! Not a chance! Blast the shot! Burn in hell!
Burn in hell.
Here I come! Try harder! My turn!
Okay, well, just kill me then.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss. Going in. Dance in the wind. Ready to go. A whirling struggle.
Take this! I'm not done!
You can probably just DPS the boss at this point.
Okay? It looks like we made him mad. Tiger in here.
I'm not done!
Let's get your ass away. I'm ready.
My turn! Take this!
I never miss. More with that hit,
Now you see what I can do! In a bind? I owe you one for that.
Here I come!
Move out of the raging cascade. By the power
Dragon Alpha!
Make it way.
Look sharp!
Nice.
Lightning Tiger Blade! My turn!
How about that? Radiant here.
How many lightning ones are there?
Annihilation.
Dragon Meteor!
Here.
It's on!
Inferno.
Eat dirt!
Let me show you what my art
Sword
can
Rain
do.
Alpha!
Resurrection. Oh, violent darkness.
Try
Here I
harder!
go. Got
Vacuum
permanent
blade!
render.
There!
I'll pick you up.
Take it! No escape!
Thunder field.
Blast
Laser
the
spear.
shot!
Pierce evil. Field.
Soaring light!
Freeze laser. Stockpile.
Not a chance! Struck!
Okay, he's it.
Struck!
Now you see what I can do!
Tiger blade.
No further!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Stars of light.
Burn it
Radiant
hell!
will escape my judgment. Not on my watch. Crescent moon. Photon ray.
They really, yeah, they just be going. Like if you're not screaming your moves, are you like really doing them? I don't think so. Right?
My turn!
Where are you going? Arc field. None shall escape my judgment.
Vacuum blade!
Okay, I just gotta hit the boss.
Tiger blade.
What's gonna show up?
Lunar corruption.
What?
It's time!
Do it. How do you like being pounded into shape?
I do like it a lot, Kisara.
Consider yourself finished!
How do you like being pounded into shape? Hey, Allie's back. Welcome back, Allie. We're getting closer to a kiss, hopefully. They gotta do it. There's no way they don't.
After all that, it's still standing. Just how strong is this thing?
It doesn't matter. Just have to keep kicking its ass until it bites the dust!
The Great Spirits!
Damn, must have been conserving its energy for an escape. That bastard took off with the Renaissoma!
We can't stand here and wait for it to come back.
You gotta follow it through.
We'll have to follow it through there.
You're right. I don't like it, but we've got no choice.
Yeah. No matter what, we can't let it get away.
Let's get
All
in.
right. Let's go.
I'm surprised we can stand here at all. What in the hell is this place?
Beats me. I've never seen anything like it. More importantly, where's the Great Spirit?
Look! Over there!
Whoa! Oh, it's got huge glowing weak points. That's good. That's awesome.
What in the world? It's changing shape?
Oh, this is bad. It looks like it's regaining all of its energy. It's going to grow even bigger than before.
Damn it. Come on. We've got to find a way to...
Watch out! Something's heading our way!
No, dark orbs. Oh, they're just enemies.
Guess they're
No,
here to try to
God,
stop us.
no, not them, no!
So many of them.
That means we've got it running scared. Let's take these out and keep moving!
Fuck me, dude. These why these enemies out of everything? We fought like 18 of these fuckers, dude. Do we really gotta fight them now?
Whatever it is, it's wasting time that we don't have.
Yeah, not only that, but that thing is getting bigger by the minute.
It's starting to slow down the more it grows. We should be able to catch up soon enough.
We just need to hold on. Stay strong, everyone, and stand your ground. You're mine! I'm not...
Get off of him. Use a pineapple Joe.
Here I come!
Now you see what I can do.
Close one.
Cool. Awesome, awesome.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Hey, Swirls, welcome back.
A freezing the marksman handle this.
You're mine!
Where are you going?
Swordblade Alpha! Vacuum Blade!
Eat dirt. Now! Astral energy!
Say no more!
It's a little tedious.
Not a chance!
A little grating to fight these fucking mace-wielding assholes again.
Not today!
I don't even know they have different names. They're not even different enemies. They fight exactly the same. How bad are we doing? I haven't seen it. Okay. Not on my end. But I will keep an eye out.
Anything in armor is all mine.
Any other birds? No.
This one's mine.
I'll stop its charge.
Thanks, Kisara. Let me show you what far enough. Blah blah blah. Shine.
Flaming thrust!
Holy
I
land.
can carve through
Hurricane
armor.
strike. Resurrection.
Right! Try harder! Not a chance!
Another shield.
Burn in hell!
Magic is there. Illuminate the blah blah blah. Holy land.
Tiger blade.
Be still!
Hurricane strike. Glacial spear. Pierce
Try
evil.
harder!
Light
Dazzle!
astral energy.
You're mine!
Lightning
Try
laser.
harder!
Hurricane
Here I
strike.
come! I'm not
Blah blah blah. Magic. Here, let me help.
Sword.
Holy land.
Coming through!
Fucking take him out.
Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Hurricane. Here's a healing art.
All he really said stop buffing for it.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! My
This
turn!
one's mine.
Now you see what I can do.
You're Ignite!
Right now.
There!
More for the stock.
More for the stock.
Magic is there.
This one's mine.
Feeling down. All day. Annihilation. Here goes. Inferno. Magic is there. Thunderblade. All of you get the jet. Here, let me help. Holy land.
Time to shine.
Vacuum
Where are
Blade!
you going? Oh, sparkling stars of light.
Lightning
Reach
Blast!
this way.
You're mine!
Ready and raring.
Healing stone. In here.
It's on!
Really? They didn't do anything for us. Okay. That's cool. I love that for me.
Ignite!
Inferno crossing.
Far beyond the darkest sky. Glacial spear. Pierce evil.
Lightning strike.
Swordblade Alpha!
Sleep now. I'll be baby
Be still! Soaring Light Spear!
Cyan instinct.
Dragon Form!
Lunar blast.
It's too much! I have no limits! No!
Oh.
Can't end here!
Light burst forth.
Yeah, just dunk on him. Thank you.
Brace yourselves. We're going to crash.
Okay, are we here?
We caught up to it.
Hold on. Why did it stop absorbing the energy from Dana?
Like it or not, it lacks the means to do so whilst fighting us.
True.
We've become the bigger threat and forced its hand.
All right then. Let's get to work so we can take back the Renaissance.
Subsumer.
This madness ends!
Right
here, right now! And this time, we really mean it!
We've all come so far. We've faced so much. We can't get through this. Together.
Naturally. We are all leaving this fight alive.
Hell, I'm just getting warmed up. You ain't seen nothing yet.
The Great Spirit's getting desperate. So stay on your toes, everyone.
I'm not done!
I can carve through armor.
This one's mine!
Its power's overwhelming.
Then let's whittle down that thing's power. Go!
Right. Let's start with the arms.
Let's do this, Law!
Leave it to me.
Everyone, I'm counting on you. Thunder field!
Flaming meteor!
Where was that came from?
This one's all mine.
Illuminate
Flaming meteor!
Holy Legend, go!
This is looking good.
Oh, that was bad of me.
Anything in armor is all mine. Come and get it.
Not today. Here I come. Take this. Vacuum blade.
Now I'm in the groove.
Sword Lane Alpha.
Score.
Searing Gale.
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish
Okay, one health bar down.
I really owe you one.
Oh, Alexander misses the kiss.
From here on out! We did it! Yeah! I'm all amazing! All that astral energy!
I don't like the look of this.
We have to stop it. It's back.
In here!
I'm not done. Dragon Swarm.
I rate the name of the voice actor. Zero knows him. Fucking Makoto Naegi, whatever his name is.
Here I come. Try harder. Now.
Everyone okay?
Still alive somehow. That's what you mean.
Here, let me heal you.
Rise happened, but you're right.
Everyone still doing all right?
Never mind us.
You will be dead.
Right. I still got fight in me yet. Let me show you what my heart can do. What's this? I'll heal you all. Illuminate this one. Magic is out. Holy land.
You pay.
Okay. Item. Let's bring Law back.
I can do this all day.
Try harder. My turn.
Go, Halim!
No more dithering.
Our future begins here.
Yeah, get fucked.
Always impressive.
You're doing one more pair.
That makes two of us then.
Now all that's left is the middle.
Let's do it. Raging cascade.
Lightning Swarm.
This
You're
is
mine.
it. April snap. Rolling snap. More with that
There.
I'm just getting started.
Sword Lane. The flame
one's
inside
mine.
me. Yours to be let free. You picked the wrong fight. Take this.
Oh, is he doing something?
Here, let me help.
My turn. Now, here I come.
Here, let me
Try
help.
harder. My turn.
Here's a
Try
healing
harder.
arm.
My turn. Not a chance.
Let me treat that bitch.
Take this. Vacuum blade. My turn. Escape. Dragon Swarm.
In here.
Explosive ring!
Freeze laser!
You're finished!
Let me show you what my art can do.
I'm on it.
Rise and shine! Lightning orb! More where that came from!
That's my turn! I'm not done!
A freezing raging cascade! Where are you going? In here! This is it! First strike! I'll be saving you! Blaze spear! Here's evil! Thunderblade!
You picked the wrong fight! Try harder! My turn!
Inspiration! Holy land!
I can do this all day.
Here's a healing rock! I'm on a roll! First
Not
air!
a chance!
Whoa,
I'm not
there.
done!
Now you see what I can do.
Savage roll! Ice tornado!
What the heck? Okay. Oh, we need CP.
I'm in the groove. Here I come.
I'll be saving Lunar Blade! Lunar Blast!
Oh, it's gonna take 2 health bars for them, huh?
Take this.
Vacuum blade!
Too much to handle?
My turn.
More where that came from! Let the marksman handle this! Where are you going?
We did it!
A worm!
Black hole.
Now! Now! Try harder! No flame inside is yours to be let free! Try harder! My turn! Now! Not a chance! I'm nearly done for!
Watch it!
Heal me, heal me, heal me, heal me, heal me. Okay, I'm just gonna go in. Gonna have to kill me.
You'll soon see about that. Pull myself together.
Is she on? She on? I could really use some healing. Oh, there we go.
It's you and me!
This is it.
This ends now!
There we go. The Renaissance. Okay. What's next?
Yeah!
We're doing pretty fine.
We're both fine. We're going to start the ceremony now, before it can recover. Shion.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. The fuck? Ah, shit. Fucking Volron, dude. Take a hint, brother.
I've returned, just as I told you I would.
Yeah, he's a sovereign too.
Spirit is reviving itself.
Bro, we gotta hurry.
Shion!
spirit!
Apologies. I can't suppress it for very long.
Oh no, Allie, they might not kiss. This might be it.
Hand it over right now. You plan to use this to defeat the Great Spirit. Which is precisely why I'm here. Stand aside and watch. So then you know.
Oh, I didn't mean to pause. Scratching my hand.
Destroy the Great Spirit. Just as well as you and your sorry lot. The Great Spirit that tried to control me will be annihilated. I won't let you do that! Yet do it I shall. And there's nothing you can do to stop me. You bastard! I shall fulfill my duty as a ruler. With this power, I'll bury that woman and the Great Spirit. Then this charade will finally end.
All right. One v one.
You think I'll let you? I'll save everyone. And Sion!
Let's go.
Silence. I'll tear you apart, slay the girl and the Great Spirit, and erect a fortress of death over both worlds.
What do you get from all this? When you have all that power, what will you do?
My dominion shall reign over all existence. Nothing else matters.
That's it? This is so you can rule over all existence just because...
High level 1v1 in RPG.
They were. Even the other lords, even the Great Spirit had a future in mind. But you had nothing. Only death. So what? It matters little to me. You are pathetic.
Fuck.
Truly pathetic. And you're not. You are a failure.
Oh, get out of the way!
A sovereign who couldn't even die in his own time as he was meant to. You're right. I used to wonder why I was still alive after so long. But there are things in this world, in the here and now, that are worth protecting. That's why I'm still here.
And I won't let you take them away! Vacuum blades! Take this! No escape! Ah! Azure Storm! You're mine! The fury of lightning! Why do you resist me? Yours to be let free! It's over! Try harder! My turn!
Sorry.
Dragon Swarm! Azure Storm! Out of my sight! The fury of lightning!
Okay, well, that hurt.
There! You will suffer at my hand! Try harder! My turn! Not today! Damn! Here I come! I'm not done! Out of my sight!
That hurt.
You will suffer at my hand!
No. Oh, yeah, that's not what I need.
There! It's on! Not here, sovereign! I'm not
You
done.
are nothing.
There. I can erase everything! Plasma shock! I'll destroy you! All shall bow before me! Eat dirt! You're mine! There! Vacuum
What are you gonna do,
blades.
dude?
You will beg me for mercy! Sword Rain Alpha!
Okay.
You control others to keep from being controlled, but that's a path of never-ending hatred. Don't you understand? It can only end in destruction. The only way to avoid it is with forgiveness! The words of a coward. Your weakness.
Damn, look at them fight.
You're wrong. It takes true power to forgive!
Damn.
I have no use for forgiveness. The strong shall always triumph here.
Okay.
You say that because you've been alone so long. If you had someone, anyone to turn to, a single friend, someone to love, people who would support and guide you, you can't have been alone your whole life. All I remember is the lashes.
My move's different?
Each
Oh.
spike spreading a skein of fire across my back. The masters who killed slaves for support. And the slaves who sacrificed their compatriots that they might live. There is no love, no friendship. Not there or anywhere else. Is there no way for you to see this differently? Enough! You gamble the fate of this world to save a single life, and yet I am the evil one? How utterly ridiculous. It's true. Maybe it is selfish of me to want to save her, but I swore that I would let no one else be sacrificed in this battle. I can't bear to see her die. You and I are so much more alike than I had ever imagined. No, we're not. I want a world built on kindness, on giving, on warmth. You take and destroy. I'm nothing like you. Rending blast! Ignite!
Power is all! Try this! I am proof of
Yeah, I probably shouldn't let that happen. But if it's like the just like this boss fight, it's not that bad.
Try harder! Not a chance! Try hard! Not a chance!
You actually die in this fight?
Blazing sword. The power Shion has bestowed upon me.
I'll take you down! This one's all mine! Infernal turret! Incineration wave! I have no limits!
Okay.
Try this! Rending flash! It's over!
That's what I was asking.
Obstacle impeding my progress. Die! That's my line! I'll show you the limits of your solitude!
Okay, fucking kill him. Yeah, I only need one sword. Anime! The budget.
What you've done is evil. There's no denying that. I know you didn't walk your path out of weakness, but merely from misguided strength. Misguided because you were alone. Because you had no friends to keep you on the straight and narrow. No one to use all that strength for, other than yourself. That loneliness could make a monster out of anyone. Out of me. I understand. And I forgive you, Volrun.
Damn, hit him
I
with
don't
that.
need your victor's pity. And you can choke on your vain forgiveness.
He said, eat a dick.
Don't! You wish to save this world? To make your selfish dreams into reality? If you choose to walk that path, you choose a path of betrayal, despair, and corruption. And in the darkness at the end, I'll be waiting for you! Volrun!
Here we fucking go. Ooh, the Ren's almost gone.
Darkness, Almighty.
Yes.
I don't know, Allie.
But
I
you
don't think
still
the.
possess the blazing sword.
I mean, I guess you could kiss her now. It'd be kind of.
Quite as strong as the
Be kind of
Renaissance.
hard.
But nonetheless,
I can't. I would never. It would kill you.
my thorns, they're... Soon the great astral spirit will break free. And when that happens, no one will be spared. But there's still time. You can still destroy the thorns. And me with them.
That's exactly what we've been fighting to prevent. I promised I would find a way to save you.
You did. I know. But I don't want you to die either. So please, don't let me be the end of the world.
Hold on.
That's it. Look. The path Dana's energy flowed through is still open. We can use it to call out to Dana's will.
Alphen, what are you saying?
Don't you remember? Rinwell said there was a little bit of Dana's will inside all of us. If there is a way everyone can come together to form Dana's will, then maybe we can ask for it to help us, to find us a way out of this.
Are you really saying that if all of Dana thinks of saving us, it will become the will of the planet itself?
They have kind of helped all of Dana.
Maybe so, but it's the only way we can save you. And the only way to save Rena, too.
To save Rena?
That's right. Rena's will never had evil intent. If we're saving everyone, that includes them. I don't want to live in a world without you, Xion. And I'm tired of living a life built on death.
Yo, let's hurry up then.
Alphen,
Waste some time.
I'm with you.
Collective will of Dana, hear my plea! I want to save Xion! And I want to save Rena too! I want to end this cycle of one joy, constantly being sacrificed for another's pain! So please, grant us your strength!
All right. Calaglia. Slodia. Elder Menencia. That place. Malxar. The Wedge. I think I missed Niaz. The Spirit Sword. Like Trunks.
It
「
「
「 「 「 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 「」 "」 "」 "」 "「」 "」
This still seems really dangerous. I'd be like, I still gotta stab you? I don't know about this. I assume it's just gonna work. Hey, we did it. There it is, Allie. They kissed. They did it. Woo! Big pogs, they did it. And that's the game. There it is. Oh, Allie's not pogging the chat. I think she missed it. Oh no. I think she said she had to go. Rest in peace. Hate to see it. She missed it. VOD's getting deleted. That's it. He'll never see it. I always forget Renewal does not wear glasses. She doesn't. Okay. I'm not trying to skip the credits, but definitely want to turn that bitch down like a lot. Just cause I'm sure that song's gonna get flagged for something. But yeah, that's a good game. I mean, the bosses are pretty shit. There's some fun ones in there for sure. That last dungeon, a little grating, a little fucking exhausting to fight 15 different former bosses. A lot more than you should have. Allie, they kissed. They did it, Allie. They kissed. Allie, you missed the kiss. I feel like if they just added the Helgen quill, because those enemies are like annoying enough, and then some a couple Zoogles here and there with them, it would have been fine. But man, all the fucking Mace Boys and the Doubts and the Lizards, and it's like, you guys don't have a lot of enemies. Need a little bit more. Madria. Yeah, the only thing you were invested in and you missed it. Maybe they'll show it again in the credits, but ooh, I really doubt it. Volron. What a bitch. But also what a cool guy. Wait, why is he there? Oh. One world, baby. You're like, and that's how Earth was made. Then it just like shoots into the Bible. How long was this? I'd say I put about like 50 something hours in. That doesn't I mean, if that includes me like going off and hunting for artifacts and fishing and what a field. Oh, are you still up there? They're in this Alma. No, yeah, they're not kissing anymore. Sorry, Allie. No, this is not an 100-hour, like, this is not an 100-hour RPG, even just by doing the story, no. Now, doing everything else, I don't know how long it's going to take. I might stream some of that, though. Put some music on, farm some fish, do some side quests. You can touch people again. Did astral energy? That's a lot of it.
Let's go.
I mean, things are in different places now, or how does that work? Two planets just fused together with a star, the fucking space station. That's gotta do something. But yeah, that was good. That was good. I really like that. I'll continue my playthrough of Vesperia on my Switch off stream, of course. So I'm really too far in that, and I don't want to start over. And at some point, I'll come back to Rosaria on stream, because now I'm part of the on stream that I am off stream. At some point, I'll get the fucking Sword Art DLC, but like it's $15, and I don't like Sword Art that much. But at some point, I'll get it. And I'll do the bosses there and whatever other quests or other bullshit that's going on in that. But right now, no thanks. No way. Now I wonder what the next Tales game is going to be. Will it be in the same style, or what are we doing? No, there's Law punching his dad. That didn't age well. Zero, is there anything after the credits? Or can I like skip them? Like the art's good, but like this lasted way longer than I thought it would be. It's almost 8 hours, dude. Oh, and there's Jolim. Okay, I'll watch him. There's Kisara. This is probably after the fight. Especially after Gall fucking killed himself. Runwell being mad at Almadria. No, she's really upset, but I understand. I get it. Almadria's kind of a bitch. Is Shion being taken by Volron? Yep. That it is. What a sad part. What a sad part that was. His mask had finally come off. He reaches out and touches her, and boom, shocked. Hate to see it. You can feel pain, and it really hurt. When we find her again, she's in the black dress. Orange Butterfly LLC. That's where we get the outfits at the altar. Where is this? Oh, this is Dullum giving the speech. That makes a lot more sense. Man, Law like never wore his normal costume. That looks like it's at the end. Alright, what's next? Oh no, this is Walron again. Son of a bitch. What a good RPG. And soon SMT5 will be out. We'll see how that goes. Everyone back on New Dana, I guess I'll call it New Dana. Ooh, color art. No, I already know what this is. I'm hanging out with everyone. You know, trying to incorporate all the Renans into Danon society. Good for Dohalim. Being that kind of leader that people need. What's Kisara up to? Fishing. Weird singer in like normal clothes. That's like a collared shirt. Some old soldiers. What is Rinwell going to be up to? Or Law? Hanging out with some kids. Beating up Zoogles. Good for him. Oof. Run well studying or writing stuff down. Could be both. More owls. Not just Hootle. That stack of books is not gonna make it. Alright, time for the main two. What are they up to? Cooking. Alright. Alright. With the girls. Ooh, Dolan playing music with his gang. Who's the last person? No one. Well, Law's there. And Alphen. Faria and Glasses Boy. Alkovic or something like that. So look, an axe. That's like a normal house. At least they're all having a good time now. Not all the troubles are over. Who's a letter from? Alphen looking kind of swole. Look kind of jacked. Developed by Bandai Namco Studios, Inc. Come on, I know there's one more image. Here it is, the wedding. There we go. Damn. Kisara. Oh, that's the little boy, little dirty boy from the beginning. And Doc. Nathan. Other people. Good for them. They finally kissed. Too bad Allie missed it. Finn. Game will now save your clear data. Load your save file, unlock new quests, where brand new adventure and encounters await. Yeah, save. Alright, that was Tales of Arise. What a good video game, aside from the bosses. Let's see who was live to raid, because I haven't eaten all day, and I really want to eat. It's a good stream, though. It's a good stream. That's a good song. It's a good stream. Okay, we're gonna raid Data Guild. They're still playing KH2. They're right at the end. They're at the climb. So, they should be having a, they just beat fucking Loop Sword. So, good for them. I think Syx is next. Or Syx before. No idea. Either way. Not shit. I fucked it. Because the system is stupid. Nope. So, I'm gonna rate Data Guild, playing Kingdom Hearts 2. Go say hey. Say cheese strat. That's the raid message. Have a good night. I'm hungry.